Hello, hello, hello. Thank y'all for coming by. And of course, I suppose do need to start off by, for those who will notice, I did reach affiliate, specifically thanks to all my 100 devs friends and family. Major shout out to all you who came by, watched while I fought my internet, lurked during my ramblings, and all that fun stuff. So, I'm a bit nervous, but here we go. And before we really go anywhere, so we are going to be making this Snake Game multiplayer. If you all recognize this from Mayan Wolf's stream, they're the one who actually made this. So usually I'm like, hey, this is a neat technology. I'm gonna do something kind of boring visually, and then be like, hey, y'all could do something visually more interesting with this base technology. Now I'm doing the opposite. I'm taking something someone made very beautifully, and I'm going to make it multiplayer. And unlike the multiplayer trivia game, this one is going to have actual user discovery, thanks to a little site or a little API called Free Online Key Value Store. Amazing site. It seems to be stable enough for us to use it. And yeah, that is the plan. And I am stalling because I changed some captions, and looks like the new captions are not working. So what we are going to do is be like, turn that thing off and going back to the classic old captions. Just like coding or programming, if you don't touch something, it usually doesn't break, but if you go messing with things, who knows what's gonna happen. Let me check that these captions are working now for y'all folks. Where are the captions? I didn't even realize. Apparently, as affiliate, I get the stream quality adjusters. That is neat. Where are the captions? There they are. Where are the Pink Star? What are you doing? No, you can't. Okay, I am greatly appreciative. Pink Star. What do you? I thank you a lot. I don't have much yet because I literally found out today that the affiliate thing. So I have these amazing emotes. They are all I was able to do. Well, I did like 5 of them, like with a thing or whatever. So but these are the only ones that got approved in such a short notice. But hey, thanks for coming by and thanks for the subscription. This is supposed to be an alert for when you subscribe, but obviously it ain't working, so I manually... This is the alert. Thank you for the subscription. Yeah. And hey, thanks for, because you are one of the ones who are always lurking, always chatting, and always that stuff, so this is part of your victory too, you know? Yeah, and I don't know, like, there's a lot more, like now that... I guess there's channel points and all that stuff, so I'm gonna try to make it all worthwhile and all utilize all these features to the maximum. But for now, I just got boring channel points and shorten the code and stuff like that. But as I figure it out and get this things working and unbreak some stuff, I'll try to add more cool stuff to the stream. And yeah. Okay, so what we have... Yeah, bets and polls, all that stuff. I mean, those are the native features, right? Yeah, I just gotta /poll. Yep, that's all I gotta do to do that. So yeah, all kinds of fun stuff. And eventually I'm gonna make it so you can interact. So the cool thing, if you've heard of Ken Frosty or Frosty Paws, they've kind of enlightened my world when it came to channel points, because essentially channel points are buttons that all Twitch users have access to, mobile and desktop, with built-in descriptions and custom textual user input. Another fun thing about channel points is that from a developer perspective, we have access to it from the API. So I can programmatically create, delete, and modify channel points, and I can have a bot listen for when someone redeems the channel point. That basically means that while chat commands are good and they ain't going anywhere, anything a chat command does, which it's not a bad interface for doing things with bots or with the stream, but it's not native and you gotta type them and you have to know them to type them. But channel points, they're on every device. You just click them and there's native features, basically buttons to do whatever. So eventually I'm gonna make almost all the interactions, and they'll only cost one channel point, so it's essentially infinite uses to do all the stuff that commands do. Yeah, Pink Star. Hey, Jim Frike, thanks for coming on by. Ooh, that is a highlight my message. Yeah, it's a thing you can do with channel points, apparently. Yeah, like finite singularity. You got it. You got it. And what Frosty Paws did is they were like, oh, I'm going to basically bring in a Pokemon emulator and allow it to be played via interactions with the buttons on the channel points. So the sky's endless. I literally found out today it was affiliate, so I got the emotes, and that was about all I could get set up, but eventually I will. Oh, just Jim? Okay, you got it. Ah, okay. Jim F. Calgary, Alberta, Canada airport code. Interesting. Okay, yeah, well, just Jim it is then. Thanks for stopping on by. And yeah, the plan for this little celebration stream is to be making Snake multiplayer. Yeah, Snake down. I mean, for real-time games, it'd be a little bit of a struggle, but it's not. Oh, Jim. Yeah, Jim. This is the Snake game that that would be an interesting thing. And now that you've populated my mind with it, probably gonna go for it. But yeah, this particular Snake game was made by our very own Mayan Wolf. There's their VOD if you want to actually see the creation of it. But what I'm going to be doing is making it multiplayer. Yeah, that would be an interesting command for sure. Yeah, Wolfpack. So I'm just going to be expanding on it, because usually I kind of like, this is an interesting piece of technology, let's make it minimal viable product and be like, hey folks, y'all can do some cool stuff with this. Are we the Little Rascals? I don't know. I was like, oh, everyone's got like a team or a group name, but Little Rascals, I mean, it's currently at the top of the list. Let's just say that, unless anything better comes along. Because there was a movie or like a TV show, right? Little Rascals. It was really old. The Little Rascals. Yeah, that's where I remember the word rascal from. Yeah, teams and all that stuff. This sky is the limit with all these Twitch points, integrations, and all that stuff. Yeah, but for now, we're just gonna make this multiplayer. And unlike the previous multiplayer one, yeah, I only know of the movie. Yeah, that's where I kind of got Rascal from. Yeah. So yeah, the big plan for the main stream is making this multiplayer. And unlike the other one, yes, it is web-based, so Mayan Wolf, she published her code on GitHub, and this is going to be a web-based multiplayer game. Yes, we are going to, well, it's not multiplayer yet, Jim. We have to make it multiplayer. But we're going to be using Peer.js, I can type, hold on, Peer.js to make it multiplayer. And if y'all see my trivia game, you know how this works. For those that don't, essentially it allows you to connect two browsers to each other and then have a real-time data connection between them. What we're going to do extra, all these good commands I gotta make, huh, Jim? Yeah, let me think, what was it? I have it right here, so it's going to take me a second to get there. Not Rascal 2, github.com. And the trivia game does fully work. The only thing the trivia game is missing is essentially, what's that called? Matchmaking. Yes, to-do make commands. That's another thing, a little to-do tracker thing. Lots of things to do. Your repositories. There's a search feature right there and I missed it. So yeah, multiplayer trivia. This is what we did essentially last stream. We got this thing working quite beautifully. And then, yeah, so it's working to the fullest extent that I want to make it to work. As you can see, demonstration video. Multiple browsers over the internet can all work with it and interact at once. Sorry, I gotta turn off another window. Someone just came online. It's like, gotta turn them on. Yeah, it is. We are going for code review in a sec. Well, code review... I'm sorry, I was like Code Wars. I saw code and I'm like, that means Code Wars, because all the words of code automatically end with wars. But yeah, we will be reviewing and kind of modifying the architecture of the original code to the Snake game, to modify it a little bit to make it multiplayer. But yeah, this one was missing the, what do you call it, matchmaking ability. You had to share usernames outside. But this one, our Snake variant, is not going to be missing that. Yes, it is, Pink Star. Code Wars is everywhere. Yeah, and what we're going to be using to do that is essentially a backend, because we need to use a backend in order to access it. But we're just going to use this free API that essentially gives you access to a key value storage. So we're just going to have a lobby, and it's going to be a stringified encoding of all the usernames who are available to join, and that's going to be our matchmaking. So we're using a backend, but we're using a free API to use our backend. Yeah, and with that, well, since this is a fork of this code, we're gonna go through the GitHub process. We're gonna make a fork of it. This is a great fork name, as usual. Going mostly from scratch, but not fully, because this is a part 2. I just didn't make part 1. And if y'all do not know, let me figure this command out. Verola Fox is currently streaming. She's a member of the 100 Dev stream team. Great streamer, going through some banky questions. And if you want to watch them, you can go there, or if you want to watch both of us, I have a multi-streamer that should be working. Of course, I just pasted the command manually instead of using my actual automated command, but the Goldfish memory, it works. So you can watch them, me, both. It's up to y'all. And here we go. So we have it. Now we're going to need to make a clone of this repository. So copy the command, git clone my snake game. Yeah, Goldfish memory remembers. And I can't clone it to that because I already made it during the follow along. So multiplayer snake. So fun fact, if you ever want to clone a repository but the folder name already exists, you can add words after it, and this will basically put it in that directory name. Multiplayer snake. So many multiplayer things. And here's our code. It's very empty. I mean, it's very, not empty, it's just the starter code that's using for the actual Snake game. So there's nothing here just yet. Here's the readme, all the stuff to the original thing. Ah, we wish, huh, Jim? There's only one Rascal 2, and we don't talk about Rascal 1. So we can see get remote -v. This is pointing to my fork of the repository. And, well, first we're just gonna start this thing up. So let's, of course, I have failed. How have I failed? I have not started the timer. There we go. The timer do be started now. And here we go. Let's launch our live server so we can look at it. And while it loads, we can... Well, we can't do nothing while it loads, to be honest. We wait while it loads. And there it is loaded. As you can see, the game is fully functional. No, so what I'm using, Gem, is an extension called Live, what's it called? Live server. This is a VS Code extension that essentially, it starts a server and it hosts it locally. And I believe the game itself is already hosted. So like if you're asking like play now or such, Mayan Wolf already has the game hosted via GitHub pages on their repository, which when I cloned it, it's also on mine. So yep, yeah, you always get a local dev. This also makes it actually, playable or testable, because I'm not one of those folks who are like, okay, I made 500 changes. Let's now push to production. I don't think that's a way anyone really codes, but I'm sure there's someone out there. Yep, so we got the snake. The snake is doing good, and we need to die now. This in the game. There it is. The snake is now dead, and it refreshes the page when the game finishes. Now this is pretty good, but as we can see, it's being a little heavy right now. Now, wonder why that is. So this is also something I wanted to show, like the ability to profile code. Hey, thanks for the lurk. Yeah. yeah. It is going to be a little interesting. I don't think it's going to be because the problem with real-time games is that the multiplayer aspect, there's going to be latency, so it's going to be a little latency, unfortunately. But my architecture plan is essentially, because last time I wrote the trivia where each user was essentially independent and they connected to each other. So everyone had their own independent connections, and when someone got disconnected, it allowed the other three to keep playing in this example. But my approach is going to be, there's going to be one host, and it's going to be a 2-player game, and there's going to be a client. And the host is going to do all the math for where things should be, and it'll send the updated state to the client. So a lot of network, but it's the easiest way I know how to do it without trying to synchronize or such. And then the client will only be sending back the events, and then this will again do the calculations, send back the updated state. And that's my plan, at least. And yeah, so first I'm just gonna launch a little bit of profiling, because there's a big delay when this thing starts up. So I think, hold on, goldfish memory. My Firefox is a little broken at the moment, so we're going to use Chrome, because Chrome's a little more stable there at the moment. And I'm doing this through VS Code, so I'm getting the native VS Code debugging features. I just forgot that my screencast mode was off, and that is broken. It's okay, we figure out why. When we do it live, folks, sometimes things break, and now we get the fun of fixing the broken thing. Let's see. Okay, there it comes. It just needed a second try. So we're going to copy our live server URL over there so we can get our magic of hot refreshing. And we're going to see it's really thinking a lot, and then it gets to the gameplay. So you can see, yep, it's really chugging along there. So we're going to do a performance test. The way we do this is you go to the performance tab in Chrome. Mobile endpoints or mobile breakpoints. It's like, you're on mobile, you're on desktop, you're on mobile, you're on desktop. So yeah, when we flip this over here, we can click record and refresh the page to essentially restart it and start from scratch. And you can see it's going to be an extra slow when we do profiling, but that's because it needs to essentially pause and unpause to see when things are happening at what line and what's taking so long. And when we do this, it needs to do a math, and then we have our profiler. So I'm just gonna end the game real quick. There we go. Ended the game. Game over. Oh, I forgot this refreshes. Oopsie daisy. Okay, so what we're looking for is essentially, there's a lot of stuff here. So what we first have is kind of like a scroll bar. It goes through all these states of the DOM. And then here we have lots of other things like frames and networks. You can see how the DOM visually changes. But what we care about is main. This is where all the JavaScript and like where all the computation is happening. And we can see a lot of things in here. This giant block here that takes 10.96 seconds. That's evaluating script. That's doing JavaScript apparently. So we can click on it, and then we can see a bunch of little things down here too. But it also tells us a line number, so it's very informative, almost too informative sometimes. But we can go through all these different things. They tell us different aspects, but if we go bottom up, this is essentially telling us what's taking the most time goes to the top of the page. So what's taking the most time, 10.2 seconds is being spent on create game board pixels, and apparently 3.6 seconds on the evaluation of the script, which is really parsing of HTML, and 6 seconds on more parsing of the script. And thankfully, it eventually tells you line numbers, so line 16, column 29. Now we have our code right here. We also could have clicked this. We could have You're embarrassing me, Chrome. I thought we could have clicked this. Why do you have a link if it's not clickable, Chrome? Okay, so if it works on y'all's, then you click it and jump to the code, or use your memory, you come here, and we see line 16 is right here. So what's essentially happening is, and then this works for the initial startup and that has no impact, we are setting the inner HTML of an element to the inner HTML of the element prefixed with some div in HTML. And every assignment to inner HTML does a recalculation, as performance thing has told us. Specifically, it does a parsing of HTML, which apparently takes 10.9 seconds when you are creating total pixel count. I'm not going to do math live. Total pixel count 1600 pixels, because these are all little divs with different stylings. So 1600 different recalculations of HTML, all happening one after another. Apparently takes 10 seconds on my machine. So the solution, at least the solution I came up with, or I would think to come up with, is saying the HTML equals a new string, let, and instead of assigning it to game container inner HTML, we can say this variable HTML equals HTML, then suffix, and at the end of the loop, we can say inner HTML equals the HTML from the variable. Now this, if I refresh it, I was trying real hard to go. Real hard. Come on, Chrome, I believe in you. Oh, it's okay, so it's happening that quickly. As you can see, we run it, and it's almost instantaneous. So we can take another performance test. This is always a good thing. You do a performance before and after to see if what you've done actually has a difference. Fortunately, we can visually inspect it, but you still take them no matter what. And that giant 10-second blob is gone. Our scripting has gone down to 61 milliseconds. If we go to bottom up, you can see now we're just picking out like literally milliseconds for the browser literally composing styles. And our create game board pixels now takes a whopping 15.8 milliseconds. Still, parsing HTML is the most impactful. So if we really cared about those 14 milliseconds, we could probably do something. But we don't. And it says line 19, matching with line 19. Yeah, that was probably the most performant thing on there. I mean, we can look again, see if any of this is doing anything. I don't think there's any more optimizations we need to make for multiplayer considerations. Yeah, so I don't know why bottom up isn't listening to me. So hey, thanks for jumping in just for CBD. And Parse HTML, it essentially means what is the browser doing at this very moment. So if we go on, do I have previous recordings? No, it does not, sadly. So Control Z, time traveling. We go back and we want to record this. It'll all take 10 seconds. Apparently it's going to take longer than that because page can't. So the explanation is essentially it is the browser taking a string and parsing HTML from that string. Because when we say inner HTML equals a string, it needs to convert that string to HTML. So it does this obviously whenever we assign inner HTML or modify it in any way. It also does this when it first loads your HTML. Now it's kind of hard to see this on performance because it's just so fast. Or it's like we don't have a lot of HTML here to parse, at least on the page itself. But that is the event name essentially internally and exposed to us, parse HTML. So now that we've got the profile of the code here, we can see it's what they call it, parse HTML, and you can go on to look at more exactly and see. But that's basically it. So when you do it this way, you can see everything that causes an HTML parsing. So you can see one of them was create foo. So apparently at line 26, it causes the HTML to be reparsed because it adds and removes a class list. So yeah, fun fact there. Set interval, we got no line number for that. Whoa, anyone else here? Line 1, not useful. Yeah, so you could track it down that way, track down the event, not the code, but the code's always a pretty good place to start with when you're trying to optimize or see what's taking the longest. So Control Z, back to the future, our lovely optimized code. And now it's time to make this thing multiplayer compatible. So for those who were there from my previous multiplayerification of the trivia game, essentially the way I do it is like how the game Minecraft does it, where instead of having the shared code and then a multiplayer version and then a single player version of the game, I'm going to not do that. I'm going to have one shared code base, and when it's playing single player, it's connecting to itself. So never mind more ramblings of Rascal. That's how I was doing it. What I'm doing it now is essentially it's going to be a host and there's going to be a client. The host will do all the calculations in here, so it does all the math, all the positioning, and the client, all it does is it receives and sets the board to the state, and it sends back the events that it does. So this is actually the easier version of, I suppose, multiplayer games. At least it's easier to write, easier to get right is maybe another thing entirely, but it takes less effort to code it out. So if y'all were like, man, that multiplayer trivia, it's a lot of complications, it's not. It's going to be a lot easier for this one. So first thing we need to do is essentially create our peer, like literally get the library in here. So if we go to peer.js, not in that tab, in this one, just gonna go on over here, and this is it. It says this is how you include the library. So we are people who follow instructions. So we're just gonna drop that above the existing. And unlike last time, I will not be involving TypeScript because this is not big enough project to make it worthwhile. And we got some code here that says how to do this. So this is how we connect others. This is how we receive a connection. Of course, we have to write the host before we have a client. So we will be writing how to receive a connection. We have some constant globals, lovely defined, and some local variables for the game itself. Now what we're going to need is essentially that little bit we copied and the creation of a new peer. This is essentially us joining the network. I want this to be a const. So when we join the network, we essentially just want to join the network. We don't want to do anything special. And when we join the network, we are randomly assigned an ID. For local development purposes, though, where is it? I run my own server, so we don't have to rely on the internet loading. And this is awkward. I do not remember how to get to the GitHub. So I'm just going to come over here. I'm looking at my other screen to see my command history, because I know I ran it at some point. History, nope, not there. It's around here somewhere, folks. Just gotta find it. History, up here. That's the installation. Pure.js. Okay, here is the command. I found it. Essentially, now y'all don't need to do this, and when it's deployed, this will not need to be done. Like I said, this is using front-end only technologies. I get to run this little command that starts a Pure.js server literally on my machine. So if they ever go down on the web, your projects do not die. They just need a new server to hook up to. And looking at the API reference, I need to figure out how to establish a connection. So options. So these are the documentation for Pure.js. Takes an options object, and it has a host, port, path, a whole bunch of other things. Our host is localhost, would it be, or 127? Probably localhost. And then what is our path? My app. What is our port? 9000. And the first parameter is our ID. So we will say undefined to allow it to get an ID, because we don't want to pass it the options in the position of the parameter that it's supposed to accept an ID. So now we have our peer, and when it's connected, it decides to console log the data from the other connection. But first, we want to essentially get our ID. The goldfish memory is kicking in, folks. I do not remember how this works. So that's the great thing about GitHub. We've already done this, so we can just go back to it again. So where's the trivia? Control F, find the trivia. Not that trivia. Oh, okay, it's not on that listing because it's a bit boot campy. I was never able to get it to a acceptable position, so I didn't get it on my list of things. But it does have a repository. You can look at the code to see how we received an ID before. Tell us secrets. Okay, so we have a lot of stuff here. Blah blah. When we join, here's when we get the peer. We say peer on open, and that's when we receive an ID as a parameter. So sometimes you are your own documentation. So peer.on open, receive an ID. We're just gonna console log that for funsies. Always love getting code to a testable state as soon as possible, and there it is. We didn't even need to get to Chrome because I opened Chrome through VS Code in debug mode. So we see we have an ID here, and if I look at my terminal, we can see I connected. So these are the logs for Pure.js. You don't get to see these unless you're running your own node, I suppose, but that I can see them. Useful for debugging. Not much else a reason for it. So yeah, we can see once I connect, I have an ID. We're going to use this ID eventually, but not just yet. Now, if y'all are here for my Open Trivia multiplayer game, you know how I'm going to allow people to initially customize their IDs so they can share them. That's going to be with a URL search parameter from the hash. So we're going to use the URL search params API that allows us to pass a string and will automatically parse it all for us. Then we are accessing window.location.hash to receive everything after the octothorpe hash sign or pound sign, however you like to call it. Then we are slicing it because window.location.hash actually does include the octothorpe and the text. So we're like, skip that first one. Now that we've given it the string. So on this side, the green bar, that is the that's just the progress for the music. So like when you see like the background music, that's just how far until the track's done, basically. There's also the title thing that shows up and stuff when it changes in the album cover. So that's just the song progress indicator. Well, like I said, the one that collapses as I code. Okay. The green bar. So I'm going to redo this so I can see exactly what it is. I'll look closely, see what it was. Yep. Close that. Like from line 10. The green bar on the left. Okay, you're talking about this green bar, aren't you? Okay, yep, so what this is a feature of whenever you're using a Git repository. This essentially is saying you added lines, green for additions. So this is saying this is lines that you added to the repository that have not been committed yet. I think this is a native feature to VS Code, and you can click on it to see like this is what you added. And yeah, let's look at the other example. So we see here I added this line, I added this line, but here I got a little blue one. That means I modified it. So if we click on the blue one, we can see it shows it in so like this is what I removed, the red, and this is what I changed it to, the green. Oh no. Why is this so small? There you go, let's get some real estate on this thing. Yeah, so that's what all these little colors mean, and I'm like pretty sure they're native to VS Code. Let's look at the settings, because like this is called, I believe, the gutter, essentially. Or is this one of those sides I call the gutter? So let's see, git gutter. Coverage, gutter, source control. Here it is, git decoration. So yeah, it's called gutter patterns. So yeah, apparently it works with any source control. But yeah, that's what the little green bar is doing. It's saying, hey, you added some code here. Do you want to look at it? Yeah, pretty neat feature when, especially once you're done with code, you can go into the source control tab, click on your modified code, and it shows you a side-by-side difference. Oh, of course, happy to help, just for BCBD. It shows you a side-by-side difference of what you changed. So if you've done a lot of coding, made a lot of changes, you can just be like, wait a minute, what did I do? Or if you have to do things over multiple days, what did I change? So you can come here and it shows you a side-by-side of old code and new code. And this isn't VS Code doing it. It's like VS Code is showing us the difference. It's actually Git, GIT, that's generating the difference. So let's see, we want our ID to be this.git and then ID or undefined. So git is a method on this URL search params object that, very nice description, returns the value associated with this key. If that value don't exist, we use undefined. So if they didn't give us an ID, we don't use an ID. Now we can test this by saying hash ID equals 123, and nothing changes because nothing's supposed to change. But if we go back and look in our console, aka what I'm doing in VS Code, we can see our ID is now 123. The important part about this is that it is constant and predictable. And with that, we were able to get basically our ID generated. Now we will add a little more because it is break time, but we're going to add a little more, the ability for another user to connect to this user, and then we will take our break. So the way we're going to do that is by looking at the Pure.js documentation, because docs should be read, and we see this is how we connect to another user. So yoink, and we're just going to drop this in here, but we're going to drop it inside a conditional. So we're going to use our same trick from before, abusing the URL as a configuration file, to say, hey, if there is a hash parameter host, essentially, if there's a host, what we're going to do, when we get host, put this in a variable first because we need to use it 2 times. So we put the host, the value of the host hash parameter in a variable called host ID, and we say, hey, if there's a host ID, we want to connect to that host ID. So we say connection, connect to another Pure's ID, which is host ID. And when it opens, we send hi, and that's all we're going to do. So now we have over here this window. So this is where we start getting multi-window here, folks. And we have 2 lovely windows. So if we look at this one, they're both the same. Now we can see in the console log for this one, actually we're going to open console log for both of them because goldfish memory, I don't know which one is supposed to console log. So if we say this one is ABC and the host for this one is 123, and you refresh, we can see on the host we got the message hi. This is the same message that if we look over here, we said if there's a host, create a connection to the host. When the connection opens up, run this code. What code do we run? We run the code that says to send the message hi to the host that we are connected to. And over here, this is the host. So they have their ID of 123. The client has their ID of ABC. And when the host console logs hi, when did we tell it to console log hi? We said, hey host, whenever you are receiving a connection, so someone is connecting to you, take that connection, and whenever that connection is sending data, run this code, and this code you are passing me a data variable, which is whatever the user sent. Could be a number, could be a string, could be an object, could be an array, basically anything that is serializable. And if we haven't gotten there, it's literally any of the primitives and objects and arrays. Those are the things that it can send over the protocol. It can do more, like you can do full on make your own Zoom with this, but yeah, that ain't what I'm doing. But essentially it does all the parsing for you, you receive it in your console logger. And that is our clients connected. They ain't doing anything, but that is something we will implement at the end of our break. Of course, it's going to be after we do our code wars at the end of our break. So sorry for that. Just realized, so yeah, just gotta fix a little stream thing. Don't go nowhere. Break. I mean, do go somewhere. Take your break. You just don't have to look at the screen while I flip between scenes and move things around. There we go. Got my mic fixed. Okay, now take your break, folks. Welcome back, welcome back. That is the end of our break. And as with all breaks, we will be doing just a tiny bit as soon as I get it pulled up of Code Wars. Hopefully you all hydrated, stretched, and relaxed during that break. If not, we will use Code Wars to do a little hydration, stretch, and relaxation, I suppose. To hydrate our brain with some prep usage, to relax from multiplayer and just getting all that weird stuff set up. And let me find a good kata to jump on real quick. Let's see. Yeah, it's Code Wars time, Pink Star. Let's see. Okay, this is and I almost, there we go, got that working. So bit count, write a function that takes an integer as input and returns the number of bits that are equal to 1 in the binary representation of that. Okay, I've already trained on that. My bad. Okay, let's see. 2 joggers. Or integer. Well, I don't know. I've never seen any of these ones. Bob and Charles are in a meeting. The function. Okay, 2 arguments. Length of Bob, length of Charles. Number of laps Bob has to run. Number of laps Charles has to run. Give them the length. Find the number of laps each jogger has to complete before they meet each other at the same time at the start. Okay, so it's a little bit of a math question. Let's look for another. Okay, that's another mathy one. I should probably select not trained. And let's go to a more reasonable level. I don't need no 5 Caillou. Not, at least not the first break. Easy line. Oh, gotta love that. What are you saying? Easy line. Okay, Pascal's triangle. Horizontal lines are numbered 0. Oh. This is a 7 Caillou, apparently. Takes n as a parameter and turn the sum of the squares of the binomial coefficients on that line. Okay. Bulb maze. Check that one. You walk in a maze, you need to reach the exit through many rooms. Rooms are in a straight line. You can only walk in the dark. Some rooms have light bulbs. If a light is bright, you are caught. The status is auto switch every minute. So XO, O, XO, X. X is bulb, off, O is not bulb. Okay. Determine if you can get through the maze. Return true if you can, false otherwise. Okay, this one seems a good one I can do. So essentially, we start out on X and we make sure we can advance or wait to advance to get to an X. You were caught by... Oh, so there is no advancing, there is no choice. You're just always going forward. Okay, yeah, let's go for this one, folks. I think I can do this one. Okay, so again, making sure we go with prep. So parameters, we are receiving always a string. That string can contain 3 different characters, an X, an O, and a space. What else is about this string? Apparently, it can contain these. It doesn't contain one of each of these. What else information can we get from this string? It appears that the string will always have at least 1 character. Let's read the documentation. Moving speed is 1. Can it ever be an empty string? Well, if it were an empty string, we would be successful because we would have reached the last room. So we could say if to handle that information we're not being provided, we can handle it. What are we returning? We're returning true or false, so a Boolean, if through the traversal we can reach the end without our current index ever being an O. So it's always going to be true or false. And the examples, we have them as here pretty well. So let's just take the first one and blow this up a little bit. So we have, oh, that's not an X. We have an O, space, O, X, O, X. So we start here, there is no light. Then we go to here, which is at an X at the moment. Then we go here. Then we go here, which is an X at the moment. Wait a minute. Let me look at their example now. Because I was like, I can calculate, and it's like, no, apparently I do not understand the algorithm. So X, O, X. Okay, yeah, I did understand it. I just forgot how to count there for a moment, it seems. That is cool. So we bring back out the drawing. Essentially, we traverse through, and if our index is ever an O, we have failed. And for each traversal, we are reversing, turning all the O's to X's and all the X's to O's. Okay, that is a good example. Now we expected. Now for our pseudocode, let's run on that one. So this is where the fun begins. So basically an index is going to be traversing. So for index of maze, first we need to flip them all. So change all O's to X's and X's to O's. But this happens at the end of the loop, so not initially. So when we first enter the loop, we grab our current index, we say, hey, if the index, or if the character at index equals an O, return false. Otherwise, then we change all the O's to X's and X's to O's, and we allow the loop to move us forward. If we reach the end of the code, that means we have successfully reached the end, and we would return true. That seems like good pseudocode to me. Yeah. Okay, yeah, that is enough for me. I think we've done most of the prep. Let's jump straight into this. So for let I equals 0, using a classic for loop, I is less than the length of the string. The string is called maze, so it is maze.length. I++, to always be moving our index forward. Then we are checking if maze A's indexed by I, so getting the current character at the index, equals O. Okay, so here's something of prep that I did not anticipate. I made the assumption that they're all lowercase, for example. She could have clarified further, where they'll be uppercase or will always be lowercase. Based on the examples, I made the assumption that will always be lowercase. So if it is currently lowercase, we are returning false. We have failed. Now we are changing all the O's to X's and X's to O's. So how do we want to do that? Well, strings are immutable, so we can't set their indexes, so we can't set their values by an index, but we can convert it to an array and then modify those array values, swapping them from X to O and O to X, and then turn that array back into a string, which is what I plan to do. So maze equals maze split. That is a string method that splits a string into different segments. You pass it an empty string, it converts it into the UTF-16 segments, essentially the characters. And we want to map over this array. And map will transform each character into something else. Now, if a character equals space, okay, now I don't want to write ternary first, so we'll say if car equals space, return car. It doesn't change at all. But else, if car equals an X, we return an O. So the X's become O's. Then else, we return an X, because if you're not a space and you're not an X, you have to be an O. That's all there's left. That's all there's left to be, you know? There can't be anything else. So this transforms our maze into an array and replaces and changes each of those array elements into the X's and O's inverse of it. Now we need to convert this array back to a string using the join method, which, similar to split, takes what you want to join it by. If you pass an empty string, it essentially uses that to join it. And I believe, lastly, we need to return true to indicate that we made it through the maze. Oh, do we have a first try? Hey, first try. Okay, let's clean this up a little bit and see, can we do this better, more optimized, kind of pull a Code Wars and make it real smushy and compressed? So yeah, the answer is yes. And I broke some indentation. Yeah, Pinkster, first try. So let's start with, so it turns out that initial protecting about empty strings I did not need, because an empty string would never enter the array and would always return true. So this conversion from a string to an array, the transformation of the array to another array, and conversion back into a string, that don't seem cheap. So that is an O of n operation, another O of n operation, and another O of, I don't know, maybe n operation. So that's 3. That's not good. We can optimize that by pre-calculating, because there are only 2 states that our thing can be in. So looking at here, for example, we have X and we have O. The alternative state is O and X. We don't need to do math, or we don't need to recalculate X and O. We can just remember what it was. So that is the approach I'm going to be going with. So there will be an initial calculation of what the invert is, but then we'll always use one of those 2 states. So we're going to do this by declaring a states array, and there's going to be maze as the first one, and then this code to generate our inverted state as the second one. Now we're still going to use maze length because it's a perfectly good length variable to use, but instead of maze I, we'll do something crazy here. Okay, I'm not going to do crazy just yet. I'm going to keep it normal. So const inverted state. We're going to go normal, then we'll go crazy. Always got to go crazy. We're going to just create another variable called inverted state. And then we're going to determine which character or which string we get our current character from based on the divisibility of 0, or the divisibility into 2 of this current index, because that is our current character. We can use this as essentially a boolean that always flips between true and false. So const string equals I divisible by 2. So if it's divisible by 2, aka it's even, which is the first one, then we want to use maze. But if it's not even, aka it's in the odd positions, we want to use the inverted maze. Yep, I just decided to rename it. There we go. And now we can index that string to get the current character of that string, and this should still work. It does still work. Does it still successfully? It does successfully. So not only have we made this a little bit longer code, but the advantage is that we're not running this calculation every time in our loop. We run it once and it's done forever. Can we go further? Well, we can always go further, folks. Why even ask that question? So we're using this modulus 2 essentially to determine which one it is. Now, I kind of already spoiled it, but we have mazes. I'm just going to create an array of 2 mazes, this inverted one and the original one. I'm just going to put them in the array. A little dirty, but it works. And instead of having, so we're still going to use the variable, and we're still going to use the modulus of 2, but we're not going to check, are you 0 or are you not 0? we're going to use the result to index which maze to use. Bada boom, bada bing. And the way this works is that we only have 2 slots in our array. So you got 0 and you got 1. And this, because we're moduloing it by 2, it's always either going to be 0 or 1. Because even if it's 2, 2 modulo 2 rolls back around to 0. And then 3 rolls back around to 1. And that is our trick to, well, escape. It goes into full screen. I forgot about that, Code Wars. And that is our trick to do this. And just to go full Code Warrior, we're going to reduce this. The reason I know we can reduce this is because we have declared a variable that we only use once. So we can do that just like that. And now we have this map here. It's gonna get Code Warfied. How are we gonna do this? Well, we can go full ternary. That is one option. Just go full ternary operator. How are we gonna... I mean, I guess we just start going with it, right? We just go full ternary operator. Yeah, so essentially we're returning all 3 of these if statements, but in a ternary operator. It's always a little messy when we do this, but I'll try to make it readable. So car triple equals an empty string. If this is true, car. Here it comes, folks. Ooh, there's the ternary. Car triple equals x. What do we return? An O. Else. Here comes the else. We switch it back to x. And my fingers go everywhere, hitting the wrong keys. And now this still works, but it's a little difficult to read. We can make it more difficult. This is an arrow function. It has a single return statement. It can be inlined. There we go. Now we are a full Code Warrior, I believe. Can we do this any better? So like I'm doing the map here. If this is like way too unreadable, another example is to use an object, like a replacement object. And I will show that here because that's sometimes useful. So we are replacing spaces with spaces, x's with o's, and o's with x's. So it's kind of like a dictionary. You can look at keys and definitions essentially in it. And I mean, I'm using it like a dictionary is what I mean. So instead of doing this giant scary ternary, we say we want to return, well, we create the arrow function syntax. How does it work? Then we index it with car, right? Here's how to do this. Wait, how does this work? Okay, so due to syntactical things, you gotta put it in parentheses first. So this also works. I think that the ternary is computationally better, but it does functionally work the same. And I believe we're gonna go for the ternary because that one's a little funner, a little less crazy. And I believe this is as optimal as this is gonna get. So let's see the one-liners, folks. We are ready to see the one-liners. Because we know they're here, don't we? I flip that on. Forgot my time. Okay, so what are we doing here? We are calling every... So we're essentially going through every, and we're doing some interesting string matching. So this is almost like there was a math solution you could have done, but you didn't do it. Yeah, this is basically, you could have figured it out if you knew the math. Looks like everyone's doing it this way. So essentially it's if you don't find an O and an X beside each other, but then you use the AND operator? What? What does this mean? I have no... Okay, that one got me. What'd y'all vote that one for? Best practice. Okay, let's see some 100 dev solutions. Okay, how are we doing here? We are checking... Oh, Varola Fox. Hey! Wow, thanks for rating me. how did you how did you finish out the Banky? Did you get any more good questions? Kirby Gang? I don't remember that. You're all Kirby Gang apparently. And everyone be sure to everyone, you are everyone, I suppose, but be sure to check out. There it is. Hey. Slow notification. It may there eventually. Oh, and thanks for all the follows, folks. Wow. Well, you caught us just in the end of a Code Wars trying to parse whatever is going on here. But hey, thanks for stopping on by. You broke your brain on floats. Oh, whoa, hey, thanks for the follow, Kismet, Gat Kid Neptune, Intelligence, Top Sialog _ What kind of floats? Was it the CSS floats or the data type floats? Because when you say float, I think like 1.2. That's not how you write a 2. That's what I think when I hear floats. CSS floats. Oh, great. Let me see if I can pull that one off. I'm off the top of my dome. What would that be? CSS floats. So it is something that is taken out of the flow of the document and put at the top of its parent element to the left or the right. That's all I can remember from my Anki card. But that ain't no 3 sentences, huh? Yeah. I tried, yeah. I gotta do more Anki, folks. I think it's mostly... I can literally go look at my Anki card right now. So that nobody likes them. Yeah. Yeah, we gotta get through, that's for sure. Where is Anki? All my autocompletes are missing. What do I have for float? Not that one. Removes the element from normal flow and places it relative to its parent element. It also forces the display to be a block. Huh. That's a fun fact I didn't remember. Apparently it does a lot. But yeah, we just finished a Code Wars. You know what? Just for us, we'll do another Code Wars. See if we can find another good one. Let's see. Turn the Mars rover to take pictures. That sounds like math. I'm gonna look at it, but I'm gonna be suspicious. Okay, the Mars rover can face 4 directions. If it asks, turn northeast, go right, northwest, turn left. Okay, that's not too much math. That's like a lot of logic. Yeah, okay. I think we avoided the math, Pinkster. I think we might be able to avoid that. Okay, so as Leon has given us, we gotta go full prep. This is how we do prep. So what parameters are we receiving? We are receiving current and a target. Yes, logic is always it's always better than math. Okay, we are receiving 2 parameters, current and target. So the parameter is always a string. It is always one of these 4 letters, NSEW, to 2 strings, N, S, E, and W. And those are our 2 parameters. They're always going to be uppercase, it appears. Yes, they are always going to be uppercase. Now, what are we expected to be returning? Left and right. So the string's left and right. So if we're facing north, it should turn right to face east. Okay, let's read this next example. If we are facing south, it should turn right to face west. Okay, so I'm given one direction and another direction and told which way I need to go. So if I'm given south and west, I need to turn right this way. Okay, I think I'm getting the logic here. I think I am learning. And if we are given north and we need to go east, we need to turn to the right. Okay, I'm starting to get this. That's not really our return. So our return, I skipped a prep step. Sorry, folks. We're returning right or left. And those are the examples which I kind of just went through. So our pseudocode, I'm thinking, well, we can do like so many if statements that we can do all the if statements. But I'm thinking a logical way to do this is because essentially we're saying if in a circle, so we have north, east, up, east, west, south. Essentially, if it's to the right of us, so if it's after us, or if it's before us. So if we reimagine the circle as an array, north, east, south, and west, if we are east and it is to the right of us, so its index is after our index, then we turn right. But if it's to the left of us, then we turn left. So if it's less than our index, we turn left. That might work. Let's think of the edge cases about that one. So if we're on west and it tells us to go north, that's technically to the left of us. Yeah, that won't work because the index is less, so we can't add an edge case that detects. So another parameter that I was not able to get in the first step of P of the prep was, would we ever receive like an interesting behavior? So if I was given like north and south, then what direction would I turn? Could I turn any direction? I don't know. This Code Wars, it can't answer my questions. But that would totally be what I would ask the interviewer. Like, are you ever going to give me both north and south? So directions that are opposite each other? Yeah. Okay, so I think I'll just go the brute force way first. Because I tried to be all fancy and like, we'll use indexes of a circular array. But that did not work. Well, no, actually it will work. So if we're only receiving them one to the left or right of us. Yep, so northeast, that's not how you write cardinal directions. So if it's only one to the left or right, we can take our index, so 0, 1, 2, and we can add 1 to it in both directions. So we check 3, and we check negative 2 minus 1, and we say, hey, does this equal the target? When it does equal the target, we can say that is what we were looking for. We return if it's positive, so if we made a positive, right, but if we made a negative change, left. And this works with the edge cases. Yeah, I mean, Bombaloni, I can think of the brute force. Like, I see it, like, how it would work in my mind. But I'm trying to think of, like the optimal. Probably shouldn't have been trying to think of the optimal. Should have just went for it. But yeah, I think that's my approach. So we're gonna say const directions. So this is where the code starts happening. And we don't even need this to be an array. Now we can use a string. In north, east, southwest. And we can say current index equals current. Does index of work? Hey, it's not ugly if it works, Bombaloni. So index of the current, current index of current, that's not going to work, is it, folks? It is directions index of current. Then we want target index equals directions index of target. Well, it would work if I typed it right. So what this is doing is, well, it's going to do something once I console log it, of course. Console log current index target index. So now we can see what it was. So we are currently, unfortunately, I did not console log enough because I can't see what my current and target actually are. So let's put current in there and target in there. There we go. So we are currently at N. Our index is 0. Our target is E. Our target index is 1. And then we try S, index 2, target W, 3. So both of these want right. And it is to the right. Okay, I think I can see this. So right's going to be a little easier because when we get to basically 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, we can use the modulus operator to wrap around to 0. Left is going to be like manual math, so we'll figure that out. So const to right of current, very explicit variable names, directions, current index plus 1. That's not what a 1 looks like. Modulus. Oh, we're going crazy now. So remember, we have to put these in parentheses because the modulus operator has an extremely high operator precedence. So if I would have done this, and that's still not a 1. There we go. It just didn't want to be a 1, folks. So now if I do this, hey, Bombaloni, look, you said you're ugly brute force, but look how little less time it took you to get it done, right? So I don't know how ugly it is. So that is to right of current, and we can just do this check now. If target equals to right of current, return right. Oh, can we cheat here? And we can just say if you're not on the right, then you have to be on the left. Or we might be able to kind of cheat our way through that. No? Okay. So if we're facing west, we should turn right to face N. Okay, so again, when things go wrong, we console log. So current target, that's what we want to see first. There we go. So we're receiving W and N. So we want to turn right. So obviously, so remember when I said, oh, watch out for the modulus operator. So this is what's happening. Let me show. So we can console log this apparent index that we're traveling to the right of to show it in the console, so we can see. We don't see it there. We see it here. Our right index is 4, but that's not what we want. We want to wrap back around to 0. So we need to use parentheses around our addition, because the modulus operator has a higher precedence. So what it does first is it's 1 modulus 4, which is 1, and then it says current index plus the result of 1 modulus 4. So watch out if you ever need to do math around a modulus operator. Don't forget the parentheses. And now this should work. Lovely. And we are cheating and just checking the right. But that does work. If we care to check the left, though, it would be 2 left of current. And then if we're 0, we wrap around to 4. If we're not 0, we negative 1. But I think I've spent enough on this. So if we say current index. So now we're going full Code Wars, folks. How can we make this code shorter, right? So we have directions. This variable is used twice. Yeah, you're right. CHXAU. I suppose it's not cheating. It's just doing less calculations. Yeah, I suppose it is. Now that I think about it, it's not cheating at all. It's just working better, working smarter. Yeah, party. Let's see. Let's Code Warsify this. Current index. So this variable is only used once. That is always an obvious indicator that you can devariabilize it at the cost of readability, of course. I know it just didn't feel. It was cheating because I derived from my original game plan. Like, this is the plan. And it's like, wow, I didn't need to implement half the plan. So it just felt like I got something for free there. Hey, thanks for the follow. CHXAU. You gotta tell me if I'm saying your name right, because I'm just literally saying every character. Channel alternate universe. I don't know. There's so many. Like, what does it mean? So yeah, we can do this, and of course we can ternarify it. I think this is the last fanciness I'll do. So if this right, otherwise left. Now, can I go further? I could, but here's the thing. Like, we can go further. We can put this in here and not have a current index variable. But look at this readability, folks. It's not very readable, so I would not personally do that. So, in addition, since directions is not something that needs to be calculated, I like making it a big fat global variable. Ah, okay, man, I lucked out there with you, CHX Australia. The Australian CHX. There you go. So now I call this a giant global directions variable, and I just do this because it's not something that is being changed at all. So this seems a little better. And now we make our submission, and we see what all the code warriors did. Oh man, I really overthought it, huh? So they made a mapping of if you're at N and you're looking at W, you want to go left. Yeah, that would do it. Okay, the brute force. Yeah. Oh, people did do the math. Oh, they've handled the off by 1 by adding an extra N. Interesting. Yeah, okay, let's see what you did, Bomboloni. Oh wow, this is only okay. I was about to be like, wow, you went full code words. It's so short. So let's see. So if we're north and if we're at north looking to east, or at least okay, yeah. So you hard coded all 4 variants. I mean, I'd say this is a bit fancy. Yeah. Let's see how to do that. Yeah. I mean, this is literally, besides a ternary operator, this is as optimal as you can get. And if you went ternary at this point, it'd be much more unreadable. Yeah, Bomboloni, that was a good one. It's essentially the same as most of the checks they have here. It's like essentially... Yeah, it's let me think about that, actually. Yeah, you wrote it literally as you thought it through. That's always a good solution to go for. So if C is N and T is E, so if this evaluates to true, then it checks. Or E and T and C is N. Yeah, that was a good one there. You know what? Let's see. We can turn this into a Code War stream if y'all want, folks, or we can go multiplayer snakes. It's up to you. We'll eventually get back to it, but we're getting on a good streak here. See if we can find another good-looking one. How green is my valley? Alphabetical grid. I mean, those two look something. If we don't get a math one, we might go for it. You need to write a function grid that returns an alphabetical grid n by n, where 0, 1, and 2, A, B, and C. Okay. A, B, C, D, B, C, D, C, D. I mean, it's not math, but after Z comes A. Okay. I'm not sure. N times N. Yeah, I'm not sure what's incrementing. So the math here would essentially be taking the current row number plus the current column number, right? Because 0 plus 0 is A, 0 plus 1 is B, 1 plus 0 is B, 1 plus 1 is C, right? Now let's see this fancy one you found, Bomboloni. Yeah, I did catch that one. It was basically at the top, I think, right? So it handles my off by 1. Oh, no, it doesn't. Oh, you gotta look deep at this one. So it's checking if it includes current plus target. So it's checking if target is literally to the right of current, and if that's in this pairing of strings. So northeast, east, south, southwest. And then you don't need to include because it circles around. That is, yeah, I think that might be the most, I'm trying to think. I mean, as far as optimum like performance and all that, I think they're mostly equal. Yeah, CHX, I am not a fan of the math ones because it's for me, the math process is mostly brute force, or if it says something, I Google that something. I'm like, how do you do this particular math operation in JavaScript? So yeah, that was a good catch, Bombaloni, because when you don't look at it close enough, you can, like I did, I essentially glossed right over it, and I'm like, oh, that was interesting. Yeah, it really kind of out of the box thinking, that one. Okay, yeah, I like alphabetical grid. I'm going for an alphabetical grid. Now remember, folks, if y'all got any code words you particularly want me to try, feel free to drop them in chat and all. And I will, please no math, but if you really want to see the math, I will give it a try. So yeah, we're going for alphabetical grid. Write a function that returns an alphabetical, I can say alphabetical grid. So, let's not get lost here. Parameters. We are receiving n, a number, right? So n equals a number. It should be always positive. Can it be negative? Aha! If function is less than 0, return null. Can be less. So it's basically any whole number. Is whole number, or whatever the proper math term for that is. And then, so I mean, that's kind of all there is to the parameter. It's always going to be a number. It can be negative. Now, what are we supposed to return? Oh, we're returning a string. A string of a grid n by n size, where each row is delimited by spaces. No, wait a minute. I got that wrong. Where each column is delimited by spaces, aka separated by spaces, and each row is separated by a new line, and each row is n characters long, and there are n lines. Otherwise, if it is less than... Wait, what should I return for 0? Oh, okay. Another edge case. So we have three different branches here. We have, if it's 0, we return an empty string. I guess it's not really an edge case. So the only edge case we have, take it back. We back down to 2 edge cases. If it's negative, return null. That's what we got. Now, what examples? We got a lot of good examples here. One thing that they do note is that we will have to wrap back around to A once we get to the letter Z. So once we receive a call of 26 or 25, 27, that number, it wraps back around to A. So we'll have to implement that math. Fortunately, our initial test cases does not include such things, so we'll only know that on the big test. And pseudocode. Okay, here comes the fun part. Essentially, well, first we check if n less than 0, return null. First, the edge case has now been solved. Now, the rest of our code should work for any number 0 to infinity. Now, how do we want to do this? Because we need a data structure outside of our loop to keep track of our string. So we'll say rows equals empty array for I to n, so we'll just be counting that much. And then for every row, we will... This is where the math shows up. I don't know how it snuck in here. Math showed up. It's not that much math, though. So what are we doing here? We are combining... So we're saying, then we need to do another for loop. That's where we do. So this is for row. It's for C all the way to n. There we go. And now we combine R plus C to get current character. So calculate car from R plus C modulus 25 or something. Then add car to... Well, so we need an array, so add car to row. So in here we'll need a row, so it's the current row that we are building. And at the end of our column loop, we will add row as space joined string, that's right, to rows array. Okay, I think I see the end, folks. return rows array joined with new line characters. Okay, I think that's the pseudocode, folks. I don't see anything wrong with this. I'll have to figure out this math, but this does seem like the good logic. So let's go through this and write this out in JavaScript. That is prep done. Time to solve now. So if n less than 0, return null. Hey, well, hey, at least you get to see an attempt at it. And yeah, the math to generate the one based on the row and the column, I think that's probably the most complicated part. And apparently n is a capital N. Plus you have all the string manipulation and array manipulation, in which there are a few different ways to do it. But depending on the way, you have to clean up after yourself. Like if I said row was a string, then I would have to add a space and then remove a space. I mean, yeah, sometimes you're just tired, brain's not in the zone, you know? But this prep definitely does help. It forces you to think through the problem, to give your mind to think through the problem before you just jump in and start coding. Let's see, we have const rows equals things for let r equals 0, r less than I, r, r plus plus. Me not using the eyes, like all my hands are like, no, we're using eyes. And then we declare our row. So const row equals empty array for let c equals 0, c less than n, c plus plus. That's our row and our column. This is car equals r plus c modulus 26 or 25. So it's going to be off by 1, but we'll find that out by literally seeing it being off by 1. So now we have this index, but this is a 0-based index. Now, I could be a math wizard and be like, oh yes, the index of the lowercase a character is 55. Or I can say, what is the character code at 0? It's 97. So I would have been wrong either way. Now so essentially we take this, our 0-based alphabet index, and we add 97. This gives us the character code for our 0-based, now converted to our ASCII character code numerically. But we don't want the ASCII character code, we want the actual character. So string, the string giant, what is this? Technically it's a class, but there's a static method called from car code, and it receives any old number and returns you the character. So if I say string from car code 97, I get the letter A back. So car code at from character to code, string dot from car code, from code to character. So if I got this math right, that's the character. We want to push that character to the row, and as our pseudocode says, rows.push the current row joined by the space character. And finally, return rows. No, don't double return. What would that even do? Be like, really return, folks. Return rows joined by the new line character. Math. Okay, expected empty string to equal A. So I returned an empty string, but it wanted the letter A. So I just wrote it wrong. I said R is less than N. In this case, R is 0, and wait a minute. N is 1, so that is true. What went wrong? Time to start throwing console logs around, folks. Console log R. Did we make it to this line? That's essentially what we're saying. We made it to that line. How are our rows looking? We're just inspecting variables at this point, folks. Our rows is... What is that? That is... Let's look at the row. Okay, so the row is a reference of circular. Wow, I just got hit by massive streamer brain. So I found it. I don't know why I did this, but I pushed the row to itself. It's like I divided by 0. I made a circular reference somehow. So if we push the actual character to the row, it starts working. Would you look at that? And explosions of fire. Some imagining happening. What I imagine has happened is my math has failed. So we're just gonna guess that I went the wrong way. We're gonna guess this way now. Yay, okay, so I had 25. You really need to modulus 26. The explanation, let's see if I can pull this together. Z car code at 0. So 122 is Z. So if we do 122 modulus 122, we get 0. So if we were at the character Z and we were like, don't go past Z, it falls through. So we need to be 123. So we still get Z, but if we go to Z plus 1, we go back to A. Now, I never actually remember this math, but I always know how to write it out manually. So R plus C modulus 26 plus 97. I can't make that any better. I can put it directly in this push, though, so I can devariabilize it. Let's see. Let's clean up our comments now, because I think we're good there. And let's see what we got. So we have our rows. We need that. We have our row. We need that. We need that too. I mean, I'm sure there are the code warriors out there that did all this in one line with a magical reduce in 5 maps and a partridge and a pear tree. But I think this one is reasonably readable, and yeah, I mean, this is the best I think I can get this one to be readable, at least. Yeah, you know it. Oh, wow, top solution is actually not a one-liner. The second one is, though. Let's see, grid, cells, so variable names were different, but exact same math, little order different. Okay, yeah, so I basically had top solution here. Go Jubar, I don't know. Let's look at the code warriors. So we have the alphabet. We are repeating 8. So we have 8 versions of the alphabet. Oh no, this is already getting bad. So we got the null check. We're creating an array. Then we're substringing that by that. Okay, so I know this is essentially just a functional way to make a for loop that runs that many times. So it's an end for loop. Then you're substringing this part by this part. Okay, so essentially, I guess the math works out in which if you duplicate the alphabet 8 times. Okay, it's some form of indexing thing. Like they're getting, so if you have like A, B, C, they're doing the math, so they start from here and they go 26 characters this way. Like, I get the math, I'm just not interested in fully exploring the math because it's interesting, but like I wouldn't be cool with this for like, I don't think this would be an accepted interview solution is what I'm trying to get at. I think this is a code war solution, not an interview solution, because not only is the readability gone, but the array from and this callback is more performantly expensive than a normal for loop. Substringing is also expensive. I don't know if it's more expensive than building an array. Yeah, CHX. They're always impressive, but yeah, I know but I do like to understand them to see like how they work. But for sure, like top solution is best practice for a reason. Yeah, I don't think any of these people do actual pull requests like this. It's just for the fun. Oh, building a range. That's a fun little helper function. Just a different way to do the math. That's cool. So yeah, some people use arrays as their zero index. So instead of doing the 97 offset, they were like, I use array. Less math, more memory, I guess. Ooh, a generator, folks. Okay, why so many lines? Why so many lines? No, I'm not reading that. Okay, I upvote the solution. We're good. I think we did enough Code Wars. I think we spent an entire session on the Code Wars, so I will be taking a break, and since we spent this whole one doing Code Wars, when we get back, we will be making this game. There's a game around here, I promise. This game made by our very own Mayan Wolf. There's the link if you want to see the creation of the game. So I didn't make the game. Let me make sure everyone hears this. I did not make this game. Mayan Wolf made this game, and they did it on a stream. The VOD is linked in chat. Most of y'all probably saw it if you didn't. And if you want to know how, that is where you see it. What I'm doing is I'm making this game multiplayer, and I'm using a library called Pure.js to do it. For those that caught my previous ones, it is how I made my trivia multiplayer. The difference is that this ain't trivia, this is real time, and there are going to be two snakes on this field, both moving, and you can crash into the other snake and you'll lose and all that stuff. So it's a real time multiplayer game. Thank you, CHX. But you are really complimenting Mayan Wolf. They're the ones who made this game. But I'm taking the base of their game, which they did. What did they do? There's a GitHub link around here somewhere. Yeah, this is their code, so you can see it, and you can actually play it. I know I didn't make it. So yeah, Mayan Wolf made it. There's the channel and the GitHub, so you can see their code, and you can actually play it by clicking right up here. Or I cannot make you click another click, and I can just drop it in the chat. No, I got the humor. I got it. I was like, it was a good 80%. It's like, that's a good joke, but in case it wasn't a joke, I was like, no, wait, hold on. I got it though. So yeah, I'm going to be making this multiplayer real time. It's going to be a simpler multiplayer. So when I made the multiplayer trivia, it was like, it can handle 1 billion users. No, this is going to be a 2-person multiplayer. And boom, I did. I did already, so for those who didn't catch this part of it, I did use the performance tools. So yeah, I'll go ahead and show that before we take the break to optimize it. So this is a very cool, it's not something we'll need to use for most of our experience, but it's something that was interesting to do. So we had some existing code here, and I'm in Chrome. You can do this in Firefox too, if your Firefox isn't broken like mine. So there's this performance tab, and this is a little record button. So if you click it, and then you refresh your page, which LiveShare does it for me, you see it's profiling. Dun dun dun, what's that mean? It's basically counting everything that's happening and just recording a lot of statistics and a lot of math. And then once it's done, oh, that would have been nice if it finished just then. But it's still doing stuff apparently. Did I break it? Oh, I did break it. Okay, stop the profiler. Yeah, I broke it a little bit. So the game's broken, but the profiler is good. So once you run a profiler and you're like, this code's taking a long time, you run the profiler, and you can essentially see everything JavaScript is doing. Kind of like a giant, so if any of you use video editing or any form of timeline-based stuff, this is your timeline of all the stuff that happened. You can see you even get a little preview, like a screenshot preview of what it looked like at that time. And we can see on this top line up here, it's really small, it's like a mini map, little colors for different things happening, and then this giant thing for what just took 10 seconds. And there's a lot of, you can look at network requests, all kinds of fun stuff, but main is where you get all your JavaScript. So you care about main, then you can see, you can zoom into literally everything that your browser was doing to see, You took 1.61 milliseconds to paint, which was like drawing CSS. And you did this and you did that. And then you can look at the giant stuff and be like, what did you do, browser? And they're all like, there's a lot more information on here. I don't even know how to use half of this stuff, but I use the bottom up view. It essentially sorts things that take the longest to the top. So it's a little difficult to read, but this says it took 10,000 milliseconds, which is 10 seconds. And what was it? It was the Create Game Board Pixels. So if we open it up and open it up, we can see it took 3.5 seconds to evaluate some script and 6.5 to parse HTML. And eventually you can find a line number, line 44, and like you can explore this in 5 different facets, but that's the only one that really mattered because this is the big money maker. So we can jump down again. We can see particularly line 44 is what's taking a lot of our time. Now if we go and look at that, this is the one that I just changed back to, we are setting the inner HTML to the inner HTML plus some other text. So we are prefixing it, constantly adding all the divs to it. And I did the math. And by doing the math, I mean I ran this and it told me the math 1,600 times. So we are setting inner HTML to a new string 1,600 times. And that apparently on my system takes like 10 seconds. Because whenever you modify inner HTML, you're modifying it as a string. So it turns it all into a string, so you can modify it, but then it needs to turn that string representation of your HTML, like all these string variants, back to real HTML. So it needs to rebuild the components, refetch the images, whatever you did, it needs to redo all of that. And what that is called, apparently to Chrome, is parsing HTML. So if you ever, like, this is a way to optimize it, is to store it in a variable to build your giant HTML string, and then do one assignment or modification to inner HTML, and we can see it's instant. And if we clear it and run performance, we can see it takes very short time. And if we eventually find it, you see it's already much smaller. But we do see our parse HTML, and it takes a whopping 34 milliseconds now. So that's a fun thing if you're ever like, because these dev tools are powerful, but a lot of it's like a secret tab, like why would I ever need to use this? Like if you ran this and you were like, this is a lot of things, none of them are useful to me. So like if you got something that's taking slow or being laggy, that's one way to do it. Nice performance tools. And now the refresh is basically instant. And yeah, with that, so that's all I've done so far really to it. The other half was that I copied in Peer.js, and I used my URL search params trick to parse the query parameter under the hash string out, so we can give ourselves a customizable ID. This needs to be stable for matchmaking purposes, which we will add to this Snake game. Yes, this is going to have matchmaking. Well, it's going to have a list of usernames. You can click to join them. That's the matchmaking, folks. And then we have peer on. So this is showing when you connect to the peer, like to the network, to the nodes. Console logs the ID. And if y'all are worried about localhost, you do not need to use localhost. I'm using it because it makes development easier. You can use this Peer.js technology for free without learning any backend technologies right now, and you get basically multiplayer for free. All you gotta do is figure out how to connect the people up, and the way you do that is essentially sharing the IDs. So we have this tab here, and I make a new browser right there, and I copy this, and right now I'm using the URL to change the ID, but obviously you will use forms and other friendly stuff. So if my ID is ABC and the host is 123, as you can tell, very inspirational names here, folks. And I need to look at the console to read stuff. So you can see we have 123, that's my ID. When I run this, I got a hi message. This came from this browser over here. Now I'm running it on the same computer, obviously, but this can run essentially anywhere on the internet. So you can see when I have a host ID, I create a connection to that host ID using Pure.js. And then I say when that connection is open, this is like add event listener, but it's literally add event listener with a different word. You say when it's opened, then send the message hi. And then down here, this is when the host receives a connection. You receive the connection, and then when the connection has data, aka someone has sent something, we're just going to console log the message, and you can see that highlighted right there as hi. Watch, I'll clear it, and I'll save it, and it won't work. There you go, now it'll work. And that is the communication method we're going to be doing to add 2 snakes to this board. And with that, it is time for break. Be sure to stretch, relax, and hydrate. I will catch you at the end of it. We won't do a Code Wars because we just spent a whole Pomodoro session doing Code Wars. But we will be making this multiplayer enough. I actually don't know how much progress like this next session is going to be, but we're at least going to make some progress. That's my promise. We will make progress. So catch you at the end of the break, folks. Be sure to stretch, hydrate, and relax. 30-second warning, folks. Feel free to make your way back. Break is ending in 20 seconds. Yeah, Pink Star, we go get. And what is it we're going to get? We're going to get snakes. Okay, so let us set that timer. Bada boom, bada bing. Let's make these snakes multiplayer. So there's a few things we need to do before we just make it multiplayer. We need to make it first handle multiplayer data. So there are things that essentially we're counting that we need to count properly for all the users. So one of those is total food eaten. So right now this is for one snake. We need to make this for 2 snakes. And I have to fix an audio issue. Fixing. There we go, fixing. So now total food eaten is no longer a 0, it is 2 zeros for the 2 snakes that we can beat. So now we have to go through every instance and update it. So let's see, check if snake has interacted with its own body. You have eaten, total food eaten, 0, I guess. Hey, DN Bull, how you doing? What is up? How has your day been so far? We're making this snake multiplayer. If you caught Mayan stream, this is the snake game they made, and we are throwing multiplayer into it. So total equals 0, 0. Okay, we have updated that variable. Now there are other things we need to do first. So for testing purposes, initially I'm going to make this multiplayer with myself, like on a same keyboard, but this is going to be full multiplayer with this browser. They look multiplayer right now, don't they? Like, man, they're synchronized. No, they're just 2 different instances of the game. Sorry to disappoint. Hey, React Native, nice. And it was so long ago. Maybe Zustin has changed. I don't know how to pronounce that. Yeah. Well, the looks are not for me, Dan Bull or Dan Bull. That is all Mayan Wolf. They're the ones who made it on their stream at one point. So that's the part 1 to the making of this. But yeah, I have used Zustand in the past. I know how to say words. Yeah, because that was, the goat. Yeah, I'm trying to think. I used it once, but then I didn't really keep up with it. It was when hooks first came out, and I was looking for state management that wasn't Redux. So I was like, what are all these things? Like, what's the hook version of state management? So that's kind of why I went to Zustand. I used it for like maybe half a project. Probably updated a bit by now. No, I recognize most of this. Oh, they made a new one, huh? Let me see. Wait, a new Zustand? Okay, it starts with J. We got React 3J. I mean, I can just probably look at it. Zustand versus J. That's gonna help. Jotoai. Yep, I know how to pronounce that. I've heard of it. I got no idea. Primitive and flexible state management for... Oh, it's a ghost. Okay, so you're selling the same thing that everything else is selling. Yeah, okay, with the atom and thing principle. Yeah, I saw this with like a handful of like, there's another one I think literally called Atom. Or something, it's like graph-based state management. Yeah, I never really got that deep into them. Like, the furthest I got was Redux, and the most complex I got. But yeah, man, when I eventually get around to doing full stack React apps, definitely gotta check that out. Thanks for dropping the name. And yeah, React Native. I used it like once just to say I could. But yeah, let's make this multiplayer, and we're gonna make it multiplayer with. Wait, how's it currently made how's it currently single player? So left button on click. Okay, so this is how it's working now. So essentially we need to handle 2 snakes. So let's just literally go through it time or line by line. Investment. Nice, Danville. Pretty good, yeah. I only messed around with the Android half of it. I think like when I stopped messing is when the Expo, that whole framework, that whole environment came up. Yeah, I messed a little with Expo. Current food position, that is correct. Game board pixels, classless, remove food. I have to fix this indentation. Random food position, yeah, that's good. Left direction, aha, snake current direction. This ain't true anymore. There are 2 snakes. We have one going right, and we have one going, well, we have another one going right. So yeah, they both go right. All snakes go right. Change direction. Make sure the user input is valid. Good comment, good comment. What am I doing here, though? So I need to, let's see what's calling change direction. Okay, change direction, and then key down with codes. Okay, so we'll use some multi-cursor magic to jump to the end of this function call. And when we are pushing buttons, we are changing the 0th snake. So we're changing the direction of that snake with the index. Multi-cursor magic apparently went too far. And what do you want to call this? Index. That's a good name. Then I check if new direction code equals snake current direction. So we will make this current directions so we can modify as little additional code as we need. Then we can say snake current direction singular equals snake current directions plural index. So for locally, this is still accessing the 0th snake. So it is what I want. So that should still work. Current head position. Well, we need 2 of these now because there are 2 snakes. Now this is awkward. Well, it's not awkward. It's a change because we can't have them both start at the same position. Okay, so what I'm going to do is unpluralize that. See if the game still is workable. Nope, I broke it. Broke it real good. Okay, let's get this single player working because I'm going to use the rendering. Snake current direction. Yeah, because I changed it, didn't I? 94. Snake current direction 0. Can I just get it working? Line 94. Snake current direction is not defined. At move snake. Yeah, it always is, damn bull. We gotta break it before we can fix it. Snake current directions. I went through all that effort for making it plural. There we go. Okay. So our start position is literally the left tile. That's for one snake. For the other snake, we want to start somewhere else. So I'm going to use, because I'm not going to do the math, I'm like, what do we do if we divide by 4? We start top left corner. I want to start divide by 3. Where are we putting this snake? Where are you at, snake? I broke it real good now. 2 plus 50. Okay, so it's going 50 across. So mine will have declared like a bunch of variables. Line pixel count. Probably could use that. Plus line pixel count. Okay, so it's putting it on the next line. -1. No, that's not how math works. I'll figure the math out, folks. Okay, let's not figure the math out. Let's literally log it and use the tools at our disposal. So we have current head position. Oh, it's changing. We have the log. It's originally 839. So it's the 839th. Where's the board? Where's the game board? Game board pixels. There we go. So if we do game board pixels 839. We get our lovely highlighting. That's what we wanted. Now we want, well, that's on the right. Oh, because I did math, right? Yeah, I broke it with my math. Let's not do my math. It's 800 apparently. There we go. So the unmodified starts at 800. So now I want -1. Yeah, I want -1, and I want it to go left. So I literally just say, so that's my first position. -1 is my other position. Now it's starting and it's going right, but if I said left der, there we go, there we go. Thanks, Dan Bull. It's, I don't know, it's just kind of stream of consciousness, I guess. It's like I have a thought and I'm just following it through. I mean, I do have to, like, think of this. Like, I have thought of it, so it's kind of unfortunate. The part you didn't see was me thinking, multiplayer Snake. Yeah, I guess, okay, I guess you are right on that one. I did not figure out how to do this weird matrixing thing until just now. So yeah, you're catching it live. So yeah, right der, we want left der for other snake. And original snake goes there. And new snake goes there -1. I suppose it's mainly experience, DM Bull. Just recognizing the patterns and recognizing. Last time I did something similar like this, I wasted a bunch of time. But I eventually used XYZ tool to get through it. What have I broken now? Oh, current head positions. Now, there we go. Now another trick. Now you're wondering, like, oh, you're just pluralizing it. I'm pluralizing it so I get undefined everywhere I go. So instead of going current head position and manually searching for it like a cave person, I'm like, I don't want to know where it is. JavaScript, tell me where it is. Line 103. Let's go to line 103. So I'll just chase down everything that's breaking. Move snake. Okay, it's another thing that requires the index, right? No, move snake happens every 100 milliseconds. So we're moving all the snakes. So this doesn't receive an index. This gets a for loop. We'll let I equals 0, I less than 2. There are 2 snakes. Plus plus. Yeah, for sure. It's definitely not a always. No one I don't think can ever always run at 100% like efficiency or output or any of that for sure. At all for sure. I got no words. But yeah, like, I don't know. I mean, I've definitely had moments on the stream where it's been like, well, this is our session, staring at this code and not getting anywhere, or certain code wars where it's like, well, that was enjoyable. No, it wasn't. Got little to no progress. So yeah, it happens. I'm just, luckily, it's not happening now. That flow state, you know? Now I'm doing I less than 2. This ain't good, because we need to be multiplayer, but we need to be multiplayer when there are multiple players. How do I want to do that? Because there are a lot of things I'm duplicating. I guess we're just doing snake count. Snake count, yeah, that'll be the way I do it. And then that'll be based on all my loops. They'll only go for the first how many snake there are. So while the data is going to have the initial value for the second snake, it won't ever modify until there are 2 snakes. Let snake count equals 1 snake. Hey, that's a word and a half. Let me give it a try. Hey, Malkova, thanks for stopping on by, and thanks for the follow. What have you been up to this day, evening, or night? I'm over here making a snake game, multiplayer. I tried, Verol, I tried. Yeah. The snake game, by the way, I did not create. Mayan Wolf, one of our fellow streamers, created it. I'm just making it multiplayer. Well, currently I'm watching this counter go up with errors, and then I'll make it multiplayer. Let's see, total food. So I wrote this variable. It's a very beautiful variable. I need to use the variable now, though. So all this stuff. Oh. Well, okay. It's all going in the for. No. It's going in the for loop. Future me's problem. Oh, I was saying it very English. Malkova. That's what it looks like to me. Single language. Hey, looking for someone who knows how to make cheats for video games. I know not how to make cheats for video games. Unfortunately, I make bots, but for real time and all that stuff, it's a lot of effort, you know? Plus, is the whole moral thing, like having morals. It depends if the game's if it's a single player game, then yeah, let's cheat all day long. But when you're, I don't know, I'm not cool with ruining others' experiences. But yeah, I've cheated all kinds of things in Skyrim. So many Skyrim cheats. Instant ban yet. Today we're cheating on some game that like is all over Twitch. Like we're just cheating live, folks. This is a joke. Disclaimer. It's a joke. It may not be a funny one, but it's a joke. Yeah, so we're looping here, and we're getting the current direction. Then we're current head position. Oh, look at this multi-cursor magic. Ooh, look at all these variables that we have to change. Not anymore. We're just like multi-cursor magic. Hey, okay, there you go. Yeah. Yeah, Danble, you, well, what's that called? You be the negotiator. Get your cut of that. 50,000, yeah. Yeah, so yeah, multi-cursor magic to get it going up. We got all our current head positions, updating that current head positions. Yeah, Prankster, they're useful because like in this particular instance, I don't think there would have been. Sorry, I'm jumping around. I'm trying to find out where it is. So you see how we're both mutating and accessing? So I could have been like, let's get the current snake direction. So let current head position equals current head positions I. So I could have done that. But then you see how we're mutating it? Which means after the switch case, I'd have to go current head positions I equals current head position. So I didn't need to do all the modifications and stuff, but I mean, this is probably actually more performant. I don't know, all the accessing. So remember, folks, these little symbols when you're accessing something is not a free action. You're technically doing a lookups. Maybe it's not. It's more expensive than a variable lookup, I think, depending on memory. So this is probably the better way, but the easier way is multi-cursor magic. Yeah, effectively the same. Yeah, word wrap is pretty, I kind of just leave it on what it is. The only annoying thing about word wrap is like when you're debugging, it makes things really ugly. Like, okay, I'll have to find out if this code is functional before I show anything off. Current head position, if that equals that, yeah, automatically. Okay, this game is functional and playable, so watch me throw a breakpoint down. And watch the breakpoint not do anything. Yeah, we got a word wrap for sure. I mean, I guess I have a relatively wide mind. I really enjoy my horizontal view space. So you can see I have a ruler for like 90 or whatever it is. I'm not using it though. Okay, why is my debugger not doing the job? Oh, it's because I put it in a bad thing. Okay, let's eat some food. And I'll show you how the debugger does not like word wrap. What buttons are not buttoning? Assignment to constant variable. So I'm doing some broken code. What have I done? So I used const instead of let. Oh, and again, I mutate snake current direction. So I need to go back here and update the thing again. Yeah, I mean, it is a... So technically, my monitor, if y'all have seen, it's a TV. Essentially, it's... what is it? Maybe a 40-inch TV, and it's just sitting on my desk. So it is wide. So I like... I mean, it's technically like resolution still 1080p or whatever. However they mathed that out, but it's just a giant TV. So I enjoy my horizontal... I mean, it ain't a 50. It's one of those old TVs with the big bezels on it. I think on the break I can pull up a picture of it because I shared it in the Discord once. In one of those late night channels that devolved into you don't want to know. So many memes. Yeah, so I'm doing this. What I want to do is get the food. I'm gonna eat the food. Boom, hit the break point. So this is with word wrap turned on. You see how, like, I'm not moving my thing. This is where my screen is at. Where is my line? Where is the current line I am debugging? Is it up here? No. Is it down here? No. It's way down here. So when you have word wrap on and you get debugged to a breakpoint, it throws you like 50 lines off because like it's wrapping. It's doing its job, I guess. Like it's wrapping all this text on your screen, but it always doesn't jump to your debug breakpoint, which is very annoying. So which is why I kind of turn it off for debugging, on everywhere else. Because now I'll just skip through it. And let's scroll up here, blah-de-da-da, doing code, and I eat more food. Boom. You see, this is how it's supposed to work. It takes you straight to the line. So I don't know if this is because I broke my VS Code, or VS Code just this is how it lives. But that's kind of like why I'm a hybrid rapper. I rap by default, then when I'm debugging, I'm like, get off! I want to see my code. But yeah, we got the snake functional. I think we fixed it. Yeah, I mean, it's running. Well, let's die real quick. We died, and we restart. Lovely. We'll have to implement logic for that later, but that is good. Now, this is the part where we gotta get some snakes going. So this is where I have to implement the multiplayer, but there are two ways I need to implement. I need to implement like the actual calculating of the snakes all going around, and then I have to implement the communication tunnel basically to the other client. Now it's going to be difficult to write both of these at the same time, so I'm not going to do this. I'm going to write the logic for two snakes, like kind of like a local multiplayer game, like the old days where they used to have split screen games and stuff. And I'm going to do that by modifying this ever so slightly. So instead of, what is this line? Add event listener. Oh, I forgot. Yeah, Pinkstar. It's not that bad, Pinkstar. Oh, I pushed the wrong button. Control Shift D. Oh, I erased the drawing. No review for us. So yeah, this is a fun fact. I don't use this particularly too much. Since the window is a global, you can say window add event listener without saying window. It feels weird to me, but this is something you can do. See, we have window add event listener key down. Change direction E key code, new direction code. That's how it works. Okay, so this is this is a very unique modification that I'm making just so we get local multiplayer, which is a feature. Like, it's not the headline feature, but it is a feature I do want working. So the way we're doing this is we're going to use WASD and the arrows. So enjoy that. So I'm just gonna so this is the point where I'm like, okay, let's go to the MDN and look up the key down event. Like, no, I don't do that. I run console log. The only documentation I read is the truth and the source. So apparently arrow up. Oh, is it already using arrow keys? Let's look at the left direction variable. Numbers. I understand numbers. Wait, how are we doing this? E.key code. I can read. 38. There we go. So what I want is WA. What do I want? Left, right, up, down. Because I like being symmetrical. So let's see. Let's clear the thing. Let's actually improve my console logs. E.key code. Also log E.key while we're here. Goldfish memory. Left, right, up, down. Left, right, up, down. So those are my codes, except for alt. So I have left direction here. And essentially it's second player left direction. Now, how is this being used elsewhere? It's checking, and that's how it's determining which direction So these are important. These aren't just numbers to. It's like not use magic numbers. These are actually being used. So the way I'm going to do this is make this an array. So left dir becomes left dirs. Right? Yep. And this is an array of 37. And what's my other left? That is the A key, which is 65. 65. Ah, the end of our break. No. Well, okay, I'm gonna finish these numbers. The numbers, they need to be finished. And finish this bit of the code so we can get it. Because technically the code's broken, so I ain't gonna leave it broken. And then we'll take the break. So 87 is up. What is right? Yeah, it did. Right is goldfish 68. And down is 83. Love me some numbers. And snake current directions. Oh, that's awkward. Yeah, so this is right dir 0. And this is left dir 1. Okay, we're gonna see how that works out. Okay, so if new direction code equals left dir. Ooh, that's right, I have the index already. Haha! Yay, I have to write less code. And sometimes multi-cursor magic ain't worth the effort to try to align all the cursors, so just throw it on there. Okay, now at dirs, pluralize. Please, I want to select underscore dir. Thank you. Multi-cursor magic does get in useful sometimes. And again, I rename the variable when I change its shape so I can get free undefined errors. So line 99, left dirs. Okay, thankfully it is s index I, and I can copy that little snippet right there to all of these. Okay, how we going? Looking good. I is not defined on line 76. We can find that out. Because it is not defined, I called it index. So I change index to I, multi-cursor magic. By the way, that the most, since you mentioned the keyboard shortcuts, this particular one I'm using is I select something I want to rename, and I hold control and hit D, and it selects the whole of that variable / keyword. Then I select it again to jump to the next instance of it, and again to select to the next instance of it. And that's the most used VS Code shortcut, at least for me. Now if you want, you'd be all fancy and you hit the F2 key and you tell VS Code, I want to rename this. And if it's smart, it can do it. But I don't know, half the time it's like I can't track this variable. These are just letters on a document to me. So Control D handles for when VS Code can't figure it out. Okay, yeah, and the arrows are working. WASD is doing nothing, as expected. This might be up and running, so here's the thing. I need to Command D if you're on Mac. Thank you, Bombaloni. Yeah, always. Fortunately, I'm not on Mac, but so I don't really know. I mean, yeah, every conversion is basically to command. But yeah, like the DevTools one, Control-Shift-I, I know that one's different. I know that one so badly. I have an Anki for it. Fortunately, the Anki hasn't worked because I can't recall it at the moment. But if I browse, what is it? DevTool. Yeah, DevTools. So on Mac, it's Command Option J or I and C. Yeah, I'm on Linux. Yes, Prankster, I'm on Linux. And then on Windows and Linux, you got Control-Shift-I or F12. So this is the one that's Command Option. I'm like, what? So that's I'll make an Anki. So when someone's on Mac, it's how do I open my DevTools? I'm like, I know it, or I will know it when the Anki starts kicking in. I didn't have to look it up just now. But yeah, we have our snake. Now I want to... We're not taking the break yet. I know. I can see the timer. I can see those 2 zeros. They look like eyeballs just staring at me. We're not taking the break till we get this bit done. So what we're going to do is we're going to go through all the directions, and we're going to see if any of them are basically on the right side. And what we're going to do is by const directions equals lefters, righters. That's not how you order things. It's upders, righters, downers. There we go. Now we can use this directions array. Man, why is current head position highlighted? That's weird. VS Code, get it together. Okay, so now we're just going to determine our index. Const index, or it's const index equals directions, and we're going to find index. No, hold on. Okay, hold on. Let's figure this out. This is actually a good opportunity, so I'm going to use prep. Yeah, we're using prep everywhere, folks. So I have a number of a character code. Car code. I want to return index of inner of car code in any of the arrays and directions. So for example, if I did, let's actually find an example. Gotta scroll all the way up here. Okay, we're starting to fold these. We're folding sections down because that's a lot of scrolling. So we have lefters 3764. Good one. So if I give it a 37n, 37, I should return 0. But if I give 64, I should return 1. Now pseudocode. What's the boring way to do this? The non-fancy, the non-code warrior. Essentially looping through all the things, right? Sorry, brain was like, how do we get there? This is how we get there. So for array enders, if, okay, so found index equals array find, oh no, it's index of, index of the e.key code, if found index triple equals -1, continue because you are boring and you are not what I want. Otherwise, we found the index, break. Yeah, and break, okay. The pseudocode turned into real code real quick, didn't it, folks? Yeah, it did. So let's de-Pythonize it. So for const codes of directions, so for all the codes, for every array of codes in our array of codes, we're going to say, well, let's declare our found index. Found index equals -1. Quick math. Array index equals, so if it's not -1, we're breaking because we found it, folks. And then we use that found index as our thing here. Now, of course, gotta have our test cases. Console log e.key code found index. Lovely. Save it. Look at it. So arrow keys. Explosions of fire. 181. Yep, I left some pseudocode in my real code. So, okay, indexing by 0, but with my WASD keys. Indexing by 1. What key is -1? 65. That's supposed to be left. So I probably just did bad math. So lefters 65. Okay, I did bad math. And there you go, folks. That was a good little miniature prep session to solve that miniature coding problem. Let's make a cat and publish it on Code Wars, right? Nah. Okay, can we code warify it? I'm not interested in doing that, because essentially this breaking makes it difficult to do in a functional way. So I could say directions find. So find, yeah, Pranks or Pinkster, it's useful. It's more useful than you think it is. It's, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe that's not what I mean. It's like it does sound useful, but you in the heat of the moment, like when you're in the flow state, like kind of I am right now, at least for me, it looks like going through this process, like this stepped process, would take me out of flow state, or it would slow me down. It would ruin my flow. But I don't know. It hasn't ruined my flow yet. Which is probably because it doesn't. And I was just weirdly not paranoid, but suspicious or worried that it would. But it was a worry of nothing apparently. But yeah, it works, even in real code. So yeah, we found our index. We did the Dewey. We did the needly. And now, we're not, no. Oh no! Would you look at that? We have 5 more minutes. So what we're gonna do now is we're gonna increase our thing to 2 snakes. Yeah, it forces you to slow down to analyze it, which is also what it does in the interview. It forces you to slow down to both analyze it, but also to show all your communication skills, flex them communication skills off, and sometimes, like, I don't know, maybe I'm just speaking nonsense, but it feels like if I'm talking about something adjacent to the problem, like, again, maybe I'm just speaking nonsense. It feels like my subconscious, or like I can let it marinate more. Feels like I make a little more progress since it's like when you're in the picture. Oh look, 2 snakes. It's working. I have 2 snakes. Wow, I wasn't supposed to work so quickly. Well, I ran into myself. Oh, these aren't colored. These are really hard to figure out. Oh, I ran into myself. Yeah, 2 snakes. So yeah, oh wow, I'm done, right, folks? Okay, let me find it's hard to tell which snake I am. Yeah, first try. I didn't even this ain't gonna work. I need 50 more lines of code, but no, apparently. Okay, so I got 1 food. Oh, so both snakes just got longer. Hey, thanks everyone. Yeah. First, I guess it was first try, wasn't it? I can't tell them apart, but they're here. Boom, train collision. Okay. So we can already see some variables that need nope, I ran to myself again. Some variables that need decoupling. It's like the food counter. Well, it's like when I got big, the other snake got big. That's not something that should happen. So I thought I got all the variables, but apparently I did not. So let's go to our logic of eating food, which is probably folded somewhere. Yeah, a few tweaks. I mean, it wasn't even supposed to be working at this point, so it's like total food snake length. Here it is. Okay, I did not multiplayerize snake length. 200. Oh, 200 pixels for 2. Okay, as you can tell, sometimes on some streams I kind of zone out, goodbye, and then I'm back. So unfortunately I'm like a semi-lurker, so I miss stuff, and I obviously missed when Minewolf was doing math with 200. So we have 200 for Snakey 1, 200 for Snakey 2. Yeah, prep did it. Prep pays off. And again, I'm going to use my good old trick to pluralize the variable. So now I get all these lovely oh, look at this snake go. Oh, it's the Infinisnake. It's Tron Snake. Let's see. Wait, is it crushable? Yeah, it's still playable. Yeah, okay. We're not making Snake, we're making Tron, folks. Change the stream title, right? No, I mean, I'm surprised this. I mean, I guess this makes sense. So yeah, this just goes to show the, what's the word I want? Flexibility of the code Minewolf, where it even works, it just works. Yeah, I'm doing the multi-stream too, Prankster. I'm the only 100 ever on, but I can look real quick, see who else is on. Oh wow, there's 6 other of our friends on. Mewtwo is on, the Primogen, Griffin, and Polarin. That's 5. I forgot how to count. Don't mind me. Yeah, I got my multi-watcher though, so it's still not working yet. Yeah. They just show up. Yeah, prankster. Yeah, pinkster. I've had that happen a few times. I'm just lurking in a channel. It's like, you've been gifted a sub. And it's like, oh, thank you so much. I wasn't even there to thank you. And it's like, I gotta tune into that person next time. So yeah, we got snake lens. I have to go update that variable. I'm just over here playing the game. Yeah, this is a coding stream. Well, watch me code. Boom, 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 boom. Look at all this code. Yeah, it is sometimes. It's like, do I even know you? Yeah, it was Tuesday. It was like, yeah, you gave to me the sub. I was like, no, that was just a Tuesday for me. Okay, 149. Snake lengths. Well, snake lengths. I still have the index, right? Yeah. The multitasking king. Multitasking queen. Yeah. Snake lengths. Snake lengths. Snake lengths I. Like snake lengths O. I-O. Did I fix it? I fixed it. So now if this snake gets a dot, yeah, the other snake don't get a dot. Lovely. Now I do need to update this food display. Hey. Total food eaten. Say enter text equals total food eaten dot slice. Okay, so we're gonna do a little code warrior here. Okay, king's yours. You got it. And slice how many snakes there are. Oh, we're starting at 0. We're ending at how many snakes there are. Snake count. Then we're joining with the space character. Go full code warrior. Okay, it's not working, unfortunately. Get the food. Or just fail. Food 1-0. Yeah, that's working. Okay, yeah, that's working. Okay, I need to actually get food with the other one. Ah, it's not working. Because I'm using index of 0. That would do it, folks. Loving it. Go get him, left snake. Yeah, go get him, right snake. Gotta love playtesting. Ooh, well, that was a close one. Okay, yeah, so we got the food updating properly. Good user interface. We got the multi-snakes. Now, they're not very distinguishable, though. Okay, stop dying. Okay, there we go. Because that alert keeps bringing me back every time. It's like, I got stuff to do. Leave me alone, Chrome. Yeah. So yeah, CSS time. I know. I see the nuns. So we need to style one of the snakes better. So how are we styling the snakes now? Again, I wasn't really paying super attention. That would be interesting. One that eats and poops. I mean, maybe additional features. A delay on growth. Let me think. Well, thanks for stopping by the way. So the delay on growth. Oh, I guess there is a little delay. So again, I didn't. Not again. You just asked the question. I didn't actually write the logic for this. Like the game here. I didn't write the game. I'm writing the multiplayer for the game. Our very own Mindwolf wrote the game there. So they may have said if there was a logic on the delay, but I can just go inspect around. I don't think there's functionally. So snake length is increasing. Yeah, so I guess that delay, what you're seeing there, is the rendering delay. So that's 100 milliseconds of rendering delay. I think that is. So I can look at that. Let's see, snake length increases. We have to wait for the next render for it to happen. Yeah, honestly, like the delay is so small while it does exist. I'm not too complained about it. Okay, let me figure out this logic. Next snake head pixel, current head position. Alright, so that maths out. How do we clear out? Remove snake styling to keep delay. Oh, okay. Uh-huh. Oh, okay. Maybe? Maybe I instantly run this function one? No. Maybe I subtract 100 from this to remove that delay. We're just throwing... Oh no, we're dots now. And there's still the delay. That didn't work. Huh. Yeah, Pinkster. I don't know where it would go. I mean, I guess it would essentially appear behind the snake, and it would be kind of like an obstacle, I imagine. Like, thinking gameplay-wise, once you eat maybe every so many... yeah, literally like Minesweeper. Yeah, we single dots. We are not snakes, we are orbs. We are slimes. Yeah, so it could happen like literally after, or like you're mentioning Bombaloni, be a little more interesting on a delay, maybe randomize a little bit. Then it could either, so at that point it could either flood the board with obstacles, like they'll always be there, or the obstacles were kind of, like the poops would kind of eventually, I don't know, disintegrate over a period of time. Again, both different gameplay, different difficulty. Essentially it's Minesweeper, yeah. And then it goes boom. Okay, okay, so yeah, if we change the lore of Snake, because I don't know what Mindwolf's lore of Snake was, I assume these are red apples, but if we assume these are bombs instead, and eating them activates the bomb, then sure, I guess they could explode. That would work for the Snake lore. A poop noise, you hit him. Yeah. This was meant to be multiplayer Snake. Apparently, we're just making Snake 2.0. Yeah, okay, we gotta style our Snake, though. Our Snake's very boringly styled. So we have Snake Body Pixel. Snake Body Pixel, well, how are we doing Snake Body Pixel? Data player equals 1. So if you're player 1, then I don't want these colors. I love these colors, but Snake needs a different color. So let's HSL convert these, because this is the only way I know how to do colors. So the Snake color is this. So let's see, what was the math? So of hue, let's say 180, or 30, 45, 60, 70, 80. So we're adding 5. 2 plus, no, we're not adding 5. I just broke math. Don't. Oof, the streamer brain's getting to me, folks. Hold on. 8 minus 3, we're adding 5. We are adding 5, I was right. So 2 plus 5, I don't need to do that. 7. Oh, that's not the color I was looking for. Oh, it's 8. There we go, that's math. Okay, now we can't see it because we didn't give anyone a data pixel, data player of 1. Which I don't know if I want to do it that way. That was just the way it came to my mind. So we gotta do this. You know what? Let's not. Yeah, we'll just manipulate the string. So, class name. And watch us do that. And then what is the class name? Class name equals this string, not all those strings, VS Code, plus I. And JavaScript will coerce that to a string. Thank you, JavaScript. And now we see no snakes because we have no stylings for them. Snake pixel 0 and snake pixel 1. Come on down. Yeah, we got blue snake and we got... Oh, the border's already blue though. Okay, we're getting a lack of colors. I almost flipped it and reversed it. Yeah. Let's see, we got these... That blue color, I don't know, because the blue's the border. I see the border's blue. Let's pick more colors. Open the wheel. Show me more colors. Yeah, I want more colors. I already have green. Yellow. Yellow's one we don't have. Wow, I just gonna YOLO guess it around there. Yeah, yellow's a color we don't have. Yeah, the second snake is blue. Well, it was blue. I'm going for something... hey, like Missy Elliott, I suppose, yeah. Yeah, so let's see. I think the yellow... Okay, this is very low saturation, though. So let's figure out my math, because there's a very specific difference between these. So first I want to find my yellow. And then it is 10 less for the box shadow. That's how we get the effect. Yeah. These aren't really bright yellows. So 10 less. So let's go 35, right? Oh, I'm going orange. I'm liking this orange. It looks the same as the yellow. Hey. Okay, yeah, it seems good to me. Got the green, we got the blue. I'll have to add some UI controls somewhere to say which is which. But yeah, I think this is good for... I mean, technically it's completely playable locally. Well, who wins? What happens when we smush? Oh, I phased through him. I did a frame perfect move there, folks. Okay, let's actually end this. No. Okay, one of y'all turn. No. Oh, they're on different oranges. They're on different planes of existence because the collision is checking for snake body pixel 0 or 1. They can't collide with each other. I just turned this into a competitive from competitive to collaborative all of a sudden. Done a higher collaborating, but okay, let's figure out how I did that. Yeah, the yellow orange, it's good because there are only so many colors on the palette available. Check if Snakehead doesn't intersect with its own body. So that's intersecting with someone else. But we need to also check if class list. So this is containing, but it's also any of them. Class name or other class name. Let's just hard code it. We're being baddies, writing bad code. Watch this. Take this string. Word wrap is engaged. That's how you know we're on the bad track. You plus 1. You plus I plus 1. Then you take that math and you modulo it by 2. Oh no. We're getting real bad now. And then we gotta put in parentheses because string concatenation gets crazy. And now, absolute monstrosity. Okay, so let's readability fix this. I'll just put this in a variable for goodness sakes. Const other class name. There you go. So essentially, I am increasing the I by 1, then moduloing it by 2. So if I'm 1, it rolls back over to 0. Otherwise, if I'm... No. So I am increasing... So if I becomes 2, it modulos back over to 0. So if I is currently 1, then I look for 0. Otherwise, I look for... I think I just overcomplicated this. Yeah, let's look at some stylings. Come on, DevTools, you can make it. Oh, there is another class on there called Game Board Pixel. Yeah, I guess I do need this for now. Yeah, for now, we need this. We'll optimize it later. Yeah. Optimization is for closers, as Leon says, right? Okay, so this is good. Chrome does not like that tab being open. Okay, let's make sure we can crash. Good, crashing works. Now we gotta do some game over logic here, right? So let's see how we do this. Well, when one person dies or loses, it's the other person. Oh, we need to put that right. Player 1. This is where things start getting a little interesting. Separate logic, because we have different snake counts. If snake count equal 1, else we do this lovely message here. Sometimes I'm literally just changing text here, but yeah, it's okay. Then if snake count is 1, then we are doing the reload. Otherwise, actually, so yeah, we're not doing reloads at all anymore. I'm trying to think of the easiest way to continue the game, and I have a snake count variable which everything is running on. So if I just go like snake count decrement, how's that gonna handle? Will that magically work? Smash. So I got the alert. Well, I technically crashed into 2 things, so oh, it also clears the interval. We don't want that until everyone loses. Smash. Double smash. Okay. That's because I'm running head into it, I guess. That's right. And the snake still stays on the board. Ah, okay. That's interesting. So I have to... There you go. Hit the side. Oh, the yellow one. Okay, so yeah. Order of operations. Who's who. But still playable until I crash myself. And then it should end. Okay, yeah. So if not snake count, then game over, which we do by a reload. And we don't want to clear the interval ever, or we clear it when on the reload just for performance, I guess, at this point. Still didn't customize that message, but let's see playability. Smash. So yeah, the order of who's hitting who, interesting. I'll have to figure that out in a moment. So let's see. Check if snakehead is about to intersect with its own body. So if I am the snake and I am intersecting with anyone else, ooh, it just decrements by 1. It's not saying, yeah, I see the logic. Player 2 always gets eliminated no matter what. Uh-huh. Okay, so if I change snake count from account to snakes, playing snakes, active snakes, game snakes, active snakes, that's a good one. And I include the indexes, 0 and 1. No, it's not rigged, Bomboloni. Player 2, they're yellow. I don't know, they're not the green snake. They're not the first snake, it ain't rigged. So yeah, if I do active snake, which is going to break all my code. Oh, Chrome is just like, I'm failing over here. So snake count is not defined. Let's update all of these. And now we're not using I, but we're still using I. So for const I of active snake. Oh, it's not pluralized. I gotta fix that. Multi-cursor magic. There we go. Now we do snake count. Then how do we do this? Oh no, it's not that bad. I'm gonna make it fair, I promise. I mean, technically, even the multiplayer version is always gonna be unfair to player 2 because there is. Well, sorry, I'm trying to think of a specific word I want to use. Latency exists. So the second player is always going to be at disadvantage because latency exists, and I'm not implementing no fancy first-person shooter algorithm to compensate for the latency. And if you ever played any real-time games over the internet, you know none of them really handle it well or perfectly unless they're billion-dollar companies. Then they have $1 billion to spend on the fancy thing to figure out how everyone plays a fair game with latency. Active snakes, splice, active snakes, index of I, and by 1. Yeah, we get rid of you. If no active snake's length, game over. Let's go up snake count. We got more. We do. We have snake count dot length. Right? Right? No. Yes. No. So this is going to not show the score when a person gets eliminated, but I guess that's okay for now. Okay, player 2, it's your time to shine. Oh, I don't know what happened. Okay, player 1 wins, as usual. Okay, it's your time to shine, player 2. Boom, player 1 loses, player 2 survives. Okay, are you happy, Bomboloni? Is everyone happy? It's fair. Our little pixel snakes is now fair. We did lose a score. And yeah, I'm player 2, and I literally can't see my score anymore. So instead of getting all of that, we do a different math. Yes, it's fair. Gotta make sure our snake games are fair. I mean, if I start making y'all make some predictions, and yeah, player 1, you can, yeah, Pinkstar. Player 1 can do it. So we have the index. So I need to get all the indexes and get their... I know, I need to show everyone's food. So there does need to be a snake count. And this goes up when multiplayer happens. Okay, so I do need that. Oh, I forgot where I was. Control Z, go back. Line 160. There we go. Now I jump back to 160. And I say snake count. Lovely. And now that's only going to change, not when players get eliminated, but when someone joins. Again, the UI is not updated because HTML. Oh, I smashed into myself. Well, at least you'll... No. No. Okay, you need to get a score, Green Snake. Be scoreful. Okay, you got a point, you got a point. Now go get it, Yellow Snake. Bruce from Matilda. Nah, I mean... I suppose so. Oh, man, Green Snake just got free. So food's not doing the thing anymore. Did I set snake? I set it to 1. The computer will do what you tell it to do. Let's go, player 1. Get the dot. Get the dot. There we go. Okay, now player 2, go get the dot. Get the dot. Get the dot. Oof. Oh, okay. It works. I don't need to test it any further. Okay, single player snake. It is working. Now this is where... Okay, I'm noticing something. I don't know if y'all are noticing it. I'm noticing it. I'm noticing jittering. We got to profile this. Why are we being so jittery? Call tree, bottom up. Who's doing it? Function call, timer fired. Timer fired. So it's literally all timers, huh? Okay, let's add 2 snakes back on here. Get the performance. Profiler. Why are you being slow? Wait, let's profile it on a restart. Because that's where I feel the jitters. Okay, you're embarrassing me now, Chrome. Now you're actually not being slow. Okay, let's see what we got here. What's this big one? Oh, wait, skip. So it's creating the board. Sure. What's this big thing here? Set timeout. Add. Move snake. I mean, yeah, we need all that. Composite layers. So I'm updating CSS. Yeah. What's this big one here? Garbage collection. Okay. Okay, yeah, I'm just being weird. The snake game is performing just fine, apparently. Okay. Now we gotta make this... Why am I looking at HTML? I never need to look there. So there are 2 things we need to do. And I guess they don't really depend on the order. Huh. Okay, let's decrement snake... Let's remove active snakes down to 0. And let's go hit the food. Yeah, it goes 2 to 1. That's right. Okay, so this is it, folks. We're starting to use Pure.js now. We're actually getting to the well, we've got multiplayer. We're getting to the network multiplayer version now. Okay. And with that, I say we finally take that long overdue break. And when we get back from break, we will do a tiny code war. And then we will actually get the networking going. How far will we get networking for next session, though? Let's see. Look at this lovely code. So we will get to the point where we can connect to others. We're already there, technically, so good job there. Far. I think we might be able to... I mean, if I overrun next Pomodoro session, we'll definitely be able to get it fully working. Because here's what's going to happen. I'll spoil it. Oh, that's not how we draw. So, it's pink on pink background. Okay, so I'll draw on the game board. Yes, it's break time. It's break time after I make this non-quality drawing. So, the big one is doing all the calculating for all the snakes and all the dots. And then it sends that state to the client, and the client only renders it. So, like, it only does the rendering. It doesn't do any math. Then it sends back its information. Now, the way this is going to work in the code, I believe, is that we're going to have, like, kind of a flag. Hey, thanks for the follow. Oh, I thought that was a Y almost, and I was like, wait, how does that work? But I can't. Velusip. Ooh, Velusip. That sounds right. Well, thanks for the follow, Velusip. How is your day, evening, or night been treating you? As you can see, we have multiple snakes. Again, I did not make the snake game, but I am making the snake game multiplayer. Our one and only Mayan Wolf made the snake game. You can check that VOD out to see this being made from scratch. But first, we're gonna do a little break. So before I make it network multiplayer, because right now it's local multiplayer, aka I have two hands on the keyboard and pushing WASD for those yellow folk, and then arrows for the green one. And it does work when you... Ooh, it does hit you with an alert though. That's a good thing to do. Let's go to the alert, because that's kind of not something you want multiplayer to do. Just replace. That's a great message. Alright, to do. Replace it with something. Actually, we want to replace all the alerts. We have one alert, so this is going to replace all the alerts. When we get back from break, we will do that. Of course, after we do our code wars. So be sure to stretch, hydrate, and relax, folks. I will catch you at the end of this break. Actually, so we're not doing that break just yet. I just realized, kind of in the moment, I wasn't doing any Git stuff, so baddies writing bad code, made 0 commits, made 0 pushes. I did nothing. So we're gonna spend like 2 more minutes. I'm gonna get this on Git. Add local multiplayer. Hey, Bombaloni. And thanks for stopping by. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah. That's what I'm trying to get across, right? Like the process from 0 to scratch. Well, except for this one. From Mayan Wolf to something. so you can all see, like, it ain't always just one flow through. It's always a process. Bounce around from one thing to the next. Thanks for stopping on by. And yeah, if I get to that, if the snakes start pooping, we all know who to thank or / blame. There we go. There is the snake game. Now I should get some GitHub pages on this thing working. On my GitHub pages. See ya, Bombaloni. Catch you later. Here come the GitHub pages. There we go. And now I need to edit the about on my fork to point at my URL. Because this is the multiplayer snake version. Eventually I gotta make a bunch of updates to the readme pointing to the original and all that. But for now, enjoy. If y'all actually wanna, if y'all have 2 hands and are bored during the break, it will be playable in like 50 seconds. In the meantime, can actually take that break. Catch you at the end, folks. Welcome back, folks. This is the end of our break. Let me find a good Code Wars to jump into. Let's see. Code Wars, show me the Code Wars that I have not done already. Do. What is that? Oh, okay. I'm getting some. I think I might be able to get thematic on here. Let's see. Okay, yeah. Oops, sorry. Let me turn that screen around. There we be. It's nothing but snakes, folks. We are playing a Snakes and Ladders kata. This one I think seems interesting. So it's the game of Snakes and Ladders. You are given a number of dice rolls. It continues until there are no throws, or you are on exactly the final square. At each turn, you make your move, go up or down. If the dice roll overshoots, you cannot move. Roll again. Yeah, Pink Star, Code Wars. So we have a dice of, these are the rolls, 2, 1, 5, 1, 5, 4. So we'll go from 0 to 3. Then from 3, no, it's plus 3, right? 1, 2, 3. The index of the array element you ended up at the end of the game. Okay, then you go 1 to here. You go 5 to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then you go 4 more. It's 5 go here. 1, 2, 3. Oh, look, there's a... Oh, I'm supposed to go through this step by step. I'm like, wait a minute, I don't understand this example. Okay, so we start with 2, we roll to 3, then we jump to 0, so 1, 2, 3. I got that math. Move forward 1. Roll a 5. Can't move. Okay, you're not allowed to go past the end of the index. As you can see, I'm a master at playing Snakes and Ladders, because I knew that. Move forward 1, you go back 2, move forward 5, and you end at exactly the end index. Okay, yeah, this one seems fun. It's a 6 Caillou, so it's not that bad though. There's no crazy math. Just seems a bit of logic and essentially simulating this Snakes and Ladders game. Well, less simulating the game, more of the data of the game. But I mean, I suppose it's the same. Okay, so when does it end? So let's get our prep out. I kind of already did a little bit of this on the before, but it's okay. Can't hurt to do a little extra prep. Okay, so parameters. We are given 2 arrays. Dice rolls. Array of... Oh, okay, and they're actually the other way around. So first we get the array of whatever, then we get the array of dice rolls. So first thing, we get the array of board... What do I want to call this? Board of Snakes Ladders. Yeah, of the Snakes and Ladders. Because it's a snake. That's a ladder. That's a snake. And then you get the end index. So yeah, these are all the Snakes and Ladders. At each turn, there are no throws left, or you end up exactly on final square. What are the array of possible lengths? We get literally one example. Yikes. Okay. So I'm assuming the board cannot be an empty array, because it implies that there is a final square, and an empty array as a board would have no final square. I am also willing to assume... No, the dice can be empty, because if we have a board with one element, aka the empty square, and we have no dice, then technically we have landed on the last square. So I'm going to say dice can be an array of any size, board can be an array of at least one element, and they're both array of numbers. Board can obviously be an array of negative numbers. dice is an array specifically of positive numbers, non-zero positive numbers, ranging from 1 to 6, 1 to 5, at least 1, because a dice roll can't be 0. Like, these could be d20s for all I know. So it is an array of positive non-zero numbers. That's what dice is. And board is an array of numbers ranging from literally any number. So it ranging from anything they want to be. Because that could be a really long ladder for all we know. Okay, I think that's our parameters. What are we returning? We are returning the last... the index of the array element you ended up at the end of the game. So your index at the end of the game, be that win or lose. Okay. The examples are pretty good. I fumbled reading it initially because I didn't realize you can't go past the end, like obviously. But this is a pretty good example. We only get one, but I can copy some more when we run the kata. And pseudocode. Okay, this is where we start going through it. So let's get this pretty comment out. So we're going to say index equals 0 while index not equal last index. I'm starting to write real code in my pseudocode. I'm trying not to. It's just like, it's so easy to write it that way. So while the index is not the last index, then we do the thing and return index. So while index is not equal to last index, and dice.length. So we're going to be draining this array as we process through it. Now the array is left to right, so we take 2, then 1, then 5, then 0. So first we're going to reverse dice array, so we can call .pop on it, and pop will, from a data perspective, remove first to last, so it'll remove from the front. But I'm not going to do that yet. I'm just going to shift or unshift from the end. Unshift is the method name, so let's see if that pays off. Unshift roll from dice if index plus roll greater than last index. Continue, like you failed, try again. Otherwise, position equals index, like we go there. Oh, here's another parameter of the thing I did not anticipate. The last number of the board will always be 0. Because it doesn't make sense if the last, like the final space is a snake or a ladder. That's the rules of the game. So another parameter, or another part of the parameter step, last number in the board, always 0. So I can say if index, actually I don't need to say anything. I can say index plus equals board, and I'm literally saying it instead of writing it. Index plus equal, first index plus equal roll, right? Yeah, I'm trying to figure out the best math. Next index equals index plus roll. I'm doing a little optimization, I guess, and then we say next index, so index equals next index, no, board next index. If I say next index one more time, I know, getting that semantic satiation or whatever it's called. So index equals the next index plus however many the current position moves, aka up the ladder, down the snake, or if it's 0, we do nothing. So that's that loop, and that will end the game when we reach the end, and it'll end the game when we run out of dice. Then returning the index always. This looks like good pseudocode to me, folks. We're going for it. Let's send it. Okay, there's so much pseudocode I can't read it in the editor. Okay, so let index equals 0 for... It's not a 4. I literally have the code in front of me. While index not equal last index. index and dice dot length. Let's get last index declared as a const because it ain't changing. Index equals board dot length minus 1 because length is 1 based, indexes are 0 based. So while the index ain't the last index, we ain't at the end yet, and we got dice. Let's get a roll. Roll equals dice dot shift. I don't know. The Yankee has failed me. I don't know which one it is. So we got A equals 1. Say A dot unshift. So maybe it is shift. If I type it right. Hey, okay, so yeah, I was able to pull that one off. Shift does remove from the beginning of an array. Good. Now we say const next index equals index plus roll. If next index greater than last index, you failed, try again. Otherwise, index plus equal. No, that's not how. Yeah, okay. I wrote the pseudocode a certain way for a reason. I had it right. So index equals next index plus board next index. Yeah, and finally we return the index at the end of all of this. I got it out of my semicolons. Okay, let's go back to the real editor and run this. Oh no. Board length equals 1L. Oh, I am taking the L on that one, aren't I? Nan. Oh no. It's someone somewhere here. Okay, I don't know what's wrong. So we got roll, got next index, and then we got index. Someone dropped the ball. Let's not look at index. Don't think it's gonna be interesting. Okay. So 5 wasn't supposed to activate. Wait, if next index greater than last index. Let's look at last index. Nan. Hey, that would do it. Board. Hey, so we're not in TypeScript, so all my typos make it through. How do we spell length, folks? Length. And wow, that close to our first try. That's alright. Oh, okay. Expected 0 to equal 6. So, we have a hidden test. We can't see its input. We will make it show us the input. Console log the input. Show us the board. And show us the dice. I'm doing it as 2 separate variables for multi-line magic. Or for multi-line formatting, rather. Okay, so we receive a... What in tarnation? Okay, that confused me more. So one of them is an empty array, which I swore I handled, but obviously I didn't. So let's look at it again. So we have a board of all these. We have no dice. So index not equal last index fails. So index equals 0. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Why do you want this to be 6? I have no dice. I have no dice. Hey, Gem of Leisure. Thanks for. I mean, I think you've been here all most of the time. Hey, thanks for sneaking back. Yeah, give it a try. For sure. Yeah, whenever you come back, I'll try to go over my method and we can compare a bit. Yeah, I basically got it. It's a fun one for sure. Catch you at the end of your attempt. Expected 0. Okay. I'm sorry, I'm being blind maybe. What's this number? That's a 0. That's a 0, folks. You want it to be a 6. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There. Why do you want to be there? Okay, let's read the rules. Okay, we're just gonna run it again. Okay, let's do something else. I think I'm being paranoid. Maybe I'm mutating the variable. No. Interesting. No, I'm gonna peek at the discuss page. I know it's not. It's a little cheaty. Sometimes they say stuff in here. Teams can go wrong. Blah blah blah. Expected output is 6. Yeah, I know. AJ Bren. I don't know what's going on either, folks. What means no dice? See, enjoy. I like snakes. Blah blah blah. Okay, translation. Very cool. Very cool. And 14 months ago. Yeah, so this is literally the one I'm stuck on. Expected output equals 6. Yeah, let's literally. Okay, folks, it's going that well that we are bringing out the VS Code. That's how well this kata is going. So, just bringing up a random JavaScript file, throwing some auto format, enabling Quokka, because that is the extension I use for scratch padding. We're bringing in these arguments. Just gonna go over here, console log. I know how to type that. And we're not just console logging it, we are calling snakes and ladders. The first argument is board. I have right there. Jump to the end of there. I can't see under the overlay. Second argument is apparently an empty array of dice. And we expect it to equal 6 apparently. So let's look at whose number is 6, right? Because 6 is so important. 0. I mean, I could have figured that out. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What significant importance is this? Is this halfway? Look at the board length. It's 10, so 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now that's halfway. Is this a bugged kata? There are no dice. Let's look at the discuss page again. Let's read through all the things. Span 4 applies. I can't read. It seems all the snakes and ladders section of test and budding. We have to add exceptions? This is painful. Not mutating the dice array. Oh! Great. I can't mutate the dice array. I love that. That is just lovely. How do I do this? Dice equals copy of dice. Watch this work. Okay, so this is actually an interesting factoid of JavaScript and of some code wars apparently. Dice shift, yeah, I need to do that. And I'll explain it after, because I don't know what the problem is right now. But let's see if we can code warify this after we got through that bug. We put these all together. That variable exists three times. We return down here. And yeah, I think this is code warring as we get. We solved it, made it through. Yeah, for that roll of dice, we iterate through instead of while looping it. Okay, yeah. I guess while loop was just the way I envisioned it in my mind. Oh, the way they did it is they just kept it. If the first dice gets you to the end, you're gonna run so many extra dice. Not cool. I mean, it works. Oh, here we got the code warring. Reduce with a position roll. Lovely, yeah. Okay, this is all good. I want to now look at the test cases just to see how I broke it. So let's see, where are my example, where are you running the code? Assert equals snakes and ladders, numbers, right, the explicits. Here's the single dice array, right? So this is the ones that was failing, the specific 6 one. So I had a dice array, and it used the same dice array every time. Here's how it works. So when this single dice array, it was passing a new array, and then the same dice array to this function. I traversed through it. I ate up all the values. I shifted them all out. Then it came back. It did the 7, and we're back in the scope here. And then dice is now an empty array. You know what? I shouldn't be explaining this. I should be showing this, because this is a much easier thing to see than to hear. Well, I ate that one up real good. Yoink. There we go. Now we just want the bad ones. These are the bad ones. Yoink. Scrolly. Oh wait, what was their solution? It's a for loop. That's cool. I love me a good for loop. Okay, and let's console.log. Lovely. So we can see very much it's broken until I do my dice fix, which is dice equals dot. Well, not L dot. We ain't losing. Dice, and you see all the numbers down here change. Now I'm going to demonstrate, so I gotta turn Quokka off. I mean, I could try with Quokka, but Quokka, stop. Please stop, Quokka. This is the best way to demonstrate it, is with JavaScript. Now I'm already doing Chrome, so later, Chrome. Yep, Node.js debugging. I mean, I could have done this in Chrome, but this is a pretty cool thing, and I gotta turn off WordWrap. And this is why, at least in CodeWars, you're not supposed to mutate the input you're given. And it also shows how arrays are, in reality, like they're passed by reference, and everything is not a primitive, aka undefined, null, string, number, boolean, and symbol. They're all passed by reference. So we see here, let's see if I can get an example. There we go. So we jump into here. We're going. I made a copy of it. I can't show the bug if I don't have the bug. There we go. So we jump in here. We see we have our last index. We're doing stuff. We have our dice. And before we do dice.shift, I'm going to show in the debugger how we have a global. Oh, this is awkward. Where's my dice? Show me the dice. Oh, is this my dice? Oh, Chrome, why are you doing this? Why have you done this to me? Okay, so I have to manually traverse the call stack, but don't worry about that. So we see we have global dice, like this is line 16 dice, 1 through 6, line whatever parameter dice, 1 through 6. I shift from the dice array. It goes away, as expected. If we look at the original dice array, line 16, it also had an element removed from it. So this dice array, this dice parameter, is the exact same as this dice variable. The no copy was made. It's pointing to the exact same thing in memory. So it's probably be better if we have test dice. There we go. We call it test dice instead, because them both being called dice is annoying. So now when we step in, yeah. Yeah, for sure, Varroa. It is, sometimes you just gotta jump into it, right? And it's best to, take a, give it your own shot first. Yeah, so now here we can see the different variable names where we have dice and now we have test dice. Now when we step through it, dice is modified and test dice are also modified. So we have two buckets. Oh, that's awkward. Go away, drawing. We have two nice little buckets where we have dice, CE, and then we have TD dice, test dice. So 2 buckets of stuff, but that stuff is technically all pointing, so dice is technically pointing to test dice. It's the exact same data, just pointing to the same thing in memory, because they're not primitives and they're not copies. But in here, when I make a copy of it, I basically say dice is now a copy of all these values spread into a new array, which, as we saw, is the proper solution. So another code, basically the tip is don't mutate your parameters in Code Wars when they're non-primitives. I think that's all. Hey, they hard coded them, yeah. 'Cause, they also went with a double while loop. Interesting. There we go. So yeah, that was a good Snakes and Ladders. Also a free little brush up with the whatchamacallit pass by reference versus pass by value of the non-primitives thanks to JavaScript. And back to the actual snakes. So back to these snakes. So yeah, time to make this thing a multiplayer after I boot Chrome back up. We can delete that file now. I believe in you, Chrome. You can do it, Chrome. There we go, Chrome did it. Pointing at the wrong URL. What's the live server URL? Localhost 55,000? Nope, those aren't numbers. 5,500. 50-50. I get there eventually, folks. Okay, I tried. Live server. No, you're not slow, Gem of Leisure. I did finish, but yeah, we can. So, were you able to finish too, Jim? I had a bug, so I had to kind of figure through a bug in which I was mutating the original array. So that's why I was like a little bit slower on that one. I was able to finish it. Why is your message red? Okay, cool. I won't spoil it. It's a fun one, alright. Less mathy and more logic, but just enough math to keep you interested. I mean, yeah, Pink Star. There's a. I mean, I literally was like, I'm gonna be topical. I'm gonna search for snake-based Code Wars, and I was like, well, that's a nice selection there. 5501, a totally reasonable port number that I use all the time. Okay, this is what the clickbait's been for, folks. Time to make this network multiplayer work. So first we need to basically determine, is there a host? That's going to be undefined first. Once we connect, we're going to say we got ourselves a host. Right? Host. And down in our logic, there's a loop in which we're rendering stuff. Yeah, the move snake interval. We clear it later too. We want to say if there's a host, aka we're connected to someone, don't set the interval. So clients do not loop. They only render what's sent to them. So that should prevent a lot of things from happening. Let's see. So yeah, at this point I can create a client. Apologies, need to sneeze. So what I do here, I say /# ID equals 123, our favorite ID. Then you are ABC, and the host is 123. And there we go. We have some rendering. You rendered the food. You can't render the food, folk. I'm sorry, player one. You don't render food. So this logic goes into these two things now. Lovely. Yeah, you render nothing. Perfect. Now this is where it's going to be... I guess I also need to keep track if there's a client, isn't there? Yeah, so two different variables for the same thing from two different ends. I'm not going to be like, we'll put it in one variable, be efficient. No, the buckets don't cost space. So if we have a host ID, then we have a host. We're not doing any error handling just yet for that. But here is when we have a client. So client equals con. Now this is where things start happening. So we're going to disable local multiplayer, because the whole point of local multiplayer was to make the code ready for network multiplayer. I'll come back and add it later, but it was a side effect of the goal. The goal being network multiplayer. Now that we have active snakes, this is where things happen. When we join the host, I'm trying to think, how much does the client, because the client's got all these variables too, do they want to use it? I suppose they do want to use it. So when it opens, we're going to say, what are we going to say? We're going to say snake count plus plus active snakes dot push 1, right? And we'll do the same thing elsewhere. So let's see, when the client opens, the client's not really going to send anything to the host. And then here we'll also do the increment. We don't need these comments, as useful as they are. Oh, this is on connection, which is already here. Good. So when they join me or when I join them, everyone is like, we got more people in the party. And we can see that happening right here, because I am alone, but then when I am joined, it literally spawns a snake. That is very good behavior. I like this. I was thinking I'd have to do some kind of a waning screen like in my multiplayer trivia, but this behavior should allow me to essentially, like, this game's going on, I'm gonna go play it real quick. Professional snake player. And then if I mark myself as joinable, that anyone can join me, boom. Oh, that. Chef's kiss. This is turning out really well. Okay, so that's just seamless perfection. It's not doing anything, because it's just saying, you have another snake, but that's not the other snake. So when that joins, it does all that. This is where we need to start sending data. Oh, you know what I could... No, I'm only doing 2 players. I'm not going that far. MVP. Don't let the scope creep get in. No scope creep. Sorry, brain got distracted. I was like, my brain finally kicked in of why Jim's message was read. It's because it mentioned me. My brain took that long to do the math, like, red. Okay, onto this though. Gotta add them semicolons, makes me feel a lot better. So, we need to receive data. That's what we're doing now. We are doing rendering, then because we need to render before we can have the users push their snake buttons. Or no, we don't. We can make the user push snake buttons around. So we have this change direction, which key code, which index, right there. So when the host receives some data, the only data the client can send is that they're going a direction. So that data is their key code, and their index is always 1, because there are only 2 players, and they're not player 0, because they can't be player 0. This is good. Let's push multiplayer out, or push local multiplayer off a little bit by saying if found index equals 1, and we have a client, aka someone pushed WASD while a client was connected. ignore that key code. So watch, I can test that right now. Oh, am I doubling snakes? Oh, that's impressive. So yeah, that's catching on fire, but I'm hitting WASD, it's not working. And then, yeah, I'll figure this out. Oh, this is actually, I just figured out how to implement local multiplayer so much easier. As you can tell, I'm doing what we're supposed to do. I'm just getting all distracted by different things while I do it. So how we're going to implement locals, we're going to say, hey, if found index is 1, then we're going to do some stuff here, folks. What stuff are we going to do? Well, first we're going to say, if there's a client, be gone. We're already doing that before. Now we're going to say, if snake count equals 1, we're saying, oh, you just joined as a second player by pushing the second player codes. And that can only happen once. Well, that was awkward. So apparently this all evaluated true. No, because I had the second window. Okay, here we go. So we have snakes, arrows, lovely, and then the W. Boom. That's, I mean, it's not a menu or a UI or anything, but it feels like intuitive behavior of how to have a local multiplayer user join. They just push the button. Loving that. Okay, that's not what we're supposed to be doing, but beautiful in my mind. Okay, back to the data. If you can't tell, I'm pushing this off a little bit because I'm not exactly sure on the thing what I'm doing. Okay, so when I push keys, I'm calling change direction. This is the logic. Can I encapsulate? Not encapsulate. Can I reuse this method? So when I'm the client, I have a host. I'm pushing buttons. I'm getting to here. If client or host, because if we're doing multiplayer, then I don't want the other person, the client, to hit WASD and join a client or increment snakes. So change direction. What if I just was like, okay, I'm just gonna put it here, write it bad, write it good later. So else, so we have the if and the else. So the if is gonna be if I have a host, and the host dot send e.key code. Right? There we go. What are the keys? Up. Well, okay, I should probably look at some consoles at some point. There's a lot of console. My wide monitor ain't feeling that wide anymore. So I go over here and I click. I have to join the game. There you go. I hit up. I hit the WASD. No one's doing anything. I'm not looking at the console. Let's look. So if host.send e.key code. Let's see. So I need to check if I'm sending. I need to check if I'm receiving. One of those ends need a console. I'm gonna check on the receiving. Data. So let's see receiver. If you're getting your data, 116. Oh, so you are receiving the code. You're just not doing anything with it. Okay, that's just okay. I'm sending literally every key code though. That's not cool. You don't need to send all the key codes. You only need to send the key codes of the good ones. So if found index, let's look at found index, because I think that's already an indicator for if a valid keycap was found. Found index, right? So I'm just logging it always, right? Yes, I push invalid, I get -1. Great. If found index equal -1, then we return early, because we don't want to send wrong key codes to the internet. We also don't want to send it to our function, so everyone gets optimized. Now I refresh, you join the game, I set up, so they're sending, there's not being done anything with. Yeah, that's how grammar works. Nothing is being done with it. So data 1 change direction. So I just need to check it out, I guess. I'm literally having to log these inside the function, which is a bad sign because the function was working fine before. Okay, so I go up. 38, 37, 40, 39. I'm using the arrow keys. Oh, and I can't use WAS. I can't use WAS because, oh, because I think I'm player one. Interesting behavior that exhibited because I decided to use my directionals with an array, then sent it the key code of my current thing. Okay, so the cheat code is essentially finding the index. Ah, man, this is so ugly. But it's working, I know. So using the found index to get the opposite code. Hey, Gem of Leisure, congrats. Let's have a looky-loo there. Since you have not solved this kata... I solved the kata? Did I not? What are you saying, Code Wars? I did... Did we do different snakes and ladders? Oh, yeah, this is a different snakes and ladders, Gem. Ah, you know what? I'll go and do this one, too. This one looks fun. Get a free Code Wars out of it. Ooh, object-oriented snakes and ladders. Okay, let's check it out. Yes, they're different ones. I guess I did. Yeah, so I did this one. I'll show you. I won't show you my solution. But this one is basically you're given two arrays and you have to do dice rolls and snake and ladder positions. Yeah, it's like no, I'm not that good. I don't know what this is, but we're gonna go for it now. Okay, what do we have here? Your task is to create snakes ladders. So yeah, I'll check your solution out after I finish it. So you technically beat me. Die and die. Have the die thrown in the turn. Both integers 1 and 6. Player will move a sum of dice 1 and dice 2. Sure, make fun math out of it. Two players that both start off the board on square 0. Player 1 starts, alternates. Oh, this is actually a fully fledged Snakes and Ladders game. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, do the other one while you wait, Jim. That's probably going to be easy compared to this. I mean, they're only one Caillou different, but one's implement the game, the other one's do the math, kinda. Okay, so this is a good prep. Let's P-R-E-P. We'll get multiplayer snakes eventually, folks. Two players. I mean, I don't know. This one almost seems too big for prep. I'm just naive in saying that. Because this is a full-up event loop. It's a good one, but just not big. Too big for prep, not too big for me to give it a shot. I mean, yeah, I think I'm just going to start coding it. I know I'm breaking the prep rules, but I'm not really seeing how to encapsulate this as prep, because the parameters is technically... Wait till you see your prep. Okay, I don't feel so bad. It's like, surely prep doesn't work on this. You make me feel a little better on there. It's like, it's not just me being weird with the prep. So what are the parameters? The parameters are... Technically, the parameters are just the two dice rolls, which are just two numbers you add up. Follow numbers on the board. Oh, this is interesting logic. Double, then they go again. Or identical, they go again. Climb up ladders, upwards, and get ahead if you land exactly. Show an image on the bottom. Move the player all the way to the top. Even if you roll a double. Wait a minute. If you roll a double, you just get another go. Why do you lose your double go? We'll find out. Slide down snakes. If you land exactly... Okay, I'm not sure what the even if you have a double means, but I'll figure that out. Land exactly on the last square to win. If you roll too high, you bounce off the last and move back. Oh, okay. So if you 98 and 5, you go to 100, bounce back. I like that. That's cool logic. The last one, the when you're trying now, Jim, that essentially was you can't go past the end. There's a wall. So if you try to jump past the end, your roll gets invalidated. It's a little interesting. Up, so the double doesn't force them to roll again. That makes sense. Okay, let's do this. Unfortunately, no one tell Leon. I'm not really sure how to prep such a big problem, so we're just going with it. I have to use this image apparently. Okay, so we have const snakes. We have what do I want to call these? I want to call these changes equals an object of froms and twos, basically. And now for mathematical safety, if I zero index it, I probably have to do weird math to convert all of these over. So I will one index my array. So 2 goes to 38. Enjoy the next 2 minutes of me typing a dictionary. 10 goes to 6. 7 goes to 14. Wait, right? Yeah, that's a ladder. 8 goes to 31. 15 goes to 26. 11. No, that's... Okay, this is a very pretty picture. I gotta make it bigger, though. Yeah, let's get this as an not an overlay, but I need to see this picture because I ain't squinting all day for this. There we go. Oh, what? Zoom back in. No, zoom back in. Lovely. Okay. Sorry. My brain's like, can't keep track of stuff. Yeah, so we're doing all ladders first, essentially. 2 to 38, 7 to 14. I know I'm redoing it. My brain. 15, 26, 8, 31. Hopefully I don't miss any, because that would be bad. 21, 40. Hopefully I don't typo any, too. 36, 44. Look at that big ladder from 28 to 84. Big ladder. 84, right? Did I do 36 to 44? I did. 21 to 42? I did. 51 to 67. Oh, we got 3 more left. 71 to 91. I was about to be like, that's some weird numbers, but because it works. 87, 94. And then what do we have left? 78, 98. Oh, interesting math fact. You jump up 2 rows, it's always the same last digit. Okay, those are our changes, aka our ladders. I'm going to keep it in the same dictionary, or the same object, by the way, for the snakes. So it is 99 to 80, 95 to 75, 92, 88, 89, 68, 68, 74, 53. I am counting very good. 64, 60, 62, 19, 46, 25, 49, 11, and lastly 16 to 6. Okay, we finally got all the changes. The boring part is done. How am I gonna do this? I guess I'll just do this dot changes. As we're doing weird ES5, I'll make it ES6 later. Goodbye picture, you were useful. Player 1 starts, alternates of player 2. This dot current player equals 0. This dot players equals array of positions 0, 0. This dot play. So this dot players current. This dot current player plus equal math. Here's math. Plus equal die 1 plus die 2. Now if this dot players, this dot current player, yeah, baddie writing bad code, greater than 100, then this dot players, this dot current player minus equal. Now here comes the math where you gotta figure it out. So 98 plus 5, 103. Now how do I get 3 from this? 100 minus 3. No, 100 minus 97. Hey, the 6 is done. Yeah. I know it's a bit less involved, Jim. Sorry I got yourself in the wrong one, but hey, you're a snakes and ladder aficionado now. Okay, yeah, so we start the square at 0. For every die, if square and die is greater than or equal to board length. Then the last one, right? Then square goes forward by die. Square also goes forward by the value of the square. Then you return square. Yeah, this is a good one. It's simpler than mine. So I'll show you mine since you were avoiding the spoilers. Yeah, I mean, you may be joking, but this is a fully fledged Snakes and Ladders game. All you gotta do is maybe attach this to a DOM, like with a little bit of HTML, or literally just yoink this image and do something like literally just yoink this image and use this image and maybe I don't know, figure out how to place tokens, and boom, you already wrote all the quote hard JavaScript for it. Hey, Dumpster Dev, how's it going? How's it going? We're apparently we're on Snakes and Ladders. We're just doing all the Snakes and Ladders stuff. There are 2 katas named Snakes and Ladders. Fun fact: one of them is a 5, one's a 6. Hey, Code Wars gang, rise up! Yeah, let me activate my spying tools. See how you've been doing recently. Yeah, 75. Okay, yeah, you've been picking it up on this weekend, it looks like. Oh, wow. On the 9th, you gained the most honor that day. Yeah, it's Friday Snake Day, Pink Star. I mean, it wasn't the wrong one, Gem of Leisure. You see, they're just being all nice. They were like, you know what, this 6 Caillou rascal picked out, way too easy. That does not stimulate my brain. You were just like, gotta go for the tough one and flex on them. Nah, there are literally 2 of them, and I was like, so we're doing Snakes and Ladders, and I saw them, but I didn't realize that there were 2, and yeah, just completely mixed it up. Yeah. Found any interesting Code Wars recently, Dumpster? Yeah, well, you can look it up on my leaderboard. Code Wars. I have a command for that. Yeah, I have a command for that. So, again, a little sidetrack from the sidetrack. Oh, hey, thanks, Rolla. Yeah, thanks for staying by, and thanks for the raid, for sure. Have a lovely rest of your day too. Yeah, I understand your your reaction now, Jim. I was like, oh, I thought I was just being a little fast, but no, you were like, wait, how did you solve world hunger so quickly? Because like the scale of them is very different. Yeah, I tried Dumpster Dev. You know, I mean, like for a long time I didn't have this, but then Leon was like, incentives are coming for Code Wars, so I'm like, oh, I need to be able to track this to make sure I stay in top 10 or something. I don't know. But yeah, you know, as soon as I joined, I was like, there's no official leaderboard functionality on CodeWars.com? Well, that can't be right. So on the 17th, I technically joined like wherever the class was, 15th, 16th, but good old me running in production, I deleted the data for those days, so that's gone forever now. But I got like 2 days after Leon announced it, and essentially it's just all the data, and yeah, who gained the most honor on the day of the weekday, because that's important information. We really need to know that IJ Borda is the best on Saturday. I don't know. I was like, data, gotta do all the things. And yeah, the lookup, it's, like I said, the UI is not very intuitive, but the username, you enter the things in, it shows that user and their rank. It's a filtering thing again. I got it to the MVP stage and I haven't touched it since. So yeah, that's what the username there, so you can see your rankage. But yeah. Or you can recognize yourself by the profile, but some people have the... I think that comes from GitHub actually, so that's why some people can't customize it. But yeah, number 1 on the 9th. Comparatively to Learning Always Learning, only less than 20 behind. Yeah. And the real part of this leaderboard is this page, which is more useful for what Leon is actually doing. You give a start and an end date, you flip it to honor change, and as what Leon said, I think they said top 10 most honor gained. So currently all these folks, if they maintain their position of most honor gained or just maintain their consistency, VIPs or whatever the Discord, whatever the reward is, we get declared winners. You see, I'm not even in the top 10 for honor changes because I've been slacking. Recently, the most Code Wars I do is on stream, so it's the only time I'm doing Code Wars now. Oh yeah, but sorry. From the branch. My solution kind of went a little bit more following my brain, so it wasn't as clean as yours, Jim. So yeah, yours was actually a bit cleaner. Mine, I went and I was just like, calculate the last index, my current index, and I went with a while loop. So while I wasn't at the end and there were dice, remove from the dice array. So yours was obviously a little better because obviously in hindsight you don't need to clear out, you just traverse through them. Hey, Persagayo, hey Persagayo, thanks for the follow. We're over here doing a little Code Wars with snakes and ladders. Yeah, it works. I mean, I thought like this was great logic, and functionally I guess it is about the same. It's less performant and all because I'm doing removals, but yeah, basically it's the exact same math. It's just the way I'm going over the array is different, which led to me modifying the initial array, which led to a bug that I had to do because, fun fact, one of the test cases uses the same dice array, so they pass it to me as reference. I remove things from it, so the array is now empty when it's passed to the next test case. So yeah, it pays to write code a little bit more like Gem, because you wouldn't run into ruining the messing with the parameters and breaking your test and wondering why 0 should equal 6. Yeah, I mean, it's not, they didn't do this intentionally. I doubt they would. It's a common thing. I mean, there's even a whole kata about kind of like a training kata that's like, don't modify the parameters you're passed, or don't modify the mutable parameters you're passed, because test writers might not be safe like that. See, it wasn't an intentional sneaky, so it's technically got labeled as a bug, but yeah, it was a fun one, all right, to jump in the debugger and figure out what was up. Okay, yeah, now back to the 5 snakes and ladders. So for greater than 100, then we want 100. So we take whatever we have, so 103 minus 100, and that's how far we go back, right? 100 minus, quick maths. There you go, that's how math works. Let's look at the bouncing logic. 98 plus 5, 100, 2, 3, 97. Okay, yep, I got the math right. So that's the bounce logic. If player rolls double, okay, well, we have to figure out if the player is 100. We'll have to actually change this to 1, because math. So if it is 100, if this dot players, this dot current player. I know we're all done. I know y'all are tired of seeing this wet code, but we're getting there. So if it's 100, then you basically won. How do we indicate we won? Return player n wins. So this is a string. How are we going to do this? Return, a string, not whatever that was. Player n wins, exclamation point. Bring out the template literals. Player n, this dot current player. Good, good, good. It's greater than then. We do the bounce back. Good. If a player has won and another player tries to play, okay, there needs to be winning logic. So I basically need to check if any of them have already won. If this dot players dot sum. So if any of y'all are at 100, what's the logic? Position equal 100. Those aren't zeros. Return game over. Got that logic down. Let's see. So once we do that, player n is on square x. I can do that. Yeah, the bounce back is handled. If this dot player, this dot current player. So if our current position is in changes, so basically change amount, constant change equals this. If change, then this dot player, this dot current player equals change. So essentially, change to where we're going. Good. Now here comes the logic where we update this dot current player equals this dot current player plus 1 modulo 2, but only if die 1 and die 2 are not equal. So if 1 not equal die 2, then the player increments. Otherwise it's the same one. I know this ain't gonna work, but let's go ahead and give it a run. Cannot read 0 of undefined. Line 15, maybe? Interesting. Very interesting. Console log 0 of undefined. This dot players. There it is. I'm not in TypeScript, so I don't get these helps. And it's players, all the typos. 0 of undefined, line 15. This dot players. There's another one. Yay. Player was on square 38. Expected undefined. Oh, so I forgot my messages. So return. So say constant message equals player. Player n is on square. So what is this? This dot current player. Oh, I'm just seeing they don't want the indexes, they want the number. So now I need my position once more. It's not getting wet at all. And now I need to return that message I created. I had to declare it and then return it because I was modifying this dot current player. Yeah, Jim, I mean, I don't know how many other ways there are. I mean, you do, but I'll find out in a moment. Players on 38. Expected players on square 3 to equal players on 38. So 3 has a slider on it. 1, 2, 3. Excuse you. I've obviously gone off by 1. 3 should go to 38. Okay, let's do logic. Square 0. Oh, square 0. Right? So there's a square 0. Player 1 is on 38. Player 1 is on square 2. Should be 38. So 2 goes to 38, right? It does. Okay, let's console log some params. So if we go 2, so current position plus 2. So 0 plus 2. Okay, I just gotta check out this logic now. So let's console log the square, I guess. It's just one little place somewhere. So yep, we're now at position 2. Let's actually check. So yeah, we got that. Let's check out change 2. Wait, that's interesting. Oh, I'm just literally getting my index. That's not right. Supposed to be this changes with that index. That would have helped. There we go. So we got a different error now. So we've made progress. Should return player 1 is on 25. 46 to equal 25. Which one's 25? Okay, now I have to literally check the game state to see what is up. So player 1. Wait, 1 and 1 means player 1 goes again. Cool. So the players are incrementing correctly. I got the double logic figured out correctly. Player 1 is on square 25. But I made it to 46. So I probably just put a ladder somewhere. Anyone around 25? Ah, okay, so 15 to 25. 25 to 46. Oh, so I went up a snake. Whoops. 46 to 25. Okay, let's use tools. 46. Yeah, 46 to 25. That is going down the snake. I went up a snake. Oh, stop searching. Oh, 466. Did I write 25? Yeah, I'm already. I thought I was like, I got this. Apparently not. A lot of typos. Getting all these indexes, and some of them, I mean, most of them, thankfully, are pointing at the centers of the square, so there are no ambiguous positionings. But yeah, we lucked out maybe on that one. Okay, so I'm just gonna literally console log it. Console log this where I am before the change. The change. So spooky. Wait, is it working now? Okay, it's not working now. Player 2 is on 88. Expected 116. Well, I got that math wrong. Ah, no, it's good, Pink Star. Hey, thanks for stopping by. Thanks so much for the subscription too. And yeah, I promise the VOD will eventually have multiplayer Snake in there. Thanks for stopping by. Have a good night. And yeah, good morning to some folks too. So I did math wrong. Ah, I did the math there. Wait a minute, where did I do the math wrong? Okay. So I went to 116. That's impressive. It's greater than 100. Then subtract that many. I mean, I can just check if it ever gets past 100. Literally, it's called to logging the position at this point. Here we go, I made it to 103. Oh, are these random tests? Oh, that's a little painful. Ooh, I got randoms I have to deal with. Oh, it's gonna be hard to make a reproducible test on. That's okay though. I just gotta be good apparently. So let's cancel the before, and the after, and get rid of that one. Big submit. Okay, here we go. So before is 104, after is 108. Obviously I'm going the wrong way. So this is the big number. I should be subtracting the big one from the smaller one. That's how numbers work. Off by one error. Wait a minute. Player 80. How did you jump far that back? Before is 101, after is 100. Oh yeah, so I have to now check what you rolled to get that position, or to get that change. Okay, yep. So we rolled a 4 and a 3 to go from where to where. I need to see that too. I need to track the entire state of, like, this is why I want to know the inputs and outputs of this particular one. Because I totally dropped this in VS Code. Yeah, I'm mathing it. I'm figuring out where I went wrong on the math though. Okay, so we position from 96 plus 2 and 4, 6. Then we bounce 2 back. Oh, yeah, my bounce back is not doing it correctly. So this needs to equal 100 minus the difference. Okay, let me just... Yeah, you're right, Jim. I did math it wrong. So if I'm 102, then 100 minus 2... No, 102 minus 100, and it's just subtracted, so big one minus small one minus 100. Yeah, that's what I thought I had. No. Yep, so I'm going from 98, so 98 plus 6, 104. Now I need to take that 4 and subtract it from 100. 100 minus 104. Now it's the other way. 104 minus 100. That's how much I need to subtract from 100. And it goes 100 minus this math. Negative 101. Some parentheses. Oh, good point, yeah. Thank you, Jim. You knew exactly what it's like. I can see you're going to need some parentheses going into this. Thank you, Jim. Here we go. So yeah, that is the solution. And I'll look at yours in a moment after I clean this up just a little bit. Can't submit it such wet code. Let's see, changes. Yeah, I can't see that being any different. I'll keep it as an ES5 class. Yeah, Jinx, thanks for chat, by the way. It is a live. It's live up to 3 hours. Yeah, they help us. They help categorize it, for sure. And yeah, the this calendar view is live up to 3 hours, so it updates the data every 3 hours because that's how often my thing scrapes the codewars.com. But yeah, it's usually only at least 3 hours old. And the leaderboard's even more liver than the calendar because you get to actually see it. So we can see, like, this is from the latest UTC, so I don't have too many changes here. Okay, let's update this thing a little bit because I'm writing this like 5 times. I mean, it's working. Look at all them usages. Yeah, well, I mean, if you have the wrong page bookmarked, I mean, on the top right, there's, what do you call it? This is my navigation, so you can see all three. I have a whopping 3 total pages for this thing. The calendar, the leaderboard, and the manual lookup for, I don't know if you just want to look yourself up to see the boring stuff. Or you do a clan check. This is the only thing really useful on this page. It tells you, are you in the right clan? Yes, you are. Ugh, blinding. Let's see if we can do this any better. So yeah, if anyone's winning, fail. Otherwise, we come at the forward. If there's any winning there, we go on. The math does the math. If that, go there. Calculate the message. Move forward. I mean, despite this the verbosity of it, seems like. Now what I could do is make a getter and setter for, what is this? This isn't the current player. This position. I think I want to do that. Go full object oriented. So I won't call this players. Positions. What do they call it? They use a verb somewhere, right? Squares. Yes. So these are squares now. And this isn't current player. What do we want to call this? We want to call it something. Player index. That's acceptable. Now, how do I ES5? I'm going to try to remember it off memory. Define property. Snakes, ladders, prototype. And what am I defining? Player. Then I have to go here, say get return this dot squares, this dot player index, and then set value, which is literally the same thing but being set. Now let's see if I was able to remember this. Let's make sure the code works before I use this. Good. Now let's actually give it a use. This dot player. I have remembered. Anki worked. I remember how to define a getter and setter for ES5. Great, so now I can just reference this instead of, oh man, look how good this code's gonna look. Well, can't do it there, but a few more instances. There we go. Now let's make this a little better. Okay, let's see. Can we go further? I don't know. I mean, this can thankfully be a little shortened. It's cute, I guess. This changes. I could make that as a getter, but that gives me no advantage. Yeah, Ghibli. Yankee is working its magic. How you doing? How you doing? I think I remember you from Rolla Foxes. Yeah, you've been here this whole time, I think. Anki does the magic. Because on ES6, like, we're kind of learning that, but this is old ES5 magic. Essentially, it finds the same getter, but ES5 define property. Ooh. Yeah. I mean, I got my Ankis still to do today also. Might actually do them on stream during a break, maybe. Yeah, I remember. I'm starting to. I got the goldfish memory, but sometimes I'm not a goldfish. Let's see. Players on this player. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I'm not stalling. I'm just trying to figure out, can I make this any better? No, I don't think so. Okay, yeah, that is my submission. Okay, now I can check out. So yeah, this did take. Oh, what are you loading for? So yeah, I can see why you were surprised. Or like, man, why did you take so little time on that one? Yeah, I'll check yours out now, Jim. Yeah. Oh, there's your ladders. Vectors. That's the mathy term for it. Fancy. Players. Ooh, you went object oriented. Up. That was a nice way to get the name in there without using the index. Nice. Current player index. Game over, man. Game over. Hey. Yeah. Oh, next play. Object oriented it. Nice. Using a boolean instead of checking every. It's a little more performant. Nice. Declaring as a variable instead of continually recalculating it. That one's also more performant than mine because the getter reruns every time. Yeah, I get the reference. Greater than 100. And like you said, we just needed those parentheses. If there's a vector, then go to the vector. Exactly. If it's 100, when return. Okay, we did the exact same thing with the out string. Although now that I'm looking at this, oh yep, yeah, we both needed out string. So yeah, actually, it was very similar. Nice one, Jim. I do say I. Oh yeah, you actually went with prep. None in the constructor, 2 dice rolls. Forgot the rest of prep. Yeah, so it turned into from prep to pseudocode describing. I could have done that, but I was like, couldn't do it. Yeah, yours is a bit more. When I say it, not encapsulated, but each section is kind of its own thing more. Use an array for the board, and they didn't do 0 plus 8 minus 7. Forgot the rest of prep. Yeah. Yeah, for seeing the 6 Caillou, I'm surprised only oh yeah, and for this problem, yeah, I haven't looked at all the other folks. Yeah, everyone's doing vectors, maps. Wow, okay, we got real object oriented here. Oh no, this is just no. They did functional. They wrapped it in object oriented. I don't know. Nice. This. Ooh. You're. Oh, that's weird. Look at this, folks. They are using 0 and 1 as keys on the object. That just feels weird. Okay, whoa, what are you doing? They did the math. What in tarnation? Okay. Phew. 1 to 1, 2 to 3. Oh, okay, this one they literally listed every possible vector. Oh, and they also did, that's how they did their overflow. They listed the 12 after and they sent it back. That's a good, interesting one. Oh, and here's the array you're talking about. I'm trying to, how's this work? I can see the changes. Yeah, okay, yeah, so this is the kind of the 6 Caillou implementation of the logic. Nice. Yeah, there's a few different ways to do this. Yeah, that was a good one. Thanks for thanks for solving both of them for us, Jim. Got me an interesting a real good one. Gotta get my vote in. Gotta give my, where's my free honor? Give me my honor, Code Wars. There we go. Got the honor. Wait, how's that thing? Stop the compare. There we go. There we go. Now to do with some more snakes. We're not doing... I know the timer's sitting there at 0, looking like 2 eyeballs staring at me, but we're not doing the break until I get to the next feature. Yeah. I have to invert the key code to the opposite key code. So if it's a host, then I'm not using E key code. I'm using found index... And I'm using 0, right? Well, index is, it's an index. I can't index the index. I can use codes. Oh, I need to find the code that was right. Codes.find. Ah, this is getting ugly. Okay, let me just... Let's kind of prep through this one. So I send up. Up, down, left, right. So let's prep this one through. Seems the only part of this program I need prep on is just literally this one function. The rest of them I'm fine on. It's this one. It keeps coming back. So I'm... Well, how do I describe this? Because it's 2 different places, sending and receiving. Where do I do the conversion? Because I'm sending as player 1. So do I send as player 2, or do I receive them as player 1 and convert to player? No, I convert on the client, right? Yeah, so this is where I do the conversion. So here's where the logic goes. If we are player 1, then we're doing this. Otherwise, we're player 2. If we have a host, then we're already player 2. E key code. I know I'm not doing prep. Directions.find codes index of, not last index of, that don't help me. Index of e.key code not equal -1, or just equals found index. So yeah, once we find it, we use the opposite of found index, which is found index +1 modulo 2 to roll over or just go to the other one, and that is the key code we send. It's working, folks. We got the multiplayer snake. Well, we have the ability to control our snake on a screen that we can't see. So mouse is over here, and I am snaking around. Wow, it's extremely responsive too. Let me go play. There we go. So you just gotta look at your friend's screen somehow. And now I can use my arrow keys, and WAS does not break. Okay, that is user input. Let's clean up these console logs that I threw everywhere. And the reason I was thinking, by the way, where to do the logic was because everywhere we do, like this is not a cheap thing. Like, this is a performant to maybe a couple milliseconds, but still, it's not cheap. So I have to balance where I'm doing work, aka spending the CPU doing stuff, but kind of balance it between the client does as much work as the host, but the client needs to do as little work as possible. So I kind of just made them do more work, because the more work the client does, the more latency, which means the more chances that they'll hit up and the host will wait one space and then move them up, so they'll be off by one position. So I'm trying to keep that in mind, but on the other hand, I'm like, it's not gonna matter, or it's not my problem. I haven't figured out which way I'm gonna lean yet. But at least we got this working. Now the other half is rendering. How do I render now? So let's clean up all these console logs. Dice, we still need that one. Don't need that one. Okay. So when we have... Okay, so this is where stuff starts deciding. So the easiest way programmatically to do it is that I send the client the current board state. So I just send them where every pixel is, where every snake is, where every food is. Every time when it changes, I just send it to them. The network performant way, but the way that might not work when latency happens, is that I send them the changes. What am I going to do? I'm going to send the whole board. So we don't run move snake ever. When do we do this? Whenever something happens, we send the board. So every move snake, if client, or if not client actually, then we return early. Otherwise, we calculate the board. Const data equals here. What data do we got? Well, we need the positions of all the snakes. So that is essentially looping through game board pixels and checking if it has a class name of snake 1 or 0 or 1. Okay, so adding it. And how about the snake heads? No, we don't care about snake heads because they're not actually visible. Okay, so what do we have? We have snakes. Tails? No, the whole snakes. It's gonna be. It's just gonna be coordinates. I'm trying to think which is the more performant way. If I give it a coordinates like positive, because there are less green than there is black, so that's a smaller payload. So I give that to basically say they're at these two positions, and this is what you do. Yeah, so the way I do that is, do I have an array? I have an array somewhere. Where's my array? Game board pixels. Yes, I iterate through this. This isn't an array. We gotta fix that. Where am I doing that? Oh, where's create? 'Cause this is a live thing, right? Yeah. Can't convert to an array like this because then it won't be live. Oh, that game container. I wonder what that was. If we just, we don't need to do it way down there. We're gonna just always do it. Just don't need to be a function anymore. I know, it's so much for make as few changes as possible. Like, no, I'm making it work for me. So yeah, that works. Now Game Boy Pixels is an array, and I can say back to the if not client. Here we go, it's snakes, and that is Game Boy Pixels dot filp dot reduce. I don't want to use reduce, that's expensive. Well, this is the host. Technically they both need to be performant for this transaction. Maybe I just use a normal array. Let indexes equals here. Let's just say for let I equals I less than game board pixels dot length I. So it turns out I didn't need to convert to an array after all. That's okay. If game board pixels I class name includes string operation includes, not that expensive. Maybe more expensive than has with class list, but we'll find out. So basically, if it's snaky, then let's just say const snakes makes it an object. And I say snakes I equal. Oh, I gotta reaccess that class name. Can variabilize it. There we go. Then that dot split by that by snake body pixel 1. So here's the thing, if I split on a string with another string and it don't exist, so I say abc dot split def, what do I get? I get, and indexing 1 will give me undefined, so I can safely always do the split. Is that more expensive or less expensive? I don't think I care. So snake index There we go. So if there's a snake index, aka a string containing 0 or 1, then snake eye equals snake index. Good. How am I calculating food? I could send it with every request, or it is a uncommon enough that I could send the food happening event. Let's send it with every request because we're lazy. How do we create food again? It is game board pixels with the food. Oh, we have current food position. Lovely. So I'll just literally send that along. So we have snakes, we have current food position. Let's send that client.send data. You have data. Now this is where we have to actually do something with the data. Okay. Create game board pixels not defined because I removed it. Class name is not defined because I refactored it. 118, 118, 181. I found it. What's not defined? Class name. Yeah, because it is. That was a variable under a variable. Game board pixels I.class name. Lovely. Yeah, you're receiving data. You're just literally doing nothing with it. So when the client receives data. Hello client, host on open, host on data. I guess this is a rendering. I mean, it's just render it once, see if we don't explode. Okay, it's exploding a little bit. Stop please. Oh, it kind of cleared though. One of y'all got to get a persistent console. A persistent console, yeah, that's the word. Enjoy and be gone. Lovely, we still have all the data here, and I can inspect it. Oof, Chrome is really trying on that one. What's your eye for? Oh, because it changed before I looked at it. Of course, that is how the console works. So let's use it once, remove it, save. Of course, we're not getting that either. I just want to look at the data. I guess I'm not getting to be able to do that. So let's do this. Hey, yeah, intelligence. I'm getting there. This is the. I'd say this isn't the most difficult part, but it's the most ugly part. You know. I'm going strong. Hey, thanks for still hanging by. And we got local multiplayer working. At least got that part. So if they go away. Oh, it super snakes them. There you go. So yeah, we got the local multiplayer at least. I'm using WASD and arrow keys. So we got that part working. I just gotta get the logic for the networks going through. Which I did get the rendering logic. So if I push arrow keys on this screen, it moves the snake on that screen. All I got left is the rendering. And technically it might be everything working. So let's see, for const, well, can we query select all the snakes and just be like, poof? Or do we loop over everything? That's a great question. Document query selector all. What are the things that I need to query select? I can really look in the CSS for that. Snake body pixel 0 and 1. 0 and then what is it? For each pixel class list dot remove you, and then we do the same for other snake, aka snakey1. Good. Now we have to re-add everything and render the food. The food rendering might be easy. Current food position equals data dot current food position. And how does this work? We remove from the old and add to the new. So yoink yoink. Okay, I think I can literally do that here, right? Remove from the old, add to the new. It might not be changing, but problem another day. Oh, we can just do this down here. If data dot current not or triple equals current. So if it's the same, we early return. Otherwise, we essentially do the food rendering. That's way down where. Okay, this is good. Now for the fun part, for const. Oh no, what have you found? Hey, yeah, we got the snake one. I was able to I did this, what was it, yesterday or something? Because I saw I don't know where I saw it, but I saw someone's repos like this snake contribution eating graph. I don't know. It's like I was like, oh, I gotta have that. So I went and I was like, let's go install it. And then it's like, this is a GitHub action. You need to use it as a GitHub action. I was like, I don't want to use a GitHub action. So I kind of downloaded it and made it, just ran it locally. If you want, you probably already from Varola Fox's stream, but in case anyone else wasn't there, this is the official thing for making GitHub contributions snake consuming graph. Don't worry about that. It just don't look right for whatever reason. It's a little not user friendly, unfortunately. Like, you have to use a GitHub action. So if you don't know how GitHub actions work, you're straight out of luck. No, you're not derailing. I appreciate it though. Yeah. I mean, I do, like, maybe this stream, maybe tomorrow. I don't know. I mean, this stream's kind of I don't know. I got no time limit for this stream, you know? It's gonna take as long as it's gonna take. Plus, Hello Rufio streams for the 12 hours, so that's kind of why I was gonna do, or why I am doing the earlier ones, so I figured I'd get my least weekly stream in, and then I was like, oh, apparently I'm an affiliate now. Gotta figure all those things out in a rush. Wait, what was I doing? I'm going through all the things for const key in data.snakes. Wow, what a horrible variable name that is. So game board pixels key dot class name no class list dot push add. VS Code don't know what I'm doing. It thinks I'm adding to a cache. VS Code, go home. What are we adding? We're adding the value of data.snakes key. Now hopefully const key is cool. Goldfish memory. We got food, folks. That is important. Snakes need to eat. Is that jittering? Oh, I just added another snake. That's all that happened. Okay. So for key and data snake. So what I need to do is kind of breakpoint there. There we go. Now once you breakpoint on network requests and everything's kind of on fire. That's okay. Turn off word wrap. Love it. Don't love it that much. Data.snakes. Oh, that's right. Because they're numbers for network performance, they're not the whole class name. So I need to find the class name and prefix it to this value. So quote plus string concatenation. Oh, I don't know how you wanted to run just now. Oh no. Okay, I'm making ASCII art. Okay, we're doing Tron again, folks. Oh, where is the snake? Can I actually eat food though? Yeah, I can eat food. So what's happening is that I'm never clearing anything. Okay. Oh no, I just it's like that Mind Wolf's 95 screensaver or whatever. I just made another one. Okay, so this is working. It's probably just adding so many class lists. Wait, this is removing. Oh, that is so. Query selector all is not get all by class name. You gotta use the query selector syntax for thing. Oh, this is it, folks. Oh, this is it. Okay, so now what I'm doing now is I need to try. I just ate myself. Well, that was actually a good test. So yeah, we have multiplayer snakes. Why did it start over there? Why is it... Oh, because that's the last position of snake 2, right? Yeah, that's the interesting behavior. If you can join an existing game and you kind of just show up. This is behavior that I want. I'm just not a fan of the light speed stuff going on here. So I'm trying to think. This is also scaling with length, right? I'm trying to think what's scaling this speed and everything up. I might not be able to think of it. Okay, how can I... So it's on the host. They're the one getting thrown off. What happens when someone joins? No, not you. Ah, we add another snake. But we don't have that many snakes. And we push 1. Hey, so we say that snake has become active multiple times because of my logic. Yeah, Pop! OS 2004 LTS. That is my operating system. Where'd you see that on screen? Or did you just recognize it, huh? How many fingers am I holding it behind my back, huh? Intelligence? You know everything, apparently. Oh, it's in my bio. Yeah, I wrote that, so I put that there, yeah. It wasn't 4, unfortunately. Okay, so how am I doing this? Active snake. So basically, if snake count equal 1, then we do this logic. Otherwise, you enjoy your existence. So this should allow, when I crash, yeah, we crash, and then I can rejoin. I can rejoin. You don't let me rejoin. Oh, because... okay, I see. Yeah, so if active states doesn't include... If it doesn't include 1, then you can add 1 whenever someone joins, right? Yeah, so let's crash. Good. Now when I rejoin, yeah, I rejoin at where I was. Okay, this is good behavior. Why are the snake lengths different? So I'm seeing 3 there and 2 there. So you start off at 2 as a good person. You have 3, 3. Hey! What are you doing? Oh, wait a minute. One of these folks is wrong. It's a set timeout that removes it on the host. Interesting. Okay, I want to attack the tail, or get my tail attacked. How do I even coordinate this? That was the middle of body. Yeah, so fail to execute add on DOM token list contain HTML space characters which are not valid in tokens. Whatever. Essentially, I need to attack the tail. Oh, that's the head. That's not an easy way to simulate that either. There is not an easy way to simulate that. Okay, so this is working minus the off by 1 effect, which is specifically in the renderer. I mean, let's kind of count, I suppose, right? You can count all the 1s. Okay, I just gotta jump in on a breakpoint, unfortunately. Oh, yeah, you don't know why you paused. You're not receiving data. Stop. I guess you are now. Okay, let's look at the data. Let's have a look at the data. Data. Yeah, so we have 3 1s and 3 0s, which means you sent me 3 1s and 3 0s. Why did you send me that? So when So all three are active, but the host doesn't see them. So who's wrong? The one we're sending it to. So we shouldn't be sending all of it. So we have the timeout that removes it, right? It removes it in that much time, though. Interesting. Because I'm not going the order of the snake from head to tail. I'm literally just picking out the order of the pixels. So I can't say, don't use the last one or something. Because I have no idea of what last is. I can check current head position for one of them. It's not the worst problem to have, but it's not a problem I can just ignore. Interesting. I'm thinking on this one. Let's drop the debugger, because that's not really helping. Where are we? There we are. It does appear to... Yeah, so it is the tail. It's always off by 1. 3, yeah, hit the middle. Poop, and then when you disconnect you lose data. That is correct. I can resume data or whatever like that. It's not a problem. So am I too short? Is the host too short this entire time? What are snake lengths? 200. Yeah, it's supposed to be what it is. Now, there was mentioned earlier about a delay that exists and was intentional. Maybe it wasn't intentional. So yeah, let's say you're... Oh, that's page down. Numlock got turned off. Somewhere around here. Oh, I missed it. Okay, so you're a longer snake. Congratulations. And you're 4 long. Yeah, that's always gonna be it. Oh, if I send before I do all this. There we go. Send first, calculate later. So if client, do the sending. Ooh, I was about to do auto format where there's so many changes in this file. I've never... Yes, okay. Now, is it playable though? Oh, I just ate myself. As in, when I click down and click right, is the latency the same as in the touch move latency of the actual game, or have I just adjusted to the offset? There you go, because I don't want the muscle memory to, like, people have to relearn how to play it because they're not the host or they are the host. This seems to be working pretty good though. Okay, so this is fully functional multi-freaking player Snake, folks. All we need now is the polish and the states. Well, we got some... This thing's not incrementing either. We can update that. How do we want to do that? Every time we receive a message, we increment our block counter. Sure. Where is that math? Total distance traveled, right? Okay, well, every time I receive data, we just... Up goes the data. Here it is. Plus plus. Enjoy. You're receiving data. Why aren't you... Oh, you're not rendering it, right? Yeah. Where do we render? Render right here. Where is it? Here it is. Yeah, you can safely do that. Are you not... Oh, this is a bad indicator. Is the host not sending enough data? I mean, this game's fully playable, though. No, that was just me being bad. I'm getting significant less... Oh, because the block counter is being... Watch. That's going up at like double the speed. So that's a good bug I just found. This only needs to be incremented outside the loop, not inside the loop. Lovely. Man, I'm finding all kinds of solutions. And please join. Oh, they're not joining at the same time. I do like that fact though, because it's how many blocks I have traveled. It feels it more accurate. I'm just being lazy and not adding a second indicator for it. But that's okay. Let's now update the food information. Drop that. Oh no, what kind of curly brace monstrosity? Oh, it's the switch case, never mind. So now I want to update the food scores and have that rendered. So what is this? Total food eaten. Now I'll send that along with the current data payload, and I know this is a giant data payload. It does not need all this information. I will trim it later, but I'm not trimming it now. Now where am I rendering total food eaten? There's total food eaten rendering. Where are we doing? Where's my client receiving stuff? Here it be. Yeah, we can do that. We do that. We say, or is it total food eaten equals data dot total food eaten, only if it's different. So if total food eaten not equal data dot total food eaten, then we update that and re-render that. Try to optimize. We'll try to minimize some things. Lovely. And now we gotta eat some food. Ironically, the client is now more up to date than the host because of that initial rendering. Lovely, lovely, absolutely lovely. You gotta eat food now. Beautiful. Does this still work? Okay, I broke all the buttons. I can fix that. And that is what I will do for our last break. I will fix these buttons. Button, who's got the button? So all these buttons just run the change direction, why they broken. Yeah. These variables are undefined. There's and index 0. We have logic here for inverting the change. So yeah, change direction needs to handle. Well, I also need found index. Well, no, this is always going to be. Yeah, this is interesting. User interface does not support multiplayer at the moment. That's acceptable. Let's just get this working functionally. There you go. So this works for the current player. And how are you doing? Yeah, this doesn't work if you're joining a multiplayer. I have a decision. Do I want to implement, basically get that working, or attempt to get that working, even though I'm going to rewrite essentially almost all the logic for these buttons? No, I do not. So let's make a git commit of this. Add network multiplayer. Beautiful. I'm also not handling disconnects, any of that crazy stuff. But we save, we commit, we type in the wrong terminal, and we run git push. And with that, we be taking our break. Next time next session, we'll do a little Code Wars, a much littler Code Wars. I'll try to find an easier one. And then we will make this better, essentially. So right now, we have disconnect logic that, I mean, it didn't fail disconnecting. What happens here? Yes, we need to handle when a snake disconnects from both sides. So if you're a host and your client disconnects, ditch the snake, do the needy. When you're a client and your host disconnects, you become a single player game. I might turn your snake green to make sure the logic works easier. And then after that happens, you can receive. That's going to be interesting. I need to replace that alert with a non-alert. Are these snakes literally never going to hit each other? Ah, wow, it's like those satisfying videos. But yeah, that is the plan. I will catch y'all after the break, in which we will stretch, hydrate, and relax. 30-second warning, folks. We'll come on back. Feel free to make your way on back. There we go. I got ourselves an easy code words all lined up. And we will do prep on this one since it is easier. Make your string more nerdy. Replace all AAs with 4, EEs with 3, and I's with 1s. 0, boom. Yeah. So let's bring out our prep. Here we go. What parameters do we have? We have a string. It will always be a string. It will never be anything else. It will be of various lengths. It could be of any length. It can have any character within it. Alphabetical, numerical, spaces, hyphens. It can have anything. What are we supposed to do? We're supposed to return that string with the letters A, both upper and lower variants, E, upper and lower variants, and I don't know if that's an I or an L, but that thing replaced with 4, 3, and 1. In the examples, we have fundamentals. So if something is already, that's a weird example. So 7s, we have the E's becoming 3s. Los Angeles, we got the A, 4, 3, so it's L, that's the letter that is becoming one-fied. And whatever this is becoming that. What's the pseudocode? Well, we'll do it the least complicated way first. So that would be, what is that? Convert string to array. Iterate, that's how we spell iterate, through indexes of the array if character at index is in replacement map, set character at index to value of replacement map. Also got to mention there's a replacement map, which is let's have a map more of an object where the keys are what we're replacing, the values are or what we are replacing it with, and then return convert array to string, and then finally return the string. Looks like good pseudocode to me. Cost replacements equals A to 4, big A. Now let's see for casing. If we just lowercase every number, I think we can get away with that. So we're no longer manually checking uppercase A, E to 3, and lowercase L to 1. So this will be 4. Well, first we got to convert this to an array. We'll call it characters equals string.split an empty string. The variable name is not string, it is txt. There we go. Now we can loop this. Let I equal 0, I less than characters dot length, I plus plus, and now we're going to check if the current character is in the replacements map. We can do that by first declaring the replacement map value of this character key as a variable. That'll be more performant. So the value is replace, well, it is equal to replacements characters I. Then if there's a value, so if we found something to replace it with, then we say characters I equals value. Now we can return and convert the characters to a string with join, and then we return that joined string Los Angeles. I did not handle the casing. So B split. So we checked out to lowercase. Interesting. So I did somehow I lowercase the entire string. How? What's the value here? So somehow that value got set. Undefined 3. Okay, how did I lowercase the entire string by lowercasing a character at the index? But that's not an assignment operator. Here's the assignment. So if I do that and I remove the assignment, will it work? Okay, it's not lowercasing it anymore. Expected Los Angeles. I never lowercased that though. What? Okay, let's do some console logging because I'm not trusting that. And what do we have? TXT and characters. Okay, Los Angeles. Oh, it's 10S. Oh, I'm only supposed to replace lowercase l's, not all l's. Okay, I need the full thing. No lowercase trickaroo. So, little a, big A, little e, big E. Okay, so not first try, but I tried to optimize it before I gave it a shot, basically. So yeah, that was another good one. Prep paying off. Now let's according to the URL, this is codewars.com, so this won't fly. The placement map is good. We can actually globalize that since I ain't going nowhere. I mean, it could go all regex, but we don't need that yet. Here we go, txt.split. Well, let's not use split, let's go full Code Wars. Spread operator, save those 2 characters that split's gonna cost us. Now what we're gonna do, we're gonna map this. What we're gonna map it to, we're gonna say we have a car and replacements car, so whatever the replacement is, or the original character, and join this back into a string. Full Code Wars, single line monstrosity. I think this is good for me. Classic. Got to love it. And then, of course, there are the regular expression solutions, which is essentially what I went with. But they also had the replacement map inline. That is more expensive because you gotta create a new one each time. Then you get your manual triple replace. And you got replacement map. Get an interesting mapping. That's cool. Using the indexes of the characters to index the numeric string. That's neat. Another map, more regex. That seems to be all the solutions. So yeah, that one was a good one. Let's improve this multiplayer experience. Here we go. So we're just gonna handle disconnects. That's all we're doing now. So it's on open. What was it? On close when stuff is disconnected. I remember. I have a memory. DC, that's a great message. So when the host disconnects, aka when you're here, and you're open, and you're going to see the disconnect. Boop, there it is. So what we do is we take the current state. Essentially, we need to start playing the game again, and we need to take control. So what we do is just say host equals undefined. How do we start the game? We set a timeout down here, right? Set interval, move snake. Wasn't this more this thing did? Apparently there was a move snake interval. I accidentally deleted that variable. Apparently it wasn't that important. Okay. So yeah, once the DC happens, then we set up the interval. We start playing ourselves. The variables are all not populated though, so that's going to be interesting. Yeah, all the variables are off. So that information would need to be transferred by the host, but it would have no impact on the rendering. It's essentially just to have, for what? For the disconnect event. So that's a lot of overhead for a disconnect transition. I could calculate the head based on the last removed and all that, but that's math, and that's probably more performative overhead to do that every time or the last 2 times. Yeah, okay, so the host is going to send the data. And what data? The variables. What variables? All the variables. So we're at total food eaten, active stake, distance traveled. Literally only one left, right? What's in? Where is it? Snake current directions. Yeah, I'll need that. Snake lengths and current head positions. I forgot when. Current head positions. There it is. A little more overhead, but don't think it's much in comparison to the actual whole board I'm sending. Great, since we're on TypeScript, I don't know what these are. Let's say I copy them up. Where is it? Where's my rendering code? Here's my rendering code. And these are always changing except snake lengths, but yeah, so this equals, let's copy multi-cursor magic data dot. This should allow me to resume the game when it crashes, when the host disconnects rather. So 1 0 disconnect, it spawns another one. Interesting. So when they close, I'll need to clear everything out, basically. Now, is these only the food? Yeah, so when it disconnects, clear everything out. Now, goodbye host. Good, so we get a little flash of unstyled content, but we become green and we were yellow. So if we go back here, and you join them, and yellow's up there, now you disconnect. Yeah, so player 1, so I become, so basically player 2 still exists. Aha, okay, so what I need to do is swap the data of all the attributes. Okay, so that's a tough one. It's not tough, it's just a lot of things to keep track of. Or snake count, -1, active snakes dot pop shift 0. Well, that's the problem. Now my active snake is 1. Or maybe pop will work. Let's try pop. This will remove snake 1. Yep, so you're here. You're joining. Lovely day. You're yellow going up. You're disconnecting. You become green. That's not what we want. We want the shift happening. I don't know if that scales past this one interaction. So yeah, you're now this one, but you can't interact with that one anymore. Interesting. It's not a good user experience for you to literally become the other snake. But averting this. So if let's go back to one of the states where I was having this work, the shift. Okay, so it's where the data is good, but everything is pointing at the wrong thing. So total food eaten, everything needs to literally flip around. I think that might be the trick. So it's literally these three things, baby. Oh, come on. Now maybe we don't do a shift at all. Perhaps just the drop will work. Ooh, okay, that will not work. Infinite loop, gotta love them. So I disconnect. Yikes. Move snake interval. Apparently I had that at one point. Let's clean that up. So drop that one. Use center. Interesting. Okay, so we're doing a shift. Maybe we can do the pop now. Wait, we're doing it. No, that's it. The timing is fine. The reverse is not very popular. What if we just... No, it does not like being reversed. Oh, because we're literally teleporting one to the other, and they're teleporting on top of each other. Understandable. So let's see, back to pop behavior. I become green. My original snake poofs away. Okay, so this behavior I'm seeing here, it's because there's a lot of data all over the place. So encapsulation with an object, a snake object, would help. But I'm not interested in that just yet. So we're here, we're yellow. You know, maybe, and I'm just, again, this is more of a feature thing. We're always green, aka player 1's always green, and player 2's always yellow. What if current player is always green, other players always yellow? That would make a more seamless playing experience, because you wouldn't be confused like, oh, am I host or am I client? You're just like, I'm green. So that's a feature I'm going for instead of other things I should be going for. How do I get there now? So it's sending the data. If it inverts the sent data, that will essentially do the trick. Where are you sending data? Or if the sender should invert the data. Or where's the snake index? Split 1 plus 1 modulo 2. How do we do with 1 plus 1 is a string? Plus 1, will you cohorse? No, you won't, so I gotta make you cohorse. Loving it. And then that flips around modulo. Okay, so I join. Ooh, no green snake. Not good. I mean, I'm converting yellow. I mean, I'm moving yellow, rather. It's not what we're looking for, so it's more on the... Interesting. Oh, is it just off by 1? I can see that happening. Ooh, because, yeah, I just dropped off 0, basically. Ooh, and I just did plus undefined. Yikes. So plus 1. So I can check if it's not a number. So if nan. I can check if not a number. Here we go. Now I'm green. Yeah, there we go. Now this is gonna be interesting when the disconnect happens. Will I become yellow, or will yellow... Aha, so I become the other one. So exact same behavior, just colors are different. Not what I want, though. Let us see how we implement. Essentially, we need to become the other programmatic player. We are 0. We need to become... Actually, we're not no one. When we're sending it, yeah, we're sending our direction. We're sending a key code, that's fine. Yeah, it's when we inherit it. So this is, yeah, so this is where we do the change, the inheritance. So let's do shift. Yeah, so I'm green, going up. Now I become yellow, and I lose all that. So I did a reverse, and that kind of threw everyone off. Snake count down 1. That's the important part. If I keep active snakes, that won't hurt anything. Nope, apparently it will. And now I'm green, so it swapped me back. So move snake, because it is all inverted. If I pass reversed, if I receive reverse data, then when I initialize, it won't be reversed. So green's going up, host is disconnecting, and I teleported to myself. That is the problem we are encountering. Interesting. Huh. Now let's see what's going on here. So what's happening is next snake head pixel is containing my own self. But I'm already clearing myself literally right before I run it. Is there a data after a close? That might be it. Not lock. There we go. Yeah, so we have all this, and then we close. Okay, so close is the last thing. Let's mark the positions. So green becomes green, yellow becomes yellow. So that's good. What if we don't move snake? So we just freeze. Okay, we literally get no rendering. Where's food position? Oh, it's right there. Being friendly updated. Okay, that's good. Looking a lot of consoles. Let's clear that. Okay. We gotta jump into this method. What if we just call move snake once? Can we force this failure? Rejoin and goodbye. Oh. It runs, but it doesn't fail. That is interesting behavior. Okay, so I basically need to get there, then jump to... I'm kind of having to debug through this. I have to get host ID, basically. Check if host ID is the thing, jump in, move snake, and the logic begins. So a conditional breakpoint, host ID, triple equals... What is host ID? 1, 2, 3. It's essentially this one. So on the disconnect, there we go. And then you're still running because happy days. He's up, and that Chrome's going to show up every time. That's not annoying at all. So active snakes is 0 and 1. In reality, it is... We can't see. It should only be... I didn't really track anything down, did I? Okay, let's run to a different line. Oh, I'm hitting that one now. Great. Because I have 2 different... hot fire. Okay, all the debuggers hang in there. Oh no. Okay, let's clear some breakpoints. They're all cleared. Ew, no. Oh, because it was on a timeout, so I'm literally getting every time it hit. Lovely. Did we escape? Freedom! Okay. Let's track this down. So we have to remove active snakes, that's the fact. So when we are joining the host, we push one, aka the other one, to the... It's because we're making ourselves the other one. We are player 1. We're not player 0. That's where things went wrong. Okay, so let's decouple a little bit of this. Active snakes push 1. Yeah, so there is a 0 and there is a 1, but we're not the 0. They are. So we're not pushing, we're unshifting. This is probably going to make my mouse or my cursor movement wrong. I mean, I'm still moving green, right? Because I rendered myself as green. And I crashed. Lovely. Okay. The active index doesn't really do anything. Well, active snakes doesn't really do anything of indexing, so it makes sense why it's not doing anything now. But let's not reverse those anymore. And now... Oh, don't clear that. Active snakes dot pop to get rid of other. Lovely. We change colors and we lose keybinds because we were always player. No, I'm getting there, folks. We're tracking this logic down. Once we get it, though, it's gonna be basically done. To the console. Active snakes is 1. In reality, it's 0. So I became green. No, I became the other one. Right, so I'm going vertical. I want to be vertical. I became horizontal. Yeah. It's the desynchronization of who is who. Because I think I'm 0. And then we unshift 1, so we add 1, so it becomes 1, 0. And then you're just sending me... No, you're not sending me active snakes. You're sending the positions of 0, 1. So if I reverse these, back to reverse again. Then I go vertical. And I hit myself. Okay, let's remove collision logic. So if we just remove collision logic and we see if that's what's blocking us right now. So if false and all this stuff happens, oof. So it's trying right now. Current head position. So based on snake current direction and current head position, they're the two be not behaving. A739. They don't seem like correct directions. Oh, it's the switch case. It's not finding any way to move then. Watch. It's literally not moving. That's what's wrong. Where'd my food go? Wait, what did I change before this? Interesting. So move up, refresh, and there, boom, there's my no-goes. So one of those arrays doesn't get reversed, so let's get rid of that particular console. Current directions. Oh, that's what we don't reverse. Oof. I will start going right though. Because they're index 0 and 1. They're very specifically meant to be handled that way. That's why this is being thrown off. Yep, here it is. Now if you just try to avoid the reversal again. Go up, we become the right one. So what if we pop instead? We go up, we change colors. And we get super speedy all of a sudden because we add another snake to the pool. You know, this behavior might not be worth investing the solution into. Okay, let's get to an MVP basically. We become the other snake. It's acceptable in my book. Become green snake. That's fine. Now how about when client disconnects? So you're here, client disconnect. Well, I need to actually have the client disconnect at this point. So I'm doing a color reversal. What if I didn't reverse colors anymore? Or is that color reversal happening? Oh, let's get rid of the false. Relate car collision. Yep, so I'm yellow now. Lovely day. And then the colors don't change, but yellow literally disappears. Okay, I disappear. Then I become green. So I'm still changing. So yeah, I'm green. And now I'm still green. But now I'm that green. Which is less, which is worse basically. My position changing or my color changing. Suppose my position. Yeah, the color's more detrimental. Okay, let's get the other half of the disconnect logic working. So when we're hosting, all that works. When we're connecting, all that works. But when we fail, or when the disconnect happens, data close. Essentially this logic here, but instead of this, it is client. Yeah, I mean, from this point on, the game continues as normal. Maybe we do decrement snakes and decrement counts. Well, when they joined, it was a push, right? Push, yeah, so it's a pop. Yeah, so we're hosts, we're having a good time. Client disconnects. Poof. Ooh, nothing happened. We should get a console on that. That's how you spell these words. There we go. We're here. Client disconnect. Ooh, I didn't get one on that last. Interesting behavior. Closing the tab. I'm only getting it on the refresh. Client.on. Is it not closed? I thought it was totally closed. Let's look at the docs. Disconnect id. Okay, that's a term that I'm not using. Maybe I need to use it or close to while I'm at it. Oh, disconnected. Yeah, so it was one for one and one for the other. I'm getting it now. That's the that's when a connection closes, but this is when I am disconnected from someone. No, that's not where it is. Maybe it was closed. This is what we get for not living in TypeScript land. Got no idea where these will go. So here we go. Close the tab. It still persists. Okay, I gotta find a list of events. Might as well follow the instructions. Oh, there might be an error. Let's get one on the other side too while we're at it. Loving it. Okay, let's see. Connection is not open. You should then open before sending. Sure. Destroy is not a function, apparently. I can fix that. And let's look at client. There's gotta be more information. When do we know we're open? Client dot underscore open. That's a boolean I can use. What prototype we got here? Close, handle, send. More prototype. Dot open. Okay, that's what I want. If client dot open, then we send stuff to the client. Enjoy your data. Lovely. So yeah, all these disconnects. Oh, there we go. No, not that one. Is it because the connection is not unestablished? Let's see what this console says. Interesting. Am I even getting the reconnect? I am. Interesting. Very interesting. Let's see, when we go here, client disconnect as expected. Okay, it doesn't really matter. It's doing some weird stuff. Deal with it later. Okay, yeah, so when it's disconnecting, when it's closing, right, we're doing this thing. Save, so we can test it. So yeah, it's leaving, then I'm rejoining, unfortunately. Yeah, so it's working perfectly for the disconnect. And WAS can rejoin. Okay, that seems to be working. Enough, at least. Let me go back up here and look at the logic of this. It is a shift. So if I'm just pushing instead, go back to the old push and pop. I know I'm not going to solve anything new. Oh, I gotta be joining 1, 2, 3. And I'm going vertical. And now I'm going horizontal. Okay, good. Yes, it just makes an easier way to not add changes that don't do anything. Good. Now, this is handle. This. Just connections. And while we're here, so there are a few more things we would like to do. Perhaps. Okay, yeah, so this is working great again. Oh yeah, I fixed that. Oh wait, it doesn't work on multiplayer though. No, because they're sending the wrong code. Let's fix that while we're here. And we're going to move that into change direction. Well, let's call it another function. I guess handle direction change seems right to me. What is this? Direction. That looks good to me. Yoink. Yoink. It's the second parameter. Is that there? Also calling this, we call handle direction change. We pass it that. Yeah, okay, I think that'll work. Lovely, let's see. Come on, get in there. Oh, E is not defined because not an event. Wait a minute. On click of these. Oh yeah. So we're calling handle direction change with the direction, but we're not using the direction. There we go. In addition, gotta call this with e.keycode. Loving it. There we go. Now my snake is moving, and so are my keybinds. And yep, gotta get rid of that alert. So let's see. Oh, what happened on a host? There we go. So here we go. We disconnect. We become green snake. Acceptable to me. Now this is working. Right? The keys are going to the current snake exactly. Yeah, handle client and host connections. Good. What are we calling this one? Fix on-screen buttons. Loving it. What to do? Could go. So aside from this weird swapping thing, it's ready for basically HTML, essentially. HTML is all the things that needs updating now. So let's go. Let's just see how this WAS. There you go. Yes, you get on screen only for single player. Understandable, because that's supposed to be a mobile view anyway. Now let's improve HTML just a little bit. Well, let's get rid of the alert. Yep. And in order to do that, we need to improve the HTML just a little bit. So, big screen. We need a message. Let's see what we have here. Section on-screen controllers. Nah. Hi. Oof. We'll use a section for this. Be all semantically identical. Oh, that does do a little different, don't it? Man, how does there do different? Class scoreboard. Sure, we'll give that a scoreboard class. I like some different styling, but it's acceptable. Essentially I just want it to be a message below this score container, so I guess this is where it lives. Yeah, I just have to style it now. ID equals message, so CSS time. I'm just gonna borrow some from the scoreboard. Lovely CSS by our very own Mayan Wolf. Where's the selector? I haven't made it yet. So ID of, say what organization right here. Things and media queries. Great. And then there's our message. Yoink, yoink. Acceptable in my book. Great. Now I have to actually render this, so no more alert. Set message. Shit's a good enough thing for me. Now let's go write a method called set message. Just any old anywhere will work. Message equals, there you go, document query selector message, and then the text content equals the MSG. Oh, this thing should only be visible when stuff happens too, so let's get WASD in here. There you go, you have eaten 0 food and traveled 98 blocks. And the snake is a goner. So when I consume myself, which I can, there we go. This also needs to make them visible. So let's select it. Class list, remove hidden. There we go. Let's set it for a timeout to re-add it. That's not because multiple messages overlap. We don't want to deal with that. Do we have a hidden around here? I don't imagine we would, because there's nothing to hide. Oh, there is the thing. What's that hiding? On-screen controllers. That's not hidden. It's okay. Message.hidden or just hidden. Display none. The classic. Let's get this up to a more general area. After body looks good, because all these little helpers, and it is initially hidden. So class hidden. Excuse me. So I must have it overridden by message. There you go. Display inline block. Let's not do that until you're visible. Boom, and now I have to display back to the proper thing. So I just need increased specificity on this selector. Well, not there. Oh, re-add that spacing. There you go. So it's it's hidden message basically. Oh, open that. There we go. I'll put that back. There you go. So when the message is hidden, let's do a refresh. Get the WASD out here. Boom. Lovely. Get some unfortunate scrolling. We using VH anywhere? Nope. Oh, we're using VW. So let's decrease the height. Well, not of the game container. I don't want the scroll bar. That's basically what I'm going for. I mean, if I just drop it, how bad does this affect the gameplay? Oh, gotta do a refresh. Oh, lordy. Yeah, this thing does not work on any other viewport width. Okay, understandable. Understandable. So what I'm looking for is essentially game container pixel 1VW. I can scale it 0.75 VW to 30 VW. Loving it, loving it, loving it. Now I need to, so this is, okay, move go 35 VW, which means I have to do 75 plus 25 plus 0.25 divide 2, specifically 0.875. I just stuck an 8 in front of it. Did I math it? Appears right. Okay, good. So when I show my message, it's there. This might have actually been too much. We'll see when we add the HTML for our forms. So on-screen controls. Ooh, yeah, we got on-screen controls too. How are those? Huh. Interesting behavior. How have I messed that up? How did I mess that up? Look at these media queries. Check what's going on here. 808022. Why is it not 808022 the entire time? Is there a reason? I know there's a reason, but what is the reason? Ooh, for a height reason. Can we drop to VH? Will that break too much? Okay, yeah, I'm liking this. So we go from, I mean, this is what's basically Vmin, right? Or was it Vmax? Smaller or larger? Which one is it? And we'll see when I swap it and it does too much. Yep. So if we do the Vmin, then we don't have to modify GamePort Pixel again. Will we? There we go. Yeah, so that optimizes that score container. 80 Vmin. Drop that. Maybe on screen too while we're at it. So score container. There it is. Yep. So on screen controllers. Oh, we just want the one though, folks. Oh, there's just the one because it don't exist otherwise. And let's not fix that indentation. Interestingly, they don't appear to a certain low resolution. Okay, either way, let's get that message showing up. Oh, I squashed. Oh, okay, what's happening? Oh, we're getting a reload? I think we're getting a reload. Yeah, because we have no alert anymore, so set timeout. Flip there, flip there. What is this, 5 seconds? It's enough time to read stuff for people. Let's get yellow in the mix. Boom. Yeah, 5 is a lot. Probably drop the blocks, but I don't care about that counter yet. Good, good, good. Now we have the ability to join other players. So let's get these added. I'm gonna change the styling of it. I'm gonna go for an absolute thing above the game container. Oh, not that one. Come on, CSS, show up. There we go. Let's do position absolute, and I'll just put you up on screen. We'll call set message, get something real. Set message A, you enjoy that. Now we need to position you correctly. Top 0, left, what is it, 50%. Transform, translate X minus 50%. There we go. Top is 0. That's really not getting, yeah. Oh, it is. Okay, so top, what is it? 1VH or V min. Yeah. Padding at the top, how much is that? 2.5. That's acceptable to me. A little bit of spacing, never hurt no one. Now down here, this is where our controls go. So what is this? This is a select. I'm trying to remember. Can we get for select? I'm not remembering how much we can style these. Oh no, this is. Yeah, this ain't one. Oh, we do can get HTML. Oh, then we have to strip them out. Interesting. Reload placing the native. Huh. Not really what I'm looking for. I don't know what I was looking for, but it wasn't that. Okay, so this is essentially ID available users. I mean, I want to reuse these styles, honestly, so let's give this section, let's call it a scoreboard because we're lazy. There we go. What do we do? Field set, get the free border from that. Online multiplayer, don't you love it? Oh, that even looks good. Let's get some HTML formatting on this at least. Okay, so we'll just go a to thing. What is it? Available, right? Grid styles, I mean to say. What that I didn't say, but I meant to say it. And then another label. Username, and this is going to be input. I don't really know if I need to do anything special for this. I mean, I do need to give them IDs, unfortunately. It's not unfortunately, it's just reality. Enjoy. Yep. Let's jump into this field set now. Yeah, 80's a bit much. Let's try and drop that. Let's see, if we drop to 70 or 60 rather, I can go to 1.75. Hope that's how math goes. Can you figure that out? Nope, can't do that. 875. Not 575. Oh. Interesting. 1.5 then. Oh, 1.5. It do be. Okay, this gives me more space, so 1.75 must have been for 70 men. Which might be what I want. Not 470. Yeah, I think this is what I want. Let's look at the... yeah. Okay, now we get to style. This is a field set. We're slow to get to style field set. Field set. Field set. Now, how are we styling this? We are setting it to a display of grid. Say we want 2 columns. So that is with the grid template columns, and we say auto, because we don't care about repeat. And then there we go. We want a default option in there for none. Empty value, so we don't have a value of none. There we go. Available users. Available in username. Now this is going to be disabled until username is populated, right? So let's say disabled. Let's say for the none one. How's this going to work with width? It's literally not going to load. Remember, I say read only because disabled is a bit strong. Let's add another option for funsies. I can't see it because they're all the same. Okay, so read only does nothing for selects. Nice to know. Gotta figure it out sometimes. Let's see, disabled. Let's give a placeholder to this. Join online games. So yeah, when you have a username, you can join and be joined. That's the logic I'm going with. And let's get this working. So, let's see, what do we have here? Yeah, I did more suggesting. Okay, so let's make a commit out of these. So we added that, we styled. Basically, we added the form. What did we do in the JS though? Improve user interface. Just the HTML though. And now it's time to get the actual party going with our little key value thing. So again, this is just an API I found. It allows you to essentially store a key value pair or just a value in a database. It has a limited length, but it is long enough to store a couple of usernames in. So let's go to somewhere. So yeah, we're losing goodbye this logic here. I mean, this logic exists, but it's going inside a function now. Function join host ID. Enjoy this. I might bring it back later, but not for now. Goodbye there. Then peer. This is functionality that also exists, but only when we have a username. So how do we determine that? Thankfully, we don't care about TypeScript, so const join network username. But that's not how you write a const or an arrow function. Lovely. And then peer in there, and the rest of my peer logic. Peer on open. Don't really need that. Peer on connection. This is what we need. And loving it. Do we need access to the peer for joining host? Apparently we do. It's okay, we can use our global for this. Yeah, another global. We'll put that with the host and client. Peer, host, and client. There we go. We're not using this anymore. We are using... So let's go to my GitHub to check out how I prefixed my online trivia. And that is how we will prefix this one. My multiplayer trivia. Gotta look at the code. That's my namespace, Rascal 2 multiplayer trivia. So that will be my namespace. Well, it's gonna be a little hard. Namespace equals this string. So I have a limited like length here. So I'm gonna say RT MYS and Lion Wolf Snake. There we go. It's a good namespace for me. The way it works is we say namespace plus username. Right, that is good. Now. How do I handle the conditional location? Host colon. There we go. Yoink. Perfectly working code. So basically, if we're on locally, we do this. Otherwise, we do nothing. Perfect logic. Okay, now it's time to start this thing working. Poll online games. So we need to, essentially when the username changes, let's get an access to these two elements, right? We don't have them up there, but we will declare them up here. Well, not way up there. Those are for the big globals, the game globals, my DOM globals. So this is on select equals document query selector. Literally select because it's the only one. And what we have, username input. Now we can do that one easily. Username input, add event listener, change. I guess I can pull. I don't care. E. No, we'll do nothing. Or we'll pull nothing from the event variable. Now that we have the username input, it is time to. How do we peer close, peer disconnect? Now we don't have access to that anymore. We do nothing. What's it called? Love it. Here. Now we have all these lovely methods. One of them is going to let us disconnect. Destroy. That seems awfully angry. Okay, destroy. There's also disconnect. There it is. So there we go. Now what we're going to do from this point, we are going to join the network. Well, with the handle, if there's no username input. Lovely. Oh, don't want to do that auto format just yet. Username changes, we go. Once we're a part of the network, we can start polling for online things. Once we stop, we have to disable this thing. Disabled equals true, otherwise this is where our logic goes. Let's jump in here. I need a timeout and I need a clearable timeout, so we're gonna just call it once. Well, first I need to add myself to the availability, but only if this works. So let's say peer on error. So only when peer on join, peer on, I lost it. I can go through the git log. Peer on open. There it is. Peer on open. We have an ID. Lovely us. What we do here is we begin the let polling interval. There we go. First we set the polling interval, so polling interval equals set interval for poll for games. And what do we do with the timeout? 5 seconds seems responsive enough. I mean, it's hitting the API. Maybe 30 seconds, but we start one as soon as we get here. Make it 60 seconds. Don't want to hurt this API too badly. Function poll for games. Okay, let's get access to, so rejoin peer dot underscore ID. How do I get my ID? Peer dot peer. No, that's not it. Peer dot con. Nope. I see underscore ID, but obviously that's underscore hidden. Not supposed to touch that. Peer dot ID. Oh, there it is. I mean, I can still touch it, but obviously peer dot ID is what we want. So, what do we do with that now? Well, first we need to add ourselves to the collection. So fetch. This is where the API comes in play. Update your key value pair. First we need to get it. And then how do we do this? Retrieve your value. Here it is. My key is a little different, but whatever. Let's get a const. Get value. Well, your key is lobby. And my API key, which is publicly and freely, like, don't hurt to show anyone. Right here, because it's literally just another endpoint, basically, or another namespace. There we go. So we got it. Let's check that up here. And you know what? Let's put this down. Wherever our namespace, they seem to belong together. r.json. Now, is it textual JSON or actually encoded JSON? But to find out. So once I give myself a username, apparently. Bob. We all know Bob. Boom! There's our data, and that's not. Huh. Oh, yeah, so I'll have to figure out how to do that. So once we have online, what we do is we do the thing, and then we add ourselves to it. So what's the fetch to update? Update value. Loving that URL. There we go. Update value. How do we do this? Your value. So it's part of the URL. Okay. Okay. Your key / your value. So this is a JSON stringification. So here's the thing with JSON. Yeah, I'm going to do that. It's going to cost us some characters, but it's going to ensure I don't need to do any weird sanitation with quotes and usernames and such. So JSON stringify the existing players online. I'm going to set it to an empty array because I don't trust it. Online.push. Pull for games, peer.id, gotta have myself in there. And we'll make a set at this point for funsies. Online equals new set. And that's online add. And I think JSON stringify is cool with sets. It will just arrayify it. There we go. Stringify, we might also need to encode URI params. Or encode URI component rather. There we go. Good autocomplete. Then we get that, and what's this response? Well, I mean, it's just console log it while we're here. Of course, we're in a fetch, so let's, or we're in a font promise rather. So let's return it so we can catch the error. Looking good. Bob, who cannot get 405. Interesting. Oh, wait, what's 405 again? Request the resources not support method get. Oh, I thought that was a get method. Oh, update with a post apparently. I can do a post. Sorry, that's confusing. I have an app key, but then I have that thing. Oh, there are two different APIs. There's key value and... Oh! Fun! Okay, yeah, so I have this thing, but I don't think that's even the right... Yeah, I've been using it wrong. Yeah, so get app key, that's good. Update value, retrieve your value, curl, or return key. So I've been using that correctly. Key value, get value, key, your key. But this is a little different. I don't need to do that. So yeah, get value, your key, and then your comment is method post body your key max length, your value. Okay, show me the post though. Post URL API key item value. Oh no, so it's a URL, it's just literally with a post. Interesting. Let's see what we get. Bab. Well, I think we might have something. So we have a console log around here somewhere. Now let's actually look at online before we ditch it. And return it, because we don't care about it anymore. There it is. It is an empty object. Interesting. Because the set turned it into the thing. Understandable. You can spread it back into an array. Ditch that. Ditch that. Well, let's keep the console. Okay, I gotta get some formatting on this eventually. Now is eventually. Oh, spacing there. Whoa, Ryan Hawkins. You didn't have to do that. Thanks a bunch for the subscription, Ryan. And yeah, I am on Unfortunately, the notification for subscriptions is very broken. This is the I found out I was affiliate today. Yeah, I've been going. I've been going. Yeah, thanks for coming on by, and thanks for subscribing, and well, thanks for you being one of the ones that were basically there since the beginning, lurking through all my failed internet and all that stuff. Wrecking a raid for you. Aw. Thanks, Intelligence. Yeah, I just made it today. Oh yeah, I just found out today. I guess technically it was last stream that did it. Yeah, it was all thanks to you fellow 100 devers out there. Yeah, and if you are curious, Ryan, I am making this snake, so you were probably there when you saw the Mayan Wolf make this snake. I'm making it multiplayer, because that's what I'm doing. I'm making everything multiplayer, apparently. And this time, unlike the trivia, it will have matchmaking. If I was able to find a easy API I could just shove data into, which is going to be our usernames. Yeah, it's my theme. So we have local multiplayer, which I wasn't even anticipating, but there was some good ideas in chat. And then we got the networked multiplayer, which it's already working. It's already working. The matchmaking, I removed it so I can make it work. Well, it would have been working, but like I said, I removed I'm replacing it with good matchmaking right now, so I can't show it. But boom. Oh, whoa, thanks for the raid, Tiffany. Or what is that? Hey, Tiffany. Hey, thanks for the raid. Oh. There. It's going great, How was your stream? What were you up to? Hey, thanks for the follow, Dual Links Alpha. Oh, resume reviews after dark, apparently. Fancy. Yeah, hey, everyone be sure to go give Tiffany a follow. After dark, what does that part of it mean, huh? Just late night, huh? Yeah, code links. I basically wrote it myself, but unfortunately it doesn't work all the time. But it works for most of the times. Yeah, I haven't gotten permissions on that thing working. Yeah, I did. It was just today, actually. Thanks for the raid, and thanks for the congrats. Yeah, figuring all this out, all these new features. It's like I finally figured out how most of the settings work, and then it's like, hey, here's a pile of new things you get to mess with. But yeah, it's definitely enjoyable for sure. Yeah, thanks for stopping by, and thanks Intelligence. I heard they were the one who oh, okay, it wasn't enough for you to and now you gotta do a subscription, huh? Thank you, Intelligence. You don't have to do that. You got me speechless there. Okay, you got me more speechless. Gifting subs out here. I don't have, I literally found out today, so I have some emotes. I was able to scrounge some together, so that's something of value, I suppose. Y'all can use those things. They're somewhat cute. The other ones are still in review. Because apparently it's like they take time to review and all that, so I was able to get those 3 in pretty quickly. Yeah, thanks for stopping by with the raid, subscriptions. Yeah, I mean, I had no idea. I didn't think I was actually close to it, so I was like, oh, let's do a stream today, because can't do one tomorrow. And then it's like, oh, you're an affiliate now. It's like, okay. Yeah, intelligence. That's the double pun, you know? They are intelligence. Hmm. Been bad, huh? Well, I guess I'm lucky I got these three auto approved or however that works. Mm-hmm. But yeah, what I am doing is so there's this cool snake game that I did not make. A fellow streamer, Mayan Wolf, made. If you don't know Mayan Wolf, they're pretty awesome. They were able to put this together from scratch, and I took the stylized version of it, and I'm adding multiplayer to it. 2-player multiplayer, not a million player multiplayer. And I'm using only front end technologies thanks to a cool library called PeerJS. And, I think I will. So, because it's working now, but it's not visible, like the multiplayer isn't on because it's halfway broken. I mean, I saw the comparison quite instantly as soon as I had the idea. Like, this is where it's going, isn't it? Oh, wait a minute. Oh, this is technology. What we can do, I can do a fancy get add dot, get commit work in progress, get check out head tilde 1. There we go. We time travel. This is what GitHub is made for. There we go. So now I can show the multiplayer off. We have an ID of that. And then with a new browser, we go over there. ABC, this is the only way to do usernames at the moment. Host123, and bada boom, bada bing, working multiplayer through the internet over different browsers, full 9 yards. Got weird scrolling, but that's okay. Boom. And technically, this should. Yeah, so let me check if I synced it on Git or whatever. Yeah, I'm actually. Oh, I have this written in here. So it ain't ready. It don't. Y'all. Let me see how I can get this working then. So let's. Yeah, so I'm gonna be a baddie, write some bad code, yoink this out. And I should be able to make it working. Get. Oh, thanks for the bits. 1, 2, 3, 4. Thanks for the 5 bits, Tiffany. Should it be Tiffany or Tiffany? What would you like me to call you? And apparently the notification for bits is also not there. So all you get is my lovely voice. Hey, Tiff it is then. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, this is what we've been working on, and as you can see, it's basically almost complete. All I gotta do is finish the matchmaking, which is the ability to add a username, and then you'll be able to see all the other people that are also have entered their usernames, and then once you click, you join together. Okay, let us try to figure out where I was. What is missing? To do. Oh, got local changes. Ditch those. There we go. Now we're up and changed to the bad code. Get reset soft head -1. There we go. And now we have uncommitted all this work. Okay. Now we get to deal with some fun forms. So the way I'm doing this is, again, using front-end only technology, trying to keep it all free and accessible, so y'all got unique ideas. You can basically follow along. Found this API that is essentially a key value store, as in it's a database, very simple, small database where you can have a specific namespace and put stuff in it, get stuff out. And what we're going to be putting in is usernames, and what we'll be getting out is usernames. So we're going to be adding ourselves to this little value. That's what we're doing kinda here. And then we'll be, so yeah, we're getting who's online, then we're adding ourselves to who's online. First, we have to I gotta do some good code here, because I was doing some bad code. So this is unique online set, maybe. There we go. So I have an array of online users. And if we open the console, we don't see anything, because we haven't entered a username. So we enter Bob. And we get nothing. Okay, and we try it again. We enter Bob, and we get an array of symbols. Great. Okay, so I just hit a CORS error or something. I really broke it. I broke it really good. Hey, yes, Intelligence, I do use TypeScript. My last project, the multiplayer trivia, I actually wrote it in TypeScript. I do prefer TypeScript for most medium to small things, but like for the multiplayer trivia, since it was my first usages with this library, I literally used it because I did as an alternative to studying the documentation. My personal framework of choice is React, mainly because it's kind of just what I picked up first. Vue is fun, Svelte is fun. Never got into Angular. Yeah, I'm still at a 7 just for CBD. Glad to see you stop on by again. Yeah, it's and you know, you only become affiliate once, so figured I might as well celebrate, go all out. And it is Friday night, so ain't got nowhere to be tomorrow. But yeah, TypeScript is my favorite. You can see I wrote my multiplayer trivia in it. I had to do some manual hickory to, because I didn't use a framework. I was like, I will write the TypeScript myself, and I will build the TypeScript myself. So I was a little ambitious at that one. Oh yeah, it is. Thanks for the congrats. Yeah. So I built it myself. I was like, I write their own TS commands, and I write a copy to drag the assets out to the public folder. Oh hey, ZT. Thanks for the subscription. Well, if I known, I would have really fixed that. Looked into that notification getting working, but so it ain't working. But hey. Thanks for the subscription. How has your day, evening, or night been going? I am currently working on this. I'm not working on multiplayer trivia. I'm working on multiplayer Snake. I make everything multiplayer, apparently. Hey, glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. Yeah, it's I'm loving the vibes too. Can't even imagine. I mean, you got me speechless. What can I say? I can play Snake. That's what I can do. Hey, there you go. Okay, so thinking thoughts. Yeah, I mean, technically, I think the game is playable as single player. Unfortunately, I haven't gotten the multi up just yet. Oh, there is something here. Yeah, so it's single player working. You can use the arrow keys and WASD to move the snakes. Multiplayer soon trademark. It ain't there yet. Yeah, turned down for RIP. I appreciate it. Yeah, it is pretty neat. Again, I didn't create the actual game. That was thanks to fellow streamer Mayan Wolf. You can see their VOD there for when they built the whole game. I'm adding multiplayer on top of the game. That's my contribution to it. And it is almost there. I say again. Let's see. So I need to clear this thing out. Then we enter Bob, because Bob is our #1 player. And now we refresh and we enter Bob again. There we go. Okay, so now we need to do some logic. We need to check if online already includes our current player, which is under peer, already includes our current username, which is under peer ID. So if it already does, then we don't need to update it, and we return. Otherwise, we can create a set of the online usernames just to be paranoid and remove duplicates, because we do have a value character limit. And then we add our current username to that set, and then we convert that set back to an array using the spread syntax into this long JSON stringification doohickey. And if we look here, what body do we have? It's just the status code apparently. So I guess we don't need to look at that information. Hey, intelligence. Oh yeah, I'm definitely gonna have this working for the 12-hour by then, for Rufio's 12-hour stream. This is gonna be working probably in the next hour. I'm gonna say, yeah. Playing Snake on a Saturday. I mean, it's been a very, ironically, a Snake-themed day. Yeah, it's Rufio. Yep, Rufio's doing the 12-hour stream, starting at 10 a.m. Eastern, I believe. What? Okay, this is like, I gotta watch my typos here. Oh, gotta get closer to the monitor. There we go. Yeah, they're the one who's going to be doing a 12-hour stream starting at 10 a.m. Eastern, or 10 a.m. something like that. And so yeah, that's why I was like, oh, I'll jump on mine Friday instead of Saturday, because usually I do Saturday. And then I was like, you're an affiliate. Like, okay. Hey, Tiffany. Yeah, I usually go by Rascal. My government name is Joseph, though, if you prefer that. But usually I just go by Rascal. Yeah. Yeah, so let's think. We just got that working, and that does that thing. Okay, and the great thing about this is this thing, that thing, other thing. I know. Makes a lot of sense. So once we have the online user list, what do? We need to render it in the DOM with some HTML. Yeah, that's the burner name. Hey. You got it, yeah. So we need to create some options. So we'll be crazy. Let's go crazy on it. So in the HTML, what is our initial HTML we need to keep? An option with a value of none. Got it. So what we will do is we will say online. Not online. Where's our select? Online select. Online select. Hey, it's good, Ryan. I mean, I'm not going around saying one or the other. I mean, I got the moniker for a reason, you know? So I'm good, I'm good. Uh, Add event listener? No. Okay, let's write some bad code, folks. Let HTML. What are we doing? We're saying online select, enter HTML equals empty for const username of online. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Leon's really expanding on it for sure. I mean, yeah, I guess I kind of just made the assumption. I am a member of the 100 devs second cohort. I'm just going along with it and stuff and just kind of streaming my experience. Yeah, you just found me on LinkedIn too. Well, I mean, I did just get the LinkedIn all polished up this week. And maybe once I have a little bit more time doing it just for CBD, I think I gotta be doing it for like maybe a quarter or something like that. Yeah, turned down for it. I mean, a lot of games, a lot more games are not 3D specifically, like, because there are engines. Kaboom JS. If you want to see a game, it's like this is a neat game. I didn't make this game. Someone else made this game. I'm making it multiplayer. The proudest game that I have actually made is a Flappy Bird clone. I know it's not inspirational, but it is working. This is an organization. I don't know what anything is, but I know I have it. Oh wait, is this not the live version? Yeah, I know it wasn't. It was because there's this library called Kaboom JS. If you want to make 2D games, I mean, I was able to use it, so you can be able to use it too. Great, how do we get to this playable version? No, it's good just for CBD. It's not. You don't have to change your name. I have to learn your name. That's the difference. So yeah, this is the Flappy Bird I kind of threw together. It's Flappy Bird, folks. I don't know what you're expecting. The cool thing is that you can. I have to remember this. Um, L to replay. Nope. R to save. L. There you go. There's a. No, that's broken. It's catching on fire. How does this work? There's a way. There's a ghost mode in here somewhere. Save R. Oh, there you go. So you can play against ghost versions of yourself, basically. So you see, here I go. I failed. And look, now there's 3 of me. Yeah. And yeah, you got the classic timer, all that stuff, randomize. Yeah, cart ghost, that's what it's called. You got the randomized pipes. Thankfully, I found this cool asset pack by Doug Nugvin. So that's where all the art comes from. And yeah, it was really difficult, at least for me at the time, implementing the cart ghost because it's basically time synchronization, and this ain't like messing with a couple sprites. This is like 60 frames a second. So I wanted to make it multiplayer. I couldn't figure out the timing synchronization with Kaboom JS to get it done. I'm sure Kaboom JS could do it, but it felt like it doesn't. Yes, the ghosts are stored locally, so you have to hit S to save them, and then R to replay it, so they're all local storaged. If you want to look, we can look. I don't remember, so we're all looking together at this point. Haha, this is the data dump. Let's do a format. See if we can remember how this works. VS Code's like, I don't want a format. I want to die. Thing.json. Yeah, so basically it stores all this data. It stores your actions. And so how does it work? Oh, so it stores. Okay, so initializes, width and height are apparently important. Yeah, turned down for rip is kinda is. and then it stores the action and when those actions happen to get the timing action going good. And then player ready, spawn pipes. And this is how it's reproducible, because it remembers, basically it replays all the events, so it's not a recording, it's you have 5 players all receiving events, you're only controlling one of them, the rest of them are being controlled by events that happen. Do I use an extension for what? You mean like the browser JSON visualizer extension? I do, but so like it exported to my clipboard, so I couldn't really get it to the browser, so I had to go drop it in VS Code, I think. I do use the extensions though. Yep, it tracks the oh, to do this formatting. Oh no, this is built into VS Code. So Control-Shift-I, it automatically does this. Now if you don't want to remember the keybind, you can Control-Shift-P and say Format, Document With, and this is built in. And these 3 are the extensions, but JSON Language Features is a built-in. Oh yeah, VS Code on the bottom, you can choose JSON. Oh yeah, you can also do that. That also works if you save it with a JSON extension, which is what I did. But yeah, in hindsight, I didn't need to save it. I could have chosen as like you're saying, intelligence. I could have just chosen the file type, and it would have done that for me. But yeah, and yeah, turned down for RIP. It tracks the timings of events. I mean, I could actually. I don't need to describe it. I could show you it because the code is on GitHub, which y'all can check. I do. Hey, Hansalai. I tried. I'm seeing now. I really need to increase the font on this. Hansalai. That looks like it. And yeah, I do prefer TypeScript. It's just sometimes it's not always available. And what did I write this in? I wrote this in JavaScript, apparently. I mean, you can see my wanting of TypeScript using JSDoc to be like, give me the types. I need the types. So I got some TypeScript into this code a little bit. So I got the JSDoc. It's close enough. And yeah, I do prefer TypeScript. This is very much spaghetti, y'all. I mean, look at all this spaghetti. It's crazy. Well, I was able to get it working. Besides that, also the rail snake. My source for learning TypeScript. So I don't really have a natural. Well, I'm typing TypeScript. Doing it on W3. I did not know. I think W3 schools. Do they have TypeScript information? Oh yeah, W3 schools itself is a little bit bashed. I mean, I'll take a peek at it real quick. But I learned it, so I technically already had typed experience because my first language was Python, then it was Java. And Java is super typed. Like, TypeScript is like, they just turned down Java a little bit. Turned down for RIP. My assets for the Flappy Bird were credited in the thing itself, so they weren't mine. I found them in Doug Nugovin. These are at the bottom of both GitHub and the thing. These are the assets. So it's like, with most video game assets. Oh, sorry, intelligence. No, I did not use W3 schools. So my approach was that, oh my bad, I learned Java first. I already knew Java. So I used my Java knowledge to essentially support most of my TypeScript learning. So, and then to learn the actual TypeScript, I already knew Java, I already knew JavaScript, it didn't take me much to learn TypeScript because Java already has generics, it already has interfaces, so I had no new concepts to learn. All I had to learn was the fact that exclamation point, it's like they make an assertion, and that the any type was a thing. So unfortunately, I didn't really use resource, but let's see, W3 School. I mean, doesn't TypeScript modernly now have TypeScript have? You see, as I say things, I can't type and talk at the same time. TypeScript, does it not have like the official TypeScript lang? Yeah. No, I'm not currently working as a software developer just for CBD. I mean, that's the plan, obviously, but I'm mainly like I know a little bit of everything. So I'm currently going through 100 devs, the second cohort, to fill out the holes of what I'm missing and such like that. Yeah, I mean, I kind of always go straight to the docs, and it looks like they have a getting started and a handbook. Let me take a look at these, see how. Oh, they also have, different style. They also got TypeScript tutorials. I don't know about those. Those look weird. Migration might be good. Okay, that is not the command. Oh, I appreciate it. So I need to add a command for 100 devs apparently. Nah, I'm not lurking. I mean, I know, like I said, I learned. I'm not new to coding, but I'm not professional to it either. At least not professionally paid. I get it. And I assume most of us are, but if anyone isn't, 100 Devs is a pretty cool training agency. No, it's a pretty cool agency with a God. I wrote it down there. As a training agency with an even more community of developers with all levels of experience. The streamer brain's getting to me, folks. It's a great community, even if you don't need to learn. It's all there. Yeah, most of them do, Han Soli. Most of them do. It's like the majority of them do, and then there are a few that are just like Haskell or like those weird Elms and stuff. Community taught. There we go, Ryan. You got it. But there are a few like Haskell and stuff that are like completely different thinking paradigms. But most of them, once you get two, you can probably pick up any language you want. Agency with a training program. There we go. Yeah, I really typoed that message there. Twitch taught, community taught. Yeah, I mean that's what for all those who were in the first cohort, the Diabolical, they were because they were how I found 100 devs. They were a streamer and they were basically community taught, Twitch taught. Yeah. Let's see, getting started for new. Yeah, I'm evaluating these docs. So we got the types. Did you just say Haskell? Oh no, we're not looking at Haskell stuff. Sorry for all you who love Haskell. It's scary. Okay, writing a config file. Oh, getting to Webpack. Oh, these are migrations. Yeah, this is good. Okay, this is good. TypeScript for... Okay, so that was literally syntax and it exists. That's a good start one, I suppose. Yeah, interface, because we're throwing that at pretty early. Yeah, for sure. Mayan Wolves definitely, they go through. By the end of the stream, it doesn't matter like who you were. You definitely get the aspect of whatever they're going for sure. One more tab. There we go. One more tab. There we go. Okay, so we're making options, I think. Saying the option dot text content is the username. And what are we doing? We're saying the old value equals online select dot value. And now we can say online select dot append child. Hey, two opposite sides of the coin, huh? Intelligence. I mean, like Leon said, it's not all coding and it's not all networking. It's a big mix of both. Though it is a lot more networking than coding to get the job per se. So yeah, I mean, you got it for sure. You can definitely get there. And TypeScript is pretty good. It's basically just JavaScript. JavaScript with types. You've heard that 10 times, haven't you? But like, if you're using VS Code or any editor, you're already using TypeScript with all the IntelliSense and the auto completions. It's just you're not seeing it because it's all abstracted away from you. Oh, Vue. I've used Vue with TypeScript. Vue 3. I mean, if you're using it at work, you're probably still on Vue 2. I don't know. I don't know if Vue 3 is still considered bleeding edge. Ooh, adding TypeScript. Yeah, my project migrations, not always the funnest. Han Solo, or Han Soli. Yeah, I learned Java before that was a thing. So I learned it back in, what was it? Well, 1.8. I don't remember the version numbers. So I learned it for Minecraft. Oh, wow. Actually, so you're doing conversion so converting from 2 to 3 and adding TypeScript. I mean, I guess if you're basically refactoring, you might as well. You're going to be a little more upfront time, but you don't have to come back and do a second pass of refactoring to add the TypeScript. Sounds cool. And Vuex to that thing. I only heard of Vuex as the view state management. Never heard of that one. FNAF hooks into Vue dev tools and tastes and development. Yeah, I mean, you're basically reinventing the whole site. It sounds like the Vue store you enjoy using. Show me what you got. Yeah, massive amounts of front loading for sure. Blah blah blah. Okay, so yeah, use store. What's that? Ah, yeah. Okay, that's pretty trusted. I mean, it seems pretty reliable then. It's just not some random folks. Okay, so we got the state, the getters, actions. I mean, yeah, it's pretty. I mean, all the components of your basic this size state management are here. Oh, that's a comparison. Look at this version numbering. Vuex 3 is Vuex for Vue 2, while Vuex 4 is for Vue 3. That's funny. I'm sure once you're in there, it doesn't really matter, though. Okay, we got this old online select. We want to line select disabled equals false. Okay, so once we enter Bob, we can see people. There's no one online because that is a raw string. We gotta parse it. Online equals json.parse. I think I just broke that, so back to an empty array. Go Bob. Yikes. What is online? There we go. We're looking at that. Bob. You go, Bob. Wow, this is really messing up. Okay. Type of online. I gotta just see what in tarnation am I doing here. Okay, so it's a string. It's specifically this string. So if we JSON parsify it, that string, what do we get? We get nothing because I need quotes on the string. That's all good strings do. They need quotes. And there are the quotes. So encode URI, JSON stringify. So that's my setter. So enter Rascal. So Bob's still in there. Ooh, because I did this was my early return. Here's my early return. Yeah. So I get my peer ID. This ain't my peer ID anymore. Oh, wow. Small world, Ryan. I'm trying to think. Goldfish memory. I may have remembered seeing your name. Because I joined slightly after the debacle went into that 100. No, not the 100. You're already in 100. Dev Wars. When they went to Dev Wars like once or twice, that's where I caught them at. Yeah, I don't know how to do all that. Let me scroll and drag. Oh, Ryan. Oh, I don't mean not to remember. I'm sorry. Thank you, though. Thank you then, thank you now. Oh yeah, I remember that one from the. Yeah, that's where I thought you were from. I didn't realize you were in the Diabolicals. I thought went from the Dev Wars to Diabolical, not the other way around. There we go. Getting it all sorted out now. Yeah, I see now. Oh wait, do you do you stream too? You know, I have a list of people that I thought I had a list of people of everyone who streamed in the 100 devs, but apparently I'm missing so many people. No. Okay, browser's being ugly. Gotta open it in the other one. Come on, browser. We believe in you. Come on, browser. Oh, you do stream intelligence. Oh, nice. Yeah, of course. Push this button. There you go. I had no idea. Gotta add you to my list now. It's a good list, not a bad list, by the way. I realized how that sounded after I said it. It's the my auto rotator list. Of course, it's the least I could do. Oh, he's lurking. Ah, all my autocompletes are dead right now because I'm streaming. I surely won't forget. The goldfish never forgets. View 3 Newbin. That's a good one. Okay, so we have some data here. Let's look at this data one more time. We're gonna get Bob in here. Okay, it's an empty array. Lovely. Then it turns into that because I'm doing it here. And this is where I need to do it after the JSON parse of the JSON parse. Gotta double JSON it up, folks. Yeah, I last left on 2, so yeah, I'll have to check out your VODs if you're also doing a Vue 3 migration. That's basically probably the way I'd probably learn it best. Bob. Okay, it's trying. Okay, so I just need another browser at this point. There we go, another browser. Oh, we trying real hard. Okay, let's check out the API. So one of y'all should console log something at this point. No console logs because I removed them all. I mean, they haven't streamed in a while, Intelligence. But I mean, they're not streaming. They're just, busy with life and doing some pretty cool stuff at what was it? Contra? Canva? It's one of which one was it? I mean, they're really bleeding edge stuff because remember they got that it was bleeding edge stuff. What was it? Contra. Yeah, that's the one. Greener pastures, Yeah. The array is not populated. Let us populate this array. Oh, hey, Langley. Thanks for the follow. Thanks for coming on by. What have you been doing this day, evening, or night? Hope it's been going well. I have been staring at this API for so long. Starting to doubt it even works. Where are my console logs? That's a string. Hey, Langley. Yeah, Sydney. That's definitely a different time change. Clean up your dot files, huh? That sounds like an awfully responsible thing to do there. I guess I technically have dot files. I don't clean them up, though. Okay, so I don't trust the network request. Gotta see what's going on in the network tab. Network tab has abandoned me. Okay, we're making the request with an empty array. Oh, because I've never passed I'm getting there, folks. We have B. There we go. Something. Technically an option. What's in the array? It's an array of arrays. Oof. So online is an array of 2 parts. R. Interesting. Aha. RTMYSN. Interesting. What am I splitting on? Oh, I'm splitting on the first character of namespace. Well, that would do it. There we go. And now the second one is actually going to work. There we go. Now instead of doing this, I need to get the first entry of this split. My word. And you know what? This also needs to include some form of timing information. Ooh, it's getting complicated. Man, it's getting to be a big entry. Hey, Ryan. Yeah, thanks for stopping on by. Yeah, so it sounds like you got a good plan going, and I will. Thanks for stopping on by now and before with the lurk, and even way back in the beginning. Even if I can't remember it all right now. 7 hours in at 3 a.m. I remember some of it, not all of it. I mean, I've been staring at this API for like the last hour, folks. Don't know why you're all still here. Just watch. Maybe this snake going across the stream must be so entertaining. I got no idea. Okay, we clear the array. The array not be clear. We getting there. Nope, the array's empty. There we go. Hey, the array's empty. The array has a thing in it. Yes. Okay, now here comes the tough part. This API has limitations. Max length 1024. So now we can't use an array. So rip to the array. Everyone say bye-bye to the array. Const username in online. If username because we had to do some form of expiration thing. That's the next difficult task that it's blocking. So once they add themselves to the online users list, they need to then remove themselves. But they can't do it. The system has to do it. So I have to write the system in a way that it will clear and remove them when they need to go. Why did that just refresh? What are you doing, Chrome? Don't do that. Okay. So for username, so for the key and the object, because that's an object now, that's not an array. Enjoy your new life. Now we have to say const expiring. Now const expiring equals when they last entered, so it would be online username plus so at some point we have to calculate this expiring, and we're not doing sets anymore, so we're saying online short ID equals date.now plus, so what is it, seconds, so 60 times 5, 300. Well, I mean, it depends on the usage of the API, to be honest. Let's figure it out. So we have A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I plus date.now. So we have this. That is our example string. what an average username probably will look like. So we need to repeat this till it's 10. What's the limit? 1024. So 10 dot length. Okay, so at least 10 of those. So we do 50, 40, 45, 8. Okay, so basically, if I go with this approach of essentially keeping the because I have a limit of 1,124 characters. I mean, key value. Let's math that out. Probably down to 40. So this API will support 40 people, 40 entries in the database. Very few, I know, but that's how many I can fit in there. So let's make the assumption. Yeah, so then I have to derive from that how long their ID should remain whenever a new one is looked at. Or I just start shuffling keys, but I gotta get this working first. So this is 5 minutes. Let's do 15, 60, 10 minutes, or 15 minutes, so 900 seconds. And what do we set that to? We set that to an online. No, we set that to an empty object because things are on fire right now. There we go. Now we do a refresh. And my consoles are missing. So if expiring is less than now, yeah, if it's less than date.now, aka it has expired, then we get rid of it. So we do delete online username, continue, and you know, let's be baddies, let's just make it an else block. Loving it. And there we go. Expiring delete online, that is all there as anticipated. Assuming it works, which is what we will do. We will assume. Okay. No console logs. That's very useful. Console log online. Then when we attempt to connect to the user, then we can check or invalidate them. So bees try to join. Can stop setting the empty object now. I do need to handle all of these things. So if type of, so essentially a try catch. Try catch and E, and I will console log it for good measure. Console error the E actually, but in reality I'm going to, so if this fails, online becomes an object, because since it is a distributed thing, as in everyone has access to the data, and so the data is not being curated, monitored, or protected by anyone. That means everyone will have to perform the curation, monitoring, and basically fixing of the data when it dies, because it will when someone messes with it. So it's auto-correcting, kind of like an immune system. So when it fails, we reset it to empty, and we add ourselves to it, because that's what we're here for. Otherwise, if it's not failing, then we are parsing, rendering. So if type of online equals, basically it's not an array. Hey Jim, yeah, it wasn't, I mean, I wasn't demonstrating anything fancy. It was just like the different users. That's D. Just all, because they all have access to the same database, which is here. Watch, alright, database symbol. There you go, that looks like the logo for databases. That's what they always look like. So since they all have access, but none have, they all have permission, it essentially needs to self-correct. Glad to see. Can't believe you're still hanging around. It's getting falling apart almost, but I'm getting there. I'm getting there. So we've got this logic we need to implement. It needs to be an array. Well, actually, it needs to be an object array. So if it is an array, okay, let's ask JavaScript. Yes, how to check if is object. Well, I mean, this is JSON stringify. It can't be anything else. If it's an array, it's just an object with indexes as keys. It's a win-win. So as long as... Hey, yeah. That's cool, Jim. Yeah. Okay, that's my new plan. Whenever I'm just going to see, like, who's out there? I'll just throw some drawings on, right? It's like the bat signal, but much less impressive. Of online. So if it's not an object, basically, well, it's not an object, and I throw me an error. I don't actually care about the error because I want to just go to the catch block. There we go. So we say that. We say we expire in 900 milliseconds because that's how math works. Otherwise, reset to empty object. And then becomes the logic of, I mean, we just set it no matter what. So all this security should make it essentially invulnerable explosion. Cores, I did something wrong. Blew it up real good. So let's look at that network request, see how I ruined it. I mean, what's your response? No response. I mean, cores hasn't been an issue with you before. Only when I am sending an object, so I will send back to our empty array, our favorite empty array, to the console. Okay, it's happy doing that. So back to online, because we're logging it after the setting, and this behavior here actually happens after no matter what, so I want to see it before. And the empty array, okay, working. So if type of online is not equal object, sure. So it's an array. Is that acceptable in my book? It's not unacceptable. It's not being set though. That's the problem. Let's look at online again. Okay, it does not like that. So if it's not an object or array that is array, I thought we could be like, sure, treat the array as an object. You'll be fine, JavaScript. JavaScript's like, I don't think so. And we'll be all weird about it. So if it's not an object or it is an array, handle it. Interesting. Access to fetch. Wait, which fetch is this? Key value, update value. I mean, I'm fine with an opaque response. I'm weirded out by it, but I'm fine with it. What's the mode? No cores? I mean, I just copied it. Post error aborted 400. Why did you abort? Oh, I want more screen real estate, please. I mean, yeah, just JSON stringified an object. Should be cool. Okay, encode URI component. Maybe I need to encode the URI. No, you're not cool for that? Okay, I'm not encoding it at all. Just take the JSON. catch on fire. As expected. Okay. So now I thought, let's use an object. That's what they're meant for. But it's giving me the 400 of doom network. I mean, time to bring out the curl, folks. Or this fetch, actually. We'll bring out this fetch and we'll just mess with it. So maybe if we have less characters, will you be cool? Nope. Maybe if you say random strings, will you be cool? You will be cool. There must be detection for setting of an object in here. That's the only thing that makes sense. Which means I can't use an object. I have to build my own thing at this point. Ha! We getting... What's that? Nothing. I heard something. We're getting there. Slowly but surely. So we got protection working. We just have to do it a different way. So type of online is not equal to string. Then be gone. The throw new error, and what we're setting online to is our new string. Yeah, we're not doing any parsing of any of that. How are we going to do this? We're going to say const entries equals online. Yeah, we're building our own parser at this point. Split the strings by vertical pipes, then map entry. How are we going to take the entry? We're going to split that by another magic character. Which character are we going to pick? Something easily cool with JSON. Commas are cool. Lovely. So for... you want to go through for... and we're doing this on a copy. Needs to be a reversed copy so we can remove things. So for const entry entry of entries. Oh, this is gonna be bad typing. That's okay. Entries. That is correct. It gives us the indexes. We need to splice off of those indexes. We're gonna use all for loop. For let I equals entries dot length minus 1. I minus minus. Nope. I greater than 0. I minus minus. I greater than or equal to 0. Don't want to skip the 0th. Then we say const expiring username, except not in that order. Expiring username equals entries I, and here comes the deleting, except it's an array, so entries dot splice. At what index? This index. How many? 1. Then I need to not touch I because I'm decrementing. There we go. Old value apparently. Oh, I just syntaxed it up. That's cool. We have online, we have expiring. What's the username for? Username's for right there. There's my curly. I was like, why are you angry? Syntax is why. Okay, so that is added. Now, need to rebuild this lovely string. How do we do this? We say online. If we need to handle the initial one, right? Well, how's this work? If interesting behavior. Yeah, okay, we can just throw it on there. So online plus equals the templating. That's just short ID plus comma plus the math. 11 it. Of course it is pipe separated. This is where things get changey. If online starts with a vertical pipe, online equals online dot slice 1 to skip the first character of the string. Okay, weird, janky API. You gotta start working sometime. That time is now. Let's clear this code out. That ain't doing nothing important. ASDFA, love that. ASDFA A and error aborted 404. Okay, what if I'm literally not JSONifying it anymore? Will you be cool with that? First, I just gotta set it back to the empty old. Well, no, it should be able to handle. ASDF. So let's look at the entries, see if we can at least track some of this down. Ooh, yeah, I don't mind how I not have expiring. There we go. So we have a thing and a string, numbers, numbers, numbers. Great, now we just have to handle the duplicate usernames. Now Peer.js handles the actual existence of them, so we just need to clear out the old ones. And we're just gonna say const scene equals lovely array. Ultimately go with a set, be real fancy. Then if the expiring is expired, or scene.has username be gone, else scene.add username lovely. Okay, so we've parsed out the multiple A's. We've added our own lovely, so we gotta rise this variable up so it has access outside of our try. So let's check out if scene.has short ID. Essentially we need to bring this up higher, do a modification essentially. There it is, so it is up higher. So if scene has username over this, then get rid of another conditional. If short ID equals username, then we need to do some modifications. That modification being update the expiring. So that's entries I1 equals, let's do the math. So I'm essentially rejoining. Then I add myself to the scene, because that's always going to happen. Well, it's not always going to happen. It will explicitly when I do it. There we go. So I've seen myself. I found a mirror, folks. So what we do now is we check if we have seen ourselves. So if we've seen ourselves, then we're going to do all this logic. All this lovely logic, adding it new. Yep, we are checking ourselves. So if we have checked ourselves, then we are making sure that we can add ourselves when we get there. Let's see if it works. We got a lot of A's in there. Hopefully they're gone now. They're not. They're being added more. Lovely. So our duplication's broke, and other things are broke. So ASDF. Okay, let's go for a clean sweep. Yep, clean sweep. Wow, that's a good one. 500. I broke it. Break it till you make it. Yeah, it's being broken. Ooh, big 500. Yeah, I'm broken it. Broke it real good. Response. An error has occurred. Unable to cast object of... Oh my goodness, I broke their database. Oh, I'm seeing someone's file path. Well, it's nice to know this is written in C#. There's a preview tab, right? Yeah, I can read this. Yeah, I broke. Sorry for breaking y'all's thing. Lovely. Absolutely lovely. Okay. Which endpoint is failing? The get value. I can't even read from it. My word. You know, when I was like, yeah, break it till you make it, I was meaning break my stuff, not break their stuff. Oh, I'm feeling real bad now. Okay, the website is still up. I was worried for a second. Look at this endpoint. Yeah, we're breaking it. Oh, we're collecting bear emojis, aren't we, out here? I didn't even realize. Let's check it out, network. Ooh, yeah, I did good. So I put something in the database so angry that I literally can't use it. Okay, folks. I really want this matchmaking thing to work, but it looks like it ain't getting there. Oh, hey, Dungeoneer3. Thanks for the follow. I didn't mean... I'm using string. Oh, my goodness. I did, didn't I, intelligence? Oh, because my last thing was like, quote, blah, 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 thing, more numbers, and then another quote, and then more stuff. I didn't mean to SQL inject them. Oof. Yikes. It hurts. I totally... Okay. Yikes. That wasn't my intention. I just wanted to put strings in the key value database, and they wouldn't let me use JSON objects, so I was like, I build my own JSON object with demo hacks. Yeah, I did it. Okay, so let's undo this, and maybe, so I can't read from it, maybe I can set it. Alright, and if I set it with an empty string, there's a bounty. I mean, might be the only person using this API, so I don't know. Oh, I have to actually use that functionality for it to go. Okay, it looks like the set did not explode on me. No explosions of fire and fury. Okay, let's see. What have I actually done here? So I've added all this stuff. It should maybe-ish kind of work. Not really. Wait, how was that compared to the last one? Or the one before that? Oh, all this stuff I already had committed. So HTML, logic, all that there. Okay, how do I do this? What is this? I want poll for games, but I want to unstage selected ranges. Cool VS Code commands you can do to essentially stage and unstage certain parts of the file. Legend, wait for it, dairy. Love breaking code. Yeah, so what I'm doing here is I am here's the thing. We don't have the HTML, so let's get a log. Because the last thing was improve UI. What did that really do, though? Improve UI and add multiplayer form HTML. Right. So now what I'm doing here is essentially, so yeah, what do I have committed right now? Add JS for multiplayer form. Yeah, add JS multiplayer form. Perfect. If that is exactly what I did. The join and the poll, yeah, all those things are there. And now we do the branch, because this ain't working. So we gotta go backup plan. What branch is this? This is y'all's website. Get checkout, key value, Emmanuel, and this is where we add wood broken code, site is dead, great messages. And then we're gonna check back out to main, because we gotta go over here now to actually, as much as I like breaking people's sites to test the bugs, I do need this to be working for me. Apparently I just gave this like the most brokenest code ever. Almost impressed with myself. Oh lordy. Okay, yep, so we're not going back there. Check out back to the branch. Where's the branch? Here it is. Ditch that. Bring it back. Okay, I don't know how I did that. Let's go down, do some manual copying. There we go. Get, check out. Man, this is how y'all supposed to use Git, right? Just switching between branches, copying snippets around. Totally how it was meant to be made. Or meant to be used. Paste. That looks alright. Let's see if it runs. It's still running. Lovely. Okay, so let's what is this? What is this? Git commit amend, because that is no. Git LG add JS multiplayer. Yeah, add. Okay, I was like, wait, that's not what it is, but it was what it was. Git checkout branch. Where is it? Manuel. There we go. Git reset soft. Git LG. Git checkout main. Git local will be overridden by checkout. Yeah, because they're unstaged, so that's fine with me. Save it. Go ahead and reset it. Throw out the file. Be gone. Be gone. Yep, poof away. I have clipboards for this. Git checkout main. Git branch. Delete that branch because it's so dead. And now recreate the branch because it's now going to be good. And now we go down to our magical function that just is beautiful. And we drop in this lovely monstrosity. And now we can add site is dead. And now we add this commit. So had to go forward, go back, move left, take a right. There's a chicken somewhere not feeling too good. But all that. So the two commits are happily living in existence. Now, for the actual online multiplayer, not being supportive of multiple players at this particular moment. Now, I want my queue, my people of list, like a list of usernames. I click one and we start playing Snake. I don't know if we can get there. What I can do, though, is the classic... I'm trying to think of a way to use the peer system, because the IDs are incremental. So if I'm saying I'm peer 0, and I can't be peer 0, then I know peer 0 exists. So I can go to peer 1. If I can't connect to peer 1 exists. So that's my next approach. It's going to be essentially a self-discovery system via IDs. Let's see, we have join network. We're turning this thing into a promise. Yeah, so we need 2 join networks of the on a bad thing. So what branch am I on? I made it back to main. Get LG. My word, I am just great at writing code because I have committed again to the wrong thing. Get reset soft, get checkout. So I created the branch. I did not go check into the branch. And then we have it. It was a soft reset, so broken code site dead. Oh yeah, because I was just writing some new. Nope, we don't want new code. Take your old code. Get checkout. Oh, get status because VS Code is trying. Get checkout main. Enjoying it. There we go. Okay, let's get this on the road now. Join network. Your username is 0. Congratulations. Poll for games is not defined. So I called it a different method. How cool. So y'all are connected both to 0, right? You're trying, and you're trying, and I'm not getting any errors, so they're not being reported to me. Host on error, client connection on error, peer on error. There it is. So many different places can throw errors. There it is. ID is taken. This is the message I need to handle and grab. Okay, and console log error that message. I need to get the information from it. So that is my message. I need a breakpoint on it. I need to actually inspect it. Thank you. Oh, thanks for the word wrap. So you have type. There we go. Error object has a type. Unavailable ID. Lovely. So let's take the breakpoint off. Don't need any more of that. Okay, so if var.type. Oh wait, I just grabbed it. Yep, .type equals unavailable ID. Return join network nth plus. There we go. So just try for the next one until you get there. And as we go along, we'll keep track of who there is. This does lead to the disadvantage that people that join first are always going to be the host because they can't see people that join later. But it's a solution, but we're getting somewhere. Now once you get to the join the last one, we can generate our options to say, okay, once we finally made it, we can, we're not polling for games anymore. We know that ain't an option. Yeah, and you need that line down there. I need that line. There we go. Where's poll for games? Toodaloo. Once we finally hit an open. Oh. I moved it. Come on, get back up there. Here we go. So const options. I kind of have this code already, right? Get stash. Get stash. Get checkout. Come on, key manual. You got what I want. this code right here, generating this lovely stuff. There it is. Get checkout main, get stash pop, or is it get stash? Okay, that's how it does. I was like, what kind of message is that? Haven't used it in a while, apparently. It's okay. We now have this logic here. Okay, old value clear for const. Basically for the count we are for let I equals 0, I less than nth, I plus plus. And then we add things for all the ones that got it. Don't think we need to worry. Down. Maybe we'll leave it there. Function equals I. Number 1. You get no usernames anymore. There we go. Get our semicolons. Gotta feel good. Okay, let's close some DevTools out. Oh, also, wait, so 0 is always going to have no one. Okay, so it's trying. I can see it. It's given a real good effort. Let's also grab the ID while we're here. Console log peer ID, right? So one of y'all fail, one of y'all succeed. Yes, so 0, you're able to make it to 0. How about you on the right? Interesting. Oh, that's awkward. I bumped a chord, so y'all enjoy whatever that is. Hopefully this stream's still running. I'll find out when that chord gets back in. There we go. Okay, yeah, it looks like things did not catch on fire too badly. I mean, I'll find out when I watch the VOD later. Yeah, let's see what screens. Okay, everything put itself back. Yay. What's that? Yeah, that's VS Code. Yeah, it belongs there. Okay, let's console log some more stuff. Otherwise, we're yelling about that error. So let's try out the env. Oh no, oh no. Infinite loops. Don't love that. Okay, so we made it, you made it, you found 0, you found 0. Okay, sorry PureJS Network, I didn't mean to hit you with an infinite loop. So we have it. Now we need to modify when the select is changed. So online select, that's when that happens. Okay, yeah, so online select, add event listener, click or change. And then you have, don't really care about the event, const other ID equals online select value. Oh, I do have to pull the value, or put the value in, because now option dot value equals value, well, equals I rather. Good HTML, that's where that exists. Okay, other ID is the value. Now I'm trying to join the host of that ID, which I have to concatenate with my namespace. No big deal. In BD. So, yep, join host namespace plus other ID. Let's get this a little, that's fine. I don't care where it is. Now, if host joining fails, I need to handle that. Thankfully, I know that we have error types. So that will tell me when and why it fails. So you get 0. Yes, you should be empty, right? So you get 0. It joined. Looks a little jittery though. Oh no, it looks fine now. What the? Okay, so I'm yellow. I'm moving, and I just smushed that other person. That sucks. Let's have you move. Oh, because you're the host, right? 0. Yeah, you are the host. So when I don't have any options, I should not undisable the thing, basically. Okay, so essentially I want to connect to 0. Okay, 0 needs to die. Sorry, 0. And then, no, you need to come back. Okay, then you come back. I need to simulate this error. Now you need to go away, and this is where I'll get the error, and I can see my error type that I can handle. Oh, I have to time out. So joining host, peer connect host ID, error open data. There it is, error, could not connect line 40. Oh, that's that kind of error. Interesting. Ah, it goes up back to the peer. This isn't... that's gonna make that hard to promisify, but... Huh. Yeah, I'm just not going to. Works good in my book. Yeah, so apparently hosts don't have errors. Okay, let's try to get this working now a little better. So, you're over there, I'm joining you over the network. Am I seeing a jitter? I'm a little jitter. So yeah, I'm yellow, I can go up and down. You're green, you can move up and down. Okay, I mean, aside from the scrolling, don't know how I messed that up. Okay, yeah, this is functional. Let's clean up the HTML. So I got some HTML around here. Wait, have I done this something? Nope. Goodbye, username. Available none, otherwise... Oh, because my JavaScript is looking at usernames, so... Goodbye, JavaScript. Chomp. Nope, let's do some more, huh? Okay, let's see. Oh, there she came back. Variable 0, and then that thing. So essentially, if I don't have any, I should not touch it. Don't touch it. Touch it not. So, if nth, if not nth, return. There you go. Use 0. 0 is available, and then once you join them, that's gonna be awkward. Come open another browser. And 0 is available. There's nothing stopping me from joining. Now, which snake am I controlling? Yellow. So I'm controlling this snake. Nope, not that snake. This snake. Oh, not that snake. Okay, so I literally took control from one of the snakes. So essentially, I need to say, if I already got enough snakes, I deny them to join. I say, be gone. No joining for you. So we join, open the network, on the connection. Snake count equals 1. Yeah, this is when someone's joining me. Not equal 1. Con.destroy. Return, I believe. I do need that third Chrome, so let's get her open and get it in the URL. Okay, we all need to join up though. So you need to join 0 and I need to try. Ooh, I looked like I got in though. I did. Not good. Oh, I set the client. Okay, one of y'all, everyone jump in, folks. Oof. So you're able to join, you set your host up. Oh, because you set the host, but the clients are, the other two are still fine. Yeah, so you're fine. And you're fine. Okay, good. That is good. So it's just the joiner got their state corrupted. Nice. I mean, it's not nice, but it's relatively easily fixable. Unopen, unclose, undate it. So what did we get? Well, we didn't get a close because still got a host here. Yeah. Open, close, connection. Must be disconnect. Oh wait, there's a destroy and there's another one. So I call it destroy, which destroys the connection. But disconnect is what tells them to get off. Oh, so I was able to join. Should not been able to have. So original green can move. First player can move. Failure. So we're just going to add some console logs at this point to see at which point our host is not detecting the closing. So I gotta go look up the docs for Pure.js, see what Pure Connect explicitly returns. Where is .connect? There we go. Connects, what's it return? Data connection. Lovely. Send close. It is called a close, not disconnect. Love these names. Okay, so let's say you're joining 0, you're joining 0. You two love it. Oh wait, you're not joining 0. Yeah, you failed to join 0. But your game is still playing. Yes, it is. And your game is still playing. Yes, it is. Okay, all I gotta do is swap the value of select back when it fails. Did I get a console log for... not that one. For my closing or disconnecting? No. Well, I might have. Can you rejoin? You're getting instantly blocked. Okay, so I'm assuming there's no connection. No console either, but that's acceptable to me. Okay, so now that is working. You can join a user and they won't be bothered. Can be joined and you won't be stopped. So if I join 0, I join 0. Both joining 0, the game is still playable from 0's perspective with the users. Now let's handle game over states. I gotta crash real quick. I gotta get apples. Okay, yeah, you've eaten 0 food and traveled 324 bucks. These are good messages, but I'm not interested in the existing. Yeah, I mean, it's neat, but it's extra work to message, to support. Don't need to do that extra work. Essentially, at this point, I'm working on the continuation of playing the game. Oh, come on, click. Also, gotta fix that scroll bar like before now. And I smushed myself. I'm getting there. There we go. Squash, squash. Now we're keep on running. Or did it reload? It's hard to tell. I literally looked away. And poof, it's doing something. Okay, oh, it's a 5-second reload, huh? Cool. So there's no replayability, but technically the game is infinitely playable. Okay, let's fix the scroll bar now. How do we want this to work? When we are prevent default, is that it? I think that's it. So with our key down event, I believe that is the behavior we desire. There we go. We can push keys and it will lovely just keep going. Oof, squashed again. Okay, so this is very playable at the moment. Oh, close those dev tools, be gone. Let's make these git changes. Lovely. Yeah, we got the localhost checks there. That error don't do anything. Let's put it back though for posterity to git. Poll games, yeah, set message, eliminated that. Oops, that's not a click I wanted to do. There we go. Okay, that is one, and then this one is just removing the username field. Use peer. Yep, use conflicts for peer discovery. Beautiful. Now, just to go that extra mile, I am curious, architecturally speaking. Not with the game, but with the data and like how many snakes we got. So like, let me run a git push. And obviously I gotta test that first. But I think, so here's the thing, if active snakes doesn't include one, push one. Yes, this is where things start getting a little weird. Okay, let's first deal with active snakes. Okay, lots of just saying one and all that stuff. So if we just say active snakes push, active snakes length, like just push one. Push 11 that. Oh, I saw another push. Yeah, so if we have one snake. So let's basically see if I broke that. Okay, so got the WASD going on. Can I join a multiplayer as this is? Okay, it overrides. Understandable, because I'm joining them. They are the single source of truth. No WASD available. Let's make sure when I leave, I said leave. Game is still playing, unfortunately. Now, is this because of what I just did? So let's zoom back a little. Yep, so you're here, you join me, and then I leave. You get double snaked. Okay, yes, that's a previous bug apparently. Try the other way. Oh, refresh. So I join you, and then I leave. I think you recovered. Try it again. I join you. I leave. Oh, come on. Give it a try. Okay, yeah, so I can recover perfectly fine. It's when someone joins me, and so when I join someone and they leave. Okay. I join someone is not join network, it's join host. And when they leave, aka close and disconnect, right? Okay. May technically just close at this point. So, gotta turn it down, gotta pop one. Wait, did I zoom past something? Oh yeah, zoom past there. All the ones are cleared out. Popping is removing the last one, right? Who's to know what's current? Current's 0, right? Hard to keep track. Yeah, it's a little difficult to keep track, so let's try to figure this behavior out. Oh, I just... Come on, DevTools. I believe in you. Ooh, it's trying real hard. Okay, you know what? Let's ditch that. Because that's obviously really trying to struggle there. Let's play some Snake off the repo real quick. Okay, yep, no one available as expected, but if I new tab it and drop this here, and there we go. It is playable over the internet. Latency isn't that bad. I mean, technically I'm still going through GitHub pages or whatever, but this is over the internet, not using my little local server no more. Let me make sure I'm not using my little local server no more. Exit, and goodbye little local server. It's been running so long I don't want it at 206.344. Goodbye. Again, now let's refresh or be gone. Yeah, so I'm rejoining 0 back where I was, and yikes, that was angry. And one more tab, right? There we go. So let's restart all the games. Oh, my F5 is being overridden. There we go. Okay, games joined. I am Yellowfolk. Lovely. Oof. I'm squished and I just got totally annihilated. So yeah, it's a little jittery, but it's pretty stable for the most part. Okay, I'm liking that. Manage all these tabs. Sorry, Emmanuelson, your database just bit the ghost. Now this is working as is. Still get that weird thing when they disconnect and all, but I don't believe that is something I can avoid. Snakes, push, pop. splice out the one that just failed. Right? Yeah. Yeah, so it's not. Let me put that back then. I thought, okay, I'm gonna make it support multiple snakes, but unfortunately that is not in scope. Especially not easily doable. This whole architecture basically needs to be fixed. But yeah, multiplayer snake up and running across the internet. Close those. Get VS Code to calm a little bit down. Be calm, VS Code. Let's go back to the GitHub page. I do need to bring that back though. Code there. Because there is a fair bit of work that still needs to be added to it. Where's the repo? Snake. There we go, primarily in the README. Well, in the HTML also. So let's look at that HTML. Since I broke the live server. Online multiplayer. Whoa! Firefox, what have you done? What do you think you're doing? That is supposed to be a, what style is that? Margin auto? There we go. Let's style that thing up. So where's my field set? And there's my field set. Legend, margin, auto. There it do be. I mean, I assume it's there. Okay. So yeah, playable game. Fix that. README. Gotta do the accreditations right here. Linky. Gotta have some instructions. People ain't gonna know how to run these. Especially because I didn't put them in the actual project. How do we say pure.js? Or how do we spell pure.js rather? There it is, I had it right. Pure.js. Quote, quote, bam, bam. Bada bing, bada boom. I know how to spell things. I'm not really going to go for a picture just yet because I am good. But yeah, I suppose that mine will. Oh, that's the original. I'm like, wait a minute, did I fix that? Break that URL? Nope. Look at the wrong one. I'm seeing some availability on CSS maybe. I want to hide the div, the section, when the select is empty, aka disabled. Don't think it's possible. I'm gonna bring out the JavaScript for this one. Do I have a hidden class in CSS? Probably not. I have a message hidden. Yeah. Yes, intelligence. I am East Coast time. So that is accurate. It is 4 a.m. But it's Friday night, so not too much work to do tomorrow, thankfully. What about yourself? Goldfish Premiere is really kicking in, so sorry if you already said PST. Hey, this is how far I'm gone. I gotta look it up. Oh, okay. 4 hours back. So it's midnight for you, basically. 12 to 9. Yeah, it's midnight. Welcome to the AMs. Oh, 3 hours. Ah. I'm good at math. Yeah. Well, I am wrapping up, though, so all I gotta do is hide a field set. I'm not hiding. Field set parent element. Style display equals nonzo. Oh, I gotta actually live server this thing back to life. Welcome back. It's still there. Come on, DevTools. Oh yeah, I killed all my keyboard keybinds, didn't I? Yeah, localhost is... Oh, because the localhosts don't exist. That's right. Proxy. Oh, thank you for being weird. Terminal. It'll eventually find itself. I believe. There you go. Good job, terminal. Wait, peer, it's not proxy. Why ain't it finding it? Because it don't exist. And there you go. It disappears when you are the first one, but when you are any other but the first one, you have it available to you. Lovely. And oof. Wow, let me actually... Oh, is it good now? Okay, I don't know what's that weird. What is this? I mean, I love you, Firefox, but is this really you? And one for the left, one for the right. Okay, so that's literally Firefox being weird. Very disappointing. Firefox being my main, but I'm not really seeing much to do with it. Yeah, I am basically done. So my hardware is a AMD FX 8350 CPU. I mean, if you're talking about more peripherals, then it's 2 displays. One's the 30 or 39 inch or something like that, basically TV. The other's a small little monitor, both 1080p. Keyboard is Logitech K350. GPU is... What is my GPU? RX 580, I think. Oh no, a Pop OS. No, it's so this is just a variant of Ubuntu, which is a Linux distribution. No, it's not on anything special. It's just basic PC hardware. I'm also dual booting Windows 10, so even Windows is running on this. Nothing special. It's it's a variant of Ubuntu or Ubuntu, however you pronounce it. Probably the most common user-friendly Linux distribution out there. If you've heard of Linux or you've ever tried it, you've probably heard of Ubuntu. It's based on Debian. Again, all different flavors and variants of Linux. Doesn't really, for the most part, the difference doesn't really matter. But yeah, the hardware is basic PC parts. Nothing advanced at all. Yep, System 76. That is who makes it. Oh, the Thelio test. Oh. Oh. I see what you mean. Yeah, I mean, I would definitely. I could see how you'd think that. Hmm. Yeah, I didn't realize they were hardware now. Where they got into hardware. Yeah, I mean the software. They were software first before they got all into hardware. At least I believe they were. That's the first I've heard of them being into hardware at all. But yeah, I mean it's a bit more than what I got for sure. But yeah, I mean it would be interesting. I guess it is interesting. Well, I mean, it kind of being vague about the actual specs on it. Yeah, yeah, that sounds nice. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I can imagine, yeah. Like for most things, web development can handle it, but if you get anything to like create React app or certain things, oof. I mean, if the fans are already going, then yeah, you already got your signs, don't you, intelligence? Yeah, PC is kind of the way to go. Most compatibility or most access to developer world and stuff. Because as nice as they, well, I think, yeah, that's another thing. And there's a lot of good pros on both sides, but when they all stack up to one end. For sure, for sure. Where's my GitHub? Oh, got another criminal. Oh. Well, folks, that is. I did, but now I'm kind of just 100%ing the 100 devs at the moment. So, no, not right now. So how I got into development was in high school. There was a class for 3D modeling and animation, and that was using Blender, some open source software. And back then, Blender, I mean, technically it still has a fully integrated Python API, but back then it had a built-in game engine that you need to, if you want to really make cool games, you need to learn Python. And then after that was Java. So Python was technically first. After that was Java, where I learned that specifically for making Minecraft mods and plugins, because at that age and everyone was on Minecraft for that time, so I had to learn that so I can make the cool things for our server to run on. Then, according to the internet or whatever I read, PHP was how you made websites. So I learned PHP, quickly realized I could just learn Python to basically do what PHP was doing in the first place. Then, as I wanted my sites to be more than just forms and static, had to learn JavaScript. Learned C and C++ because it seemed to be what you needed to know to make desktop applications. Obviously, not much now. And at that time, it was essentially endish high school. So I was already tutoring fellow classmates and stuff. So like, this tech stuff makes me money apparently. So computer science was the naive choice, I suppose. And then one semester into college, pandemic. So that set me back. Then when I went back to get into college or whatever that was, wasn't looking as attractive, and I found good old Diabolical. Yeah, I guess I am. Sometimes it feels like not, because I'm seeing like, oh, we got like this like 17s, 18s, 20-year-olds just pulling out. I'm like 20 25 or something now, so it's like, whew. Sometimes I don't feel it, but I know mathematically I still am. Yeah. As for type of job, it's kind of, I'm open to a lot of things. I enjoy the automation, scraping data, and all that stuff. Like the technical more of it, less so design, less so front end. Like maybe doing something interesting with the front end, obviously, but not design, which I know isn't what front end developers do, but still, it's adjacent to it, so not as enjoyable as back end or stuff like that. I enjoy the testing, writing tests, getting the test suites running, automation, continuous integration, continuous deployment, all that stuff. A little DevOps, not so much on the network architecture side of things. Not a fan of. Maybe I am a fan of it. Maybe I'm just sucking at it all this time. So maybe I do like DevOps, the network side of it. Yeah, I got the networking. So yeah, I got the resume, the LinkedIn, the Angel List. What's the other thing? The GitHub, that kind of already was there. The portfolio. It's not fleshed out, fortunately. Like the resume is kind of barren. The as far as the cohort and stuff, the only thing I'm behind on is the network chats. Like, and I was like, the first week they came out, I was behind, and I've always been catching up the network chats, just trying to, the coffee chats, not the network chat. It's 4 a.m. But yeah, everything else I'm at least on par with the cohort on. Oh yeah, I think the one thing I'm missing from my LinkedIn is all the skill assessments, because there's like a lot of them, and apparently you can only have 50 on a profile. So I have to go through all of them, pick my top 50, then go through and add them. So that's the only thing I'm mainly missing. And hey, I appreciate intelligence. That is the plan, right? Just gotta get there and such. Through all the behaviorals and through all the what is it? I mean, yeah, literally through all the behaviorals and through all the networking stuff. That's my hurdle. But like Leon said, if you're not just, if like what Leon said, I think specifically last thing when he was mentioning people who weren't people, You got a whole lot of different things you can do. You can blow out your portfolio, blow out your LinkedIn, just go balling and all the other stuff like Sean Charles did, and then you can kind of offset, just keep pushing the odds in our favors, opening them doors. Yeah, intelligence. I'm looking forward to it. Looking forward to it. For sure. As much as I would love to keep going and try to compete with Rufio's 12, yeah, go ahead, pick my brain. I'm just gonna do maybe 1 or 2 more Code Wars. As I click on things, trying to figure out where to go. Always happy to answer questions. Oh, that looks like a math. Yeah, I definitely will. Open other window. Oh, let me open Firefox other window. Do. Yeah, I will. I'm not gonna go on streams like, and this is your LinkedIn. Yeah, I will. 4/7. Oh, even or not. That's always a lovely combo. Okay, input 264. Fabricate the 2 numbers is formed of even. Oh, this is a good one. Yeah. Basically, need to get all the even digits and all the odd digits. So, let's make it a good one. Prep. Hey, yeah, of course, intelligence. It's like 1:30 a.m. there. Makes sense. Thanks for stopping by and thanks for chatting and all that. And like I said, yeah, I'll see you at Rufio's tomorrow. And like I said, you'll get TypeScript. Don't worry. Once you get the types and stuff that exist, because it's types, interfaces, and generics. Everything else is just more advanced versions of those. Yeah. Of course. And thanks for stopping by, and thanks again for going getting that raid too from Tiffany or from Tiff. Appreciate it. I'll add you to my rotator probably tomorrow, and I'll jump in. I mean, I'll be lurking your stream like 24/7, but if I see you on my other monitor, I'll jump in and say hey. Oh, I appreciate it. You're pretty good yourself too. Prep. So we are given a number. Good old number. Probably a positive number. We need to return an array containing a number that consists of the even digits and a number that consists of the odd digits. No one tell Leon. I'ma just do this one. Digits, we got evens, and we got odds for const digit of num2 string. If we gotta just do a split and a map, so got a fair amount of things to do on this one. So digits, we gotta spread that into an array. There we go. If we gotta map that to a number. There we go. We have are now array of digits as numbers. We want to say if that digit. So we want to say, we don't want to if anything. We want digits plus digits index digit modulus 2 plus equal digit turn digits map number, right? For expected 0, 0. I gave it a try. Let's have a good looky-loo. Nans. I love being a good nan. Let's console log the digit. Nan. Another lovely nan. So apparently that's... Oh, digits does not exist. I want num. There we go. Not first try, but close I'm gonna get. Yeah, it's Code Wars it away. And there we go. Lovely, lovely. And that is looking good. Well, folks, this has been a 9-hour stream. We are way into the morning. So I will be ending it shortly. I wanted to thank, of course, everyone who stopped by, firstly, to help me get to affiliate. All my 100 devs, friends, and family. Ryan, Pinkstar, Intelligence, all Dumpster Dev, Dogma, everyone that my goldfish memory cannot remember at the moment. And of course, Verola Fox, Melody. And of course, I want to thank all those who showed up for this kind of impromptu thing. Verola Fox for the raid, all of y'all, Pink Star for the sub, Ryan for the sub, Tiffany for the raid, or Tiff for the raid, apologies. Intelligence for the sub and the gift. And the bits from Tiff, and the subscription from ZT, and for all the freaking follows. I was not expecting any of this, but I will attempt to make the experience worth it by continuing what it is y'all came to originally watch. Cool projects, some explanations, breakdowns of whatever code I'm going on. Try to get some more interactive chat thingies going, but I did find it out today, so I did. Not all of it was working. And yeah, if anyone has any raid suggestions, feel free to drop them. Otherwise, I'm going to see who is already on my list of folks that are friends of 100 devs and pick one of them. I have a list of 5 of them. Let's see. We got Mewtwo, Primogen, CM Griffin, and Polarin. Oh, that is now not working. Oh, Mewtwo's actually... Okay, my thing is broken. None of those people are actually online. Okay, I might just look at the actual software. I might go to actually twitch.tv. It's been so long since I've actually been on the site. Usually I get all the tools to tell me. Yeah, we can catch someone in software and dev. Oh, turn that thing off. Let's see. Oh, apparently I got a thing. Oh, that's the DM from there. What's that? Oh, cool. So this is the longest raid ever. I know, folks. Got all these things. Where is... What is that? There we go. Found the category. Took a moment, folks. I am making it there. Okay, we got Deadmau doing some Meowington Simulator, Pirate Software, Game Dev. Yeah, I'm not usually up at the 4 a.m. crowd, so I have no idea who's streaming. Well, that one looks interesting. Let me make sure they're speaking English at minimum. See if I find more development specific folks. Cause I love me some game dev. Oh, yeah, I'm gonna have to update my list. Oh, there I am. Well, yeah, I got to sit through an ad real quick. Can we get this thing set up? Enter name. Is this? Hey, Idea Kira's over there doing some, I mean, it's CS. I mean, it's not CS, it's C Sharp, so not exactly the same, but looks like some kind of web app. It's about the most similar thing I'm seeing out here at 4 a.m., folks, at least my time. So yeah, no other suggestions. We will be waiting ID Akira. Thanks everyone for stopping by. Catch you next stream.